Time. Apparently, we should go live.
Oh my god. We're so ready. We're prepared. All right, let's do
I feel so live right now.
it.
I've got the start screen open, so people can't see what we're up to quite yet. You seen my start screen before? My little background.
Your background. I don't see nothing.
You don't see
I'll look
anything
on
yet?
the link.
All right.
Are we live? Are we on the internet?
Yeah, I believe we are on the internet currently.
Oh my god. The one with all of the tubes.
Yeah, the
Is
one
that?
with all the cat videos
Oh my god.
and
How are we
hate
going to
and hate
compete with
speech.
cat videos? How can we
They
compete
have
with
cat videos and hate speech. What are we?
it's a lethal combination. We're basically doomed to obscurity, but I
Yeah.
think we'll power on regardless.
I mean, when has that ever stopped us? Did you ever feel like you were just doing it for no reason? Like no one was ever gonna watch what you were doing?
Every day, my dude. Every day.
Yeah.
I'm still not convinced that anyone is watching. Like I believe that all the numbers are fake and all the comments are written by my mum.
Well,
And
that'd be real nice of her.
it's all a conspiracy to keep me busy, is what I think YouTube is.
Well, it's because they don't want you out on the streets. They know the danger you pose.
Well, I'm streaming from the streets, so really it was
Are
a
you
lose-lose.
currently like in a, under an overpass,
Look, it's a complicated situation, but if
sitting
my
on a
internet drops
paint
out,
bucket?
why? I mean, YouTube. I always like live streaming. The analogy is like street busking to me. Like
Oh
you
yeah,
just sort of on a street corner shouting about dragons, and sometimes people throw you nickels.
I've done that once actually.
Was it more or less successful than doing it on the internet versus
Um,
on the literal street?
the super chats there are fewer of them, and people
Mm.
don't send as many, messages. They don't say hi, thanks for your work, love what you do. They just like put $2 in your hat and move on with their day.
Can you imagine if like IRL like busker donator people were as effusive and or as hateful as YouTube
YouTube
commenters?
commenters.
Like, can you imagine if you're like playing guitar on the street and someone comes up to you and just shouts at you like something like anti-Semitic and incoherent, and then another person in your other ear is like, "You're the greatest ever, have my babies." It would be very intense if people were as bad as YouTube commenters.
That's not quite how all of my gigs have gone, but
Yeah, well, the rock and roll lifestyle is not dissimilar, I guess,
to the YouTube lifestyle.
to the YouTube lifestyle.
You reckon rock stars sit in front of editing software for 8 hours a day?
I can only assume that Mick Jagger is on After Effects right now.
I would love to see what he would come up with. I wanted to see, before he died, David Bowie should have been put in charge of just give him free reign on. I reckon he could have turned up something as wacky as Bill Wirtz.
I am not convinced that Bowie was not a VTuber all along. Like, I don't know if this was like a time travel situation, but I think some kind of like Japanese corporation invented the Bowie character as a digital homunculus to sell records way ahead of
Are you saying?
the
Wait,
time
so
of
David Bowie
VTubers.
wasn't a real person? It was a marketing
He was a
ploy?
hologram. That's correct. He was a
Okay,
hologram.
I'll pay that. You've won $100.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, you want to
Um,
align some characters?
I think that these characters are in need of
Yeah,
alignment.
they're all
Yeah,
quite
let's-
misaligned as is. So here
they're
we
all
go.
over the place. Someone needs to set them straight. Put them on the straight and narrow.
I'm wondering, does YouTube chat want to see themselves on screen? Fuck it, they'll figure themselves out. They don't need to see.
Look, yeah, look, as I said, they're all my mum commenting, so we don't need to worry.
True. She'll remember.
Well, we've got a chart, don't we? Do you want to put up the special chart that we've prepared earlier?
I have.
Oh, look,
It's happening.
look at that.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Look at all those characters that we're going to
Oh,
align.
you know what I didn't do? I didn't ping my entire Discord server. There's a billion people in there who might want to.
Oh, I should
this.
tell my alleged humans as well.
You have a Discord server?
A YouTube. Oh well, someone does, but I don't really know how Discord works. But I know how I'll tweet, and I'll YouTube.
Oh, did you not tweet?
I forgot to. I always forget to tweet.
Yeah, there's so many things to do. It's like I never know if I've done all of them.
Are you going to turn off your Discord beeps this time so that
I'm actually going to turn them up.
Just replace
your voice.
Oh, this is this is very unprofessional. But I think I should start like recording audio locally now, so that we'll have like a clean video. Do you want to do the same? We should probably do that.
I think OBS is gonna record mine fine, but because yours is coming through Discord, yeah, you probably want to do that. OBS records mine to a separate track as yours, so.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I know.
How did you make OBS do that?
I'm actually an audio wizard, it turns out.
My god.
But you never tell because I work in a wooden shed with a tin roof and there's traffic going past all the time, so it sounds like there's literally nothing I can do.
I've heard traffic in your videos.
I know. I hate it.
You're clearly an audio wizard, but you need more of a soundproof castle, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah. I'm gonna.
I think I'm ready. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Would you like to tell?
Okay, so we're gonna align some characters. The first character, it appears on this list of people. That's so many people. Do you know how long we take to do things?
We've only taken 20 minutes to start a stream. I was gonna say, before we rush into anything, should we explain what an alignment chart is?
I suppose not everyone knows, yeah.
Not everyone has played Dungeons and Dragons, tragically.
What a shame.
They should do it in school.
Absolutely. So
what is
chart,
the alignment chart?
It's a chart where alignments occur. Our y-axis is from good to evil. So typically an alignment chart is chopped up into 9 segments, intersecting the different points along this good, evil, and lawful chaotic axis. There's a bit of contention as to what exactly each of these terms mean. Have you encountered this? Like, not everyone's solid on what they mean.
Lots. I mean, look, I've seen The Good Place, so I know that moral philosophy might be more complicated than a single axis.
I think if you like nachos, you're probably a good person.
Yeah, I can get behind that.
It's a good show, man.
I really enjoyed The Good Place. Yeah. I made a video essay.
I know.
Did you know I make YouTube videos?
That I heard you make them too. Dragons?
Yeah, no. One of my favorite videos I've made was about The Good Place and BoJack Horseman and Death. Yeah, and no one really watched it, but I thought it was quite good because The Good Place is amazing.
Oh, I just got an alert. Oh. I should turn the alert box off, honestly, because it might be a bit much. Was that too loud for everyone? Tell me in chat. Anyway, thanks for the super chat. Sorry for interrupting. Yeah, everyone should go watch that video, but not now because we're busy right now.
Absolutely not now. Yeah, I mean, people are saying in the live chat that we should do a political compass.
That's a bit.
Chart.
That's a bit more contentious, isn't it?
It absolutely would be spicy, but
basically the same thing.
Oh damn! Gladys politics revealed. I just think it's cute when there's the different colored squares.
Oh, you like the quadrants? You like the...
Can we just rank the characters on what we think their favorite colors would be?
We can do that.
I think that as we align them on this chart, we should just additionally note what we think their favorite color would be.
I'm actually down to do that. That's a good bit.
Yeah. All right. That's good. We should
Um,
probably also note that we stole this idea from a YouTube commenter who said that we should do this.
yeah, and in the future, we'd love to steal more of your ideas. So let us know.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Put some ideas for the thefting in the comments if you have thoughts on what we should live
Yeah,
stream about next. Anyway, there's been a lot of preamble,
it's
and
time to
I'm
get to
guilty.
the regular amble,
Let's the regular amble, yeah.
and then maybe if there's time, we'll do a post amble afterwards.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, maybe we'll even speed up the amble into a trot.
Oh
But I
jeez.
think a canter is beyond
Yeah,
this.
I'm not going any faster than a trot.
All right, all right, all right.
All right.
Who do we want to put on this alignment chart first?
I think it would be hilarious if my triumphant return to YouTube began by me judging the morals of Catelyn Stark, because that's the least controversial thing I've ever dipped my toes into. So why not?
No
pick
one
it up
has
there?
ever said anything controversial about whether Catelyn Stark is a good person. Everybody agrees
Everyone
in the
agrees.
fandom.
Everyone knows that she's.
Oh shit, we actually have to commit to a
I know. We
position.
actually now that we're here, we actually have to do the thing we said we would do. I
Oh
don't know. Are
no.
you prepared to give moral judgments on all of these characters?
I will I just like to say which characters I am morally superior to and which characters I do not feel morally superior to.
Well, we could do that instead.
Right, no, Catelyn Stark. All right.
Catelyn Stark.
What are the moral or immoral things that Catelyn Stark has done? I think you got to give her one thing. She is not self-interested. She is self-sacrificing for the interests of her children and her husband.
I completely agree. And in a lot of models of this kind of alignment chart, that is what is considered good, is selflessness.
But you can act not in your interests, but also not in anyone else's interests. Like you can be a self-destructive piece of shit. So like I think being
Well, that's chaos,
not
isn't it?
self-interested. Yeah. Yeah, but that's not Catelyn. Catelyn is someone who works for the protection of a family. I mean, also for the ambition, the political advancement of her family. Because, like, if Catelyn strictly just wanted her children to be safe, she wouldn't have been pushing so hard for, oh, Sansa should go south and be a lady and marry Joffrey and like Catelyn, especially in the books as opposed to the show, she has political ambition, and that's not necessarily like a good thing. It's not necessarily evil, but it's not necessarily a good thing.
But it is
But
a
I think
thing.
what
Yeah.
it's a thing. I think one of the elephants in the room with Catelyn is Catelyn's treatment of Jon, because Catelyn's really mean to Jon on a couple of occasions. She tells him that like she wishes it was him who was crippled instead of Bran, and there's sort of references to Catelyn's coldness to Jon throughout his entire life, which is a pretty mean thing to do to a kid.
Oh, before we move on, I see a really useful, important question in the chat. Are we talking about Catelyn or Stoneheart, or treating them as separately? I think we're just talking about Catelyn. That's what I've been thinking of it as.
Same, yeah. We can definitely talk about Stoneheart, but Stoneheart is a different character to Catelyn, really.
Yeah.
But I mean, what's cool about A Song of Ice and Fire is that the alignments and the personalities and the attitudes of the characters change a lot throughout the series. Like Tyrion in Book 5 has a different alignment to Tyrion in Book 1,
Yeah, I
and
was
so do
wondering how we were
many
going to
other
deal with that,
characters.
because especially when we get to Jaime, it's like, well, who are we talking about? Do I have to draw an arrow on the screen that shows you where I think he's, like, the direction of his alignment?
You can just like stretch the image out in After Effects and tilt it and do what we can distort it.
We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I think Catelyn's rather morally static across the series. Like,
Yeah, I
book
think
one
that
Catelyn, book
before
three
she
Catelyn, not too different.
Yeah, she's one of the more consistent. Prime directive, protect her family, protect Robb, like allow the Starks to survive this whole war. I mean, if we're talking about like lawful versus chaotic, I would say that Catelyn arresting Tyrion was a pretty YOLO thing to do. and not strictly in keeping with lawfulness or order, depending on how you define that.
Well, as far as she understood it, he was, he's he attempted murder, right? Well, and he did commit murder on John Arryn, is what she believes at the time. So arresting him actually is, the lawful thing to do, right?
I mean, she could have like taken it to the king. She could have. I mean, is like a citizen's arrest. I mean, she's a lady.
Yeah, so it's not
So I
quite a
guess she has the
citizen's arrest.
authority. Yeah. I guess I'm just thinking that, it was certainly an action that she knew would have consequences.
Does that mean
That
that it's not lawful? Like lawful things tend to have consequences, don't they? That's what enacting the law means, is doing a consequence on people.
I guess put it this way, like arresting Tyrion is an act that she knew would potentially lead to rather a large amount of chaos. I mean, that wasn't her intention,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah. So what we've stumbled onto here in our first character that we've tackled is that this whole alignment chart framework is kind of just kind of bullshit.
we're gonna power on regardless.
Yeah. We're moving on.
Now that we've established that our model is Bubkus, we're gonna do it anyway.
I guess you could say that her arresting Tyrion and later her freeing Jaime kind of indicate that whether something is an act of chaos or an act of law isn't really that important to her, so long as it's furthering her and her family's wellness and their ambitions.
Yeah, I think that's well said. And yeah, like freeing Jaime is a much better example, like because freeing Jaime is not a very lawful thing necessarily, like, seeing as it's against the wishes of her king and son, Robb. So, she's willing to do chaotic things. As you say, she's just not like she's not totally lawful or totally chaotic. So maybe she's neutral good.
Yeah. Or, hear me out, perhaps she's literally the devil. I don't know if you've encountered this idea, but it's pretty fresh.
There are a bunch of people in the fandom who really hate Catelyn and think that she's the worst ever.
I have opened the composition big style. I did not mean to do that. Okay. It will show over the course of this stream that I am not overly familiar with After Effects.
Yeah, look, our visuals situation is maybe more elaborate than it needed to be, frankly, but you know, he's keeping score. Yeah, I would put Catelyn as neutral good, and I would not put her like super high on the good.
That's what I've done.
I think you're dead right, because she tries really hard to look after other people, and I think that's good, but it's like she's not that interested in like the stability of the realm or like the broader good. She doesn't really care about that much. Yeah. She's kind of just being an aristocrat. She's being a noble lady, trying to get advancement. She's not like a total self-sacrificing hero, but she's not a villain. She is addicted.
No, she's definitely a villain. She's actually the biggest villain in the series. I've put her slightly to the right of the y-axis. That's not because I think she's more chaotic than lawful. It's just so you can see her.
Yeah. Look, it's going to get extremely crowded
here
anyway.
There's going to be...
We'll see what happens.
We're packing too many people onto this train. This morality train.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Who next?
I wanted to ask you that.
I beat you to it. Now you have to choose.
Oh shit! All right.
Checkmate.
Let's tackle her spousal counterpart, Mr. Neddard.
Yeah.
Neddard Starkly. Let's go.
I mean, they say he's very honorable.
Mm-hmm.
But he bends principles when he keeps Jon's parentage secret from his king and from his wife.
Yep, and I think this for me is the sticking point of Ned's characterization. His arc is when like everything comes to a head. It's literally his principles boiled down to a single point. Hey, we need you to lie about what you said,
Yeah.
and say that Joffrey is the rightful king, or we're gonna kill your family. We're gonna kill Sansa. And
Yeah.
he prioritizes the safety of his family.
Yeah.
So what does that mean on this alignment chart for a fantasy tabletop game from the 80s? Or is it 70s?
Wait,
It's
what's his
70s,
name?
isn't it?
Gary Gygax? Is that his
Yeah, yeah,
name?
yeah.
Do you think Gary Gygax intended for this to be used this way when he came up with this chart? I don't think he was. Yeah. No. Yeah. I mean, you make a point which, like, this is George Martin's entire thing, like, in terms of the moral and political philosophy of this series. I think is that, like, and I think Jaime says it best when he's like, they make you swear and swear, like this oath and that oath, but what if the oaths coincide? Is that a TV show only line, by the way?
You mean from the bathtub scene in season 3, episode 5, Kissed by Fire?
Is that also in the book, or is that only in
I can't
the show?
remember exactly what he says in that scene in the book.
But the point that he's making is that it's like, how do you follow the laws? How do you keep your oaths? How do you stick to your principles when your principles conflict with each other and with morality? And
Okay,
and that's so much.
The point you're making here is only relevant to characters who are lawful, because if you're chaotic, you literally don't care. But because Ned
do-
struggles with this stuff, that basically means that he's a lawful person, and that trying to
Ooh.
figure out the principles behind his actions is important to him. That's what lawfulness is, isn't it? Maybe on a personal level. There's also the level of like, hey, does this make more order in society or chaos in the world? So there's different things going on here.
That is a big brain take. Like, sometimes it is lawful to be chaotic in the service of greater law, or long-term law. Or, there's different levels
Yeah,
to it, and
Euron
you can
only wants to make the world burn so that so that someone can be in charge of it more effectively.
Yeah, it's all for once we're under Cthulhu's thumb, there will be
More order.
no
It's
suffering.
great.
The Lovecraftian order. Yeah, no, yeah, I think that is a decent argument for Ned being even more lawful
I think
as
he's
opposed to.
out of all of these characters. I think Ned's going to be closest to the top left corner. Or maybe not out of all of them, but because I just remembered someone in particular.
Who'd you just remember?
Barristan.
Yeah, but Barristan, like both Ned and Barristan try to be lawful good, but I think Barristan is in the unfortunate situation of having sworn his sword to the Mad King Aerys
Yeah,
Targaryen.
which makes a really interesting problem for him, doesn't it?
It does, but I think that inevitably makes him less lawful good than Ned, I feel.
Yeah.
But either way, I agree with you. Like, those two dudes are in the far, or well, Ned at least is in the lawful good corner pretty strongly. I would say. I agree.
Right, cool. We're gonna wait for After Effects to move the image for me.
I would.
I don't know
like,
what's going
Ned's
on here, honestly. Okay.
Ned's not perfect. Because, like, you can definitely question Ned's decision to not tell Catelyn about Jon's parentage, and to not tell Jon about Jon's parentage. Like he just assumes that some secrets can't be told to anyone, even by those you love and trust. But his decision not to tell Catelyn and Jon about Jon's parentage causes harm to Catelyn and Jon emotionally.
Okay, but this is an issue of, what happens if you don't do that, because Robert kills Jon if you don't do that.
Yeah, well, just tell Catelyn and Jon, but tell them not to tell anyone, and don't tell Robert. Like, I think, Jon's not going to blab because it's his life, and Catelyn's not going to blab because now she would know that Jon is not
she
Ned's
wouldn't have an
bastard.
issue with
You would
it.
have no reason to, have an issue with Jon.
But I guess Ned's,
Like, it would-
way paranoid about what might happen.
Yeah, I mean, he's yeah. It's fair to be worried about it. I mean, especially like John was very young, before Ned's death. It makes sense, like he says in the show, like I'll tell you about your
Yeah,
parentage.
yeah.
You're older. Like that it makes sense not to tell like child John because he might blab and get himself killed. But Catelyn, like Ned and Catelyn have a really trusting relationship. As if Ned wouldn't trust Catelyn enough to tell her about John's
Do you
parentage,
think that's
you
a
know?
plot hole?
I, I I think that you could reasonably argue that there's too much of a risk, and also there's emotional pain for Ned. Like
Yeah.
the whole
Also,
circumstances of John's
we're not
birth, and
entirely sure what the well, we don't know really anything about the promise that he made to Lyanna.
yeah,
Like, was it, please don't fucking tell anyone. Like, I don't want anyone to know who this kid is. Just let him be a Stark. Let him be a Snow.
look, Lyanna said, Ned, don't tell your wife. That was the promise. Um, I think trauma is a big part of it. I think Ned is traumatized by what went down at the Tower of Joy, and all the stuff with Arthur and Howland and whatever like physical mess Lyanna was, and like, I think that might be a big part of why Ned didn't tell Catelyn.
So does this mean you want me to move him, like, make him not good? That's very difficult for me. I don't know if I can move Ned from the good quadrant.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's not good. I just think it's a really interesting wrinkle in his character.
Yeah, and that's what makes him a fun character.
Yeah, well, that's what makes every one of these
Yeah,
characters
is
good.
the human heart in
is
conflict with itself.
fuck you, George. You couldn't just write this guy was a good guy and be done with it. Come on.
He
George.
does have one character in particular jumps to mind when it's like, hey, this character doesn't have the human heart in conflict with itself. He's just like a dude who goes off and does his own thing, and he's like so happy with himself. Victarion, right? He just like he doesn't care. He just goes. There's no.
He's got conflict.
Ah.
He's got like the wife that he had to kill, and
Yeah, but the way he
acts
thinks
like
about that is like not. It's not the same way Ned thinks about Lyanna.
No. He is not as troubled as Ned is because he hasn't got enough brain cells to be troubled. But like he's got issues with Euron. Like I think some of his hatred of
that
Euron,
is heart in conflict.
it is like his projected, like yeah. There's a bit of conflict there, but I agree. Like obviously much less than Ned Bloody Stark.
All right, I put Ned there, and you're gonna tell me who we're doing next.
Ah, you got me. How about Arya Stark?
Arya Stark, a child, a human child.
Are you saying that? Are you saying that like children can't make moral decisions?
I didn't say anything like that yet, except in the private conversation we had beforehand.
I tried to think of a way. Should we just like replicate that conversation? That's what like television people do, isn't it? We're all reading off a teleprompter right now, right?
Yeah.
So
we just kind of have to improvise a way to make the next talking point natural.
Yeah. What's your deal there?
So Arya, I think like there's this point where a person is in such peril, like survival is such an imperative that like it's really difficult to ascribe any moral judgment to the things they do. Does that make sense? And also, I'm 10. As we'll all remember reading the Mercy chapter.
Yeah. Arya does some fucked up stuff, but she's in a fucked up situation.
Yeah.
Which, yeah. I agree because, like, morally, like, if you were talking about like a shark or a monkey. Why did I think monkey? Like, you can't, like, not everyone has enough moral agency to be like morally judged.
Absolutely. Like, she doesn't have the power to make decisions that are gonna make something lawful or more chaotic, really. Like, she just I guess she does choose to not kill Tywin at Harrenhal and stuff like that.
which was a terrible decision.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you're speaking as though Arya has done a bunch of like evil things, and like she's killed a bunch of people, but like she's had pretty good reasons to kill everyone that she's killed, I think.
Oh yeah, sure. No,
Like,
I was not trying to insinuate that she was an evil person.
yeah, like I don't think that she's good because she mostly kills out of like a sense of like personal
Yeah,
vengeance.
yeah.
Um, and you can make like a justice argument because like she has Arya's list, which
Yeah,
is
she
all
has a
the
very
people
strong
who
sense
she.
of justice.
Yeah, she has a strong sense of justice, but like like it's almost like that what's that goddamn psychology concept of like the three stages of like moral development when like you start out thinking just in terms of
Like
like
survival.
yeah, and like I think what I'm thinking
Is
is
it
that like
Haslow's pyramid of fucking needs or something? The
it's
hierarchy of
Maslow's
needs.
hierarchy. Some
Maslow's
other
Paslow's of
shit, dude.
Glasgow.
Glasgow. So when Arya was in Glasgow, I my point is that I think that
She
Arya's
would fit
operating out
right
of
in.
she's I think I met Arya once in public. Looked just like Maisie Williams, and she was wasted. I think
10-year-old girl.
that I is operating on a very sort of instinctual, eye for an eye, emotional kind of morality, as opposed to like a fair, just, kind of sophisticated morality. Um, like she's killing the people who wronged her, who she hates personally, as opposed to this person is bad for the realm or something.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I mean, what do you think about chaotic versus lawful for her?
Um, so she has a personal sense of justice, a very strong sense of justice that, like, just like is very narrow and and limiting, and she doesn't really think about the consequences beyond that. Like, killing, let's say, Raph the Sweetling. Um, does she consider how much harm that's going to cause? But like a Lannister diplomat being killed in Bravos. So
Yeah,
that sounds rather
not
chaotic. I think she's just pretty neutral in terms of, like, she does not care how her actions affect the world. It's about how they affect her.
Yeah, because of course, like she's been so isolated for so long, and she's had so little like windows to actually see what the fuck's going on with everyone else, and every relationship she's had, every person that she's hung out with has been brutally murdered half a book later. So it's not been easy for her to develop a broader sense of what the fuck's going on. I would say like with the lawful versus chaotic, like she joins a death cult and breaks
True.
all their rules. like, like she joins an order that has like very explicit instructions about like don't be yourself, and she's like I'm secretly still myself. Like she's very directly going against the laws of the House of Black and White.
Yeah.
Um,
And
I
I
think there's a
suppose
chaotic streak.
rebellion was always a big part of her character, even back at Winterfell.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. She
So
was always bucking against the social rules and expectations
I would
imposed
go
on her.
so far as to say that Arya Stark could be classified as basically just straight up chaotic.
I think that her adherence to her list is a bit lawful. I don't think Arya is full
I
chaotic,
wasn't
but
going to put it
I
all the way, but maybe halfway along.
I agree she could be on the chaotic side. Yeah.
And not to, like, good or evil, it's not, doesn't really have any bearing.
I mean, look, I mean, she goes after people who hurt people,
Yeah.
and she goes
Oh,
after
true,
people who killed Lomi, and people who like, and like Raph the Sweetling. Like, was he the one who like raped the girl, or she had like she goes after bad people.
Yes.
So I think she is good, but she's not like super far on the good scale because she doesn't really think about the broader consequences. She doesn't really have like a really sort of thoughtful or meaningful sense of morality. It's more of a instinctual, vengeful one.
I
So
will
yeah,
put
I
her
would say
here.
yeah, yeah. I think like lightly good, moderately chaotic.
Yep. Call that a 5,2 on the
Yeah,
Cartesian plane.
we need a system of notation here, don't we? Oh, and Gladys, what would her favorite color be?
Oh shit, we forgot. All right, let's go back to cat.
Start over. Start it over.
Roll it back, people. Well, Catelyn. What's Catelyn's favorite color?
Tully blue.
Yeah, I was probably gonna say that too. I think Ned. We know that Ned loved Catelyn's hair, which was red.
Yeah, Auburn. Maybe it's Auburn.
Yep. Arya.
Sorry, someone just did. Sigurd just did a super chat saying that the Glasgow's hierarchy of needs is smack, then whispers, then tracksuit. I love it. Sorry, Arya's favorite color?
Arya's
Maybe
favorite color.
I don't know, like maybe like red or orange or green or something vibrant.
Yeah, I think red's a good bet.
Yeah, she does make a lot of blood flow for sure.
Yeah. Who's next? I said it first.
Who's next? Ah, how about we do a really easy one? Let's do Tyrion Lannister.
Oh yeah, there's nothing easier in A Song of Ice and Fire than deciding how Tyrion stacks up morally.
Not like Alt Shift X had to make a feature-length documentary to figure out what's going on with that fucking guy.
I didn't watch it.
Yeah, I didn't want too long. I mean Tyrion. Look, he's Peter Dinklage. He's sex god Peter Dinklage. He's such a cool guy. He drinks and he knows. Oh wait, we're talking about the book character, aren't we?
Ooh. Oh my god, I should have made a video about the morality of. Oh damn it! How did I miss that opportunity? That would have been so good if I made a video about the morality of Show Tyrion when that came out. Just like a 3-minute video saying he's such a nice guy.
He's fine.
Yeah,
he tries
yeah, he's
pretty
nice.
hard. His heart's in the right
And
place.
sure, he murdered Shay, but she slept with Tywin.
She started it. Yeah, I mean,
man.
as a direct comparison. I mean, you see some of those memes where it's like, here's in the books Tyrion does this, and it's like a paragraph of like all the complicated things that go on, and then it goes, and then in the show it's got like 3 lines of Comic Sans to describe like what happened in the TV. And yeah, it's pretty rough in comparison. All right, so I think we do have to like treat Tyrion as like Tyrion in the first 3 books versus Tyrion in the 5th book because they are so different. But I think I would suggest that he's basically lightly chaotic and lightly evil in the first 3 books.
I would agree with that.
Why is that?
Because the way you said it just sounded really convincing.
He is self-interested. I mean, with the chaos thing, like he recruits a bunch of mountain clansmen and brings them to the city to terrorize his political enemies. Like that right away is a chaotic move. He's someone who rolls and he improvises. He's a rebel. Like even just like going to the wall to be a tourist at the wall is a pretty like individualistic, rebellious thing. But I think he's not full chaotic because he does use like privilege in the ways that it advantages him. He uses his money, he uses his status as like a Lannister lordling, he uses his authority, his political authority, all the time. So like I think
means
that
so many things, doesn't it? Because I was here thinking, in what ways does he like promote order?
I mean, he benefits from the order. Like he benefits from Lannister supremacy.
But that's
and
more about
he
like his
supports...
position in society. That's not like a judgment on his actions.
I think that's what lawfulness is for some people. Like he supports the law because he benefits from the law. He supports King Joffrey because his
Right,
power
yeah,
flows
yeah.
from King.
True. He
Like,
knows.
I guess
He
you can.
knows that Joffrey isn't the rightful king, and yet he works for him
Yeah,
and supports his regime.
yeah. So that like pushes him towards evil, and I think in a way that pushes him towards. I think that in a way that pushes him towards lawfulness, although you could definitely argue with that. I mean, but he has a strong chaotic streak. I mean, even just the way that he talks, like he's constantly talking smack about everyone around
Yeah.
him, insulting everyone around him. Like there's a chaotic, jester energy to him. He's unpredictable.
He's Moon Boy on crack. Oh, could you
He's like
imagine?
he's like I don't have to. I saw him in Glasgow. No, I think that Tyrion is basically Moon Boy if he was in the movie Limitless. Did you see that movie Limitless where like the guy takes IQ pills and he becomes a stock trading genius?
Oh,
If
like when
Moon Boy
Homer has the crayon removed from his nose.
that's even better. If Moon Boy just pulled that Crayola out of his nostril, he'd be a gigabrain like Tyrion.
Oh my god. Holy shit. Can you hear that wind? Ah, we'll be fine.
That is minus.
Alright. Apparently a hurricane is gonna hit around here in a couple hours, so let's get a shuffle on. I'll put Tyrion, like negative. Why even bother with the Cartesian plane shit? He's slightly chaotic and slightly evil. I bet like that's kind of it, like for the first couple books, and then things kind of fall off the rails after he leaves King's Landing.
Yeah. Yeah, in book 5, he's just like threatening to murder and torture and rape people, so he's pretty far on the evil side in book 5. I mean, I think we also have to note that like he does help people, like Bran,
Yeah,
um,
yeah, true.
and he cares about people like I don't even just like telling Alayaya, um, like he shows care for people like Alayaya, and he shows care for bastards and who are the other people he helps? He helps other people too.
Cripples and broken things.
Yeah, cripples, bastards, and broken things. He has like a few good acts. I mean, he also like murders a singer and turns him into stew for like annoying him,
That is true. He does do that.
or for blackmailing him rather. But that was still a pretty fucked up thing to do.
That
Yeah,
gets
he's
him
nice
some
to
naughty
Penny in book
points.
5.
That was a bit naughty
Few
of him.
naughty points.
He can sit in timeout and think about what he's done.
He's not on Santa's good list.
Put it like that. Who's Santa in this universe? Who's Westeros' Santa?
George Martin. George Martin. And he's missed 11 Christmases in a row.
No wonder everything's turning to shit.
Maybe Night's King is Santa, a frosty supernatural gentleman.
I was thinking more Bloodraven could be a good Santa, because he knows what everyone's doing, and he's checking it twice.
What is Santa Claus if not the surveillance state?
1,000 Eyes in One. I've always liked imagining Santa Claus as like a Lovecraftian monster.
Like in Cookie Clicker, when you fully upgrade Santa
Absolutely.
into like Elder
Yes. Yeah, Orteil was right.
Eldritch monstrosity Santa Claus is what they don't want you to know. Big Christmas doesn't want you to know. Ben Turner in the live chat says that Wyman Manderley is Santa because he brings pies.
I suppose that's true. Any murders members of your family, like Santa Claus?
Wyman is also just like jolly as fuck.
Yeah,
like
he's
like
a big
Wyman,
fat jolly dude.
He's a big fat jolly dude. He's having such a good time while everyone around him
Wait,
is
no,
not.
Cold Hands is Santa Claus because he rides an elk.
And he gives presents of cannibalized Night's Watchmen.
Merry Christmas.
Was that Cold Hands or the elk?
Um,
Do you think that Cold Hands could skin change into the elk and talk as the elk?
we've got a super chat.
Like Alright.
Nah, why would he? I don't think elk can talk. I don't think they have the anatomy required to do that kind of thing.
they've got. I mean, they got lips. They got a tongue. They got a voice box. I mean, they
Do
might
they?
not have a nice voice.
Oh yeah, kind of sound like a pack a day smoker.
I'm just saying, like, what if some White Walker like cut Cold Hands' jaw off, and he needed to tell Bran, you know, Jon
He
Snow
just
is
an
Rhaegar and
elk
Lyanna's
wanders
kid.
up to him and like nudges him on the shoulder and he's
Yeah, just little
hey
like, bleats
Bran.
at him.
All
Plus
right.
L equals J. Maybe that's how it'll be revealed.
We've been going for how long now? Oh my god, 45 minutes, and we've done 4 characters. So let's
All right,
finish up
speed round.
the top 8 up here. Let's finish these off.
All
We just
right.
did Tyrion. Should we square off the Lannisters?
Let's finish off the Lannisters.
Gee, I wonder if they're all going to end up in the lawful good category.
Yeah, I mean, paragons of virtue are the Lannister
So I've got
family.
Jaime Lannister here. He's a
Mm.
character in the fantasy series A Song of Ice and Fire by American author George R.R. Martin.
So I've heard.
He's portrayed by Danish man Nikolai Coster-Waldau.
Is that what it says on Wikipedia? Danish man. I hope that one day I could be introduced as a Danish man.
Are you Danish?
Well, I mean, if someone did,
Well, they say you are what you eat, so one day.
All right. So Jaime Lannister, obviously he changes a lot from book to book.
This one might have the
Um,
biggest change from
Yeah,
book 1 to book 5.
yeah. I mean, he's at the start he's evil.
Yep. He pushes
He's
a child out of a window to save his own skin, so yeah.
Defenestration puts you way on the evil end. And he, destabilizes the realm by siring bastards. Just because he really, really has the hots for his sister, which also breaks the Kingsguard rules.
True.
So he's not exactly one to adhere to the law.
So you're saying he's
So is
chaotic
he?
evil?
I think he's chaotic evil
Yeah.
in book one.
We will put him there because I think that's just how we should do it. Is like we don't have a way to effectively map characters' progression across the series, so we'll just do that.
I mean, you could just Control C, Control V, and we could chuck him up in.
That's gonna
you
be
know,
so confusing
neutral.
though.
Yeah, probably. He's really mean to people.
Yeah, he is. Even when he becomes
Like
a
Brienne.
better person, he's still quite mean to people.
Yeah, he threatens to throw babies on trebuchets.
That's kind of based, honestly.
Yeah, well,
In a
yeah, all right.
Patrick
We'll give him a
Bateman
tick.
kind of way. Sigma male grind set.
Jamie is definitely on the Sigma male current. He saves Brienne. He does heroic things.
Yes.
Is he the one who thinks that Baelor is Baelor Buttface? That's Jamie? Isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah, yeah.
Does he get a
Breakwind.
point for
Baelor
that?
Breakwind. That's it.
Baelor Breakwind.
That's hilarious. And it's Bloodraven who calls Lord Butterwell Butterbutt.
The number of like genius politicians who say the
It's like
dumbest
Lamau
things in the
butt.
series. Just like every now and then, the George Martin like peeks through the facade of the serious character.
That's like that photo of Einstein where he's goofing off. It's like this revered like paragon of intelligence, and he's like making a stupid face. Lol.
Well,
It's like when you read about how Mozart was a cat boy.
yeah, little known fact.
It's becoming more known.
violin didn't know that. Wait, was he actually?
History moment for the chat. Mozart liked to pretend he was a cat to like annoy people.
Oh, that's amazing.
He would like meow and like jump over chairs like a cat.
Is this like when he was older or younger?
Through his 20s, I think.
Amazing.
Yeah, no. If Mozart would absolutely be like a shit poster. He was a total edgelord. in his day. People say that he like innovated musical styles. No, 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 no. He was an innovator of the shitpost.
Well, little do people know he all of his musical innovations were inspired by the cats that yowled outside his window
That's
at night.
true. That's how he got all of his melodies.
And he's like, "Oh, D major, you're right, buddy."
Ah, fuck me, D major. Hadn't thought of that one yet.
In all my years of music theory, I'd never considered the one that comes after C and before E. No one had ever looked before.
He was...
Okay.
What is Tyrion's favorite color?
It's yellow for gold.
What is Jaime's favorite color?
It's it would be rude to say because
Oh jeez.
yeah, it would.
All right,
Stop
Cersei.
myself there. Cersei Lannister. She's chaotic. Evil.
Very normal person.
Very well balanced individual.
What does Cersei do that justifies? Go on, tell us. That makes her chaotic evil.
She's salt of the earth, you know. She's just she brightens everyone's day. Sometimes with fire. She you know. She has people tortured like the Blue Bard, and she wants Jaime to kill Bran and Jaime to kill everyone, and she frames Ned and manipulates everyone and gives boats to Aurane waters. What doesn't she do?
Oh, because she wants to fuck him. That's right.
Oh, well, that justifies it.
That is so self-interested and like short-sighted. She's wonderful.
Definitely one of the funnier moments. She is so wonderful. Like, she is one of those like Disney villains that I just find incredibly charismatic and fun to read.
Absolutely.
So yeah, look, she's just a right piece of shit, really.
But we need to leave room in chaotic evil because, like, as fucked up as Cersei is, we need to leave room.
And you know, she does love her children. That's a redeeming feature. That in her cheekbones.
And
That's
her
what Tyrion
cheekbones,
says.
That's right. Yeah.
And it's true. Like, she does care a lot about her children. I mean, she's a terrible mother. She's quite horrible.
She really is. I was recently thinking, for some reason, I was evaluating this, that her actions, at least in the show, like she didn't have to do things in the way that led to her son's suicide.
Yeah, I mean, almost nothing that she does actually is to the benefit of her children, but she does.
She means
nonetheless.
well.
Yeah, she feels love for her children. I mean, like, one of the interesting wrinkles of Cersei's relationship to her children is like because they are incest babies, like and twincest babies. There's an element of narcissism to her love for her children.
Oh, totally,
I think.
totally. In fact, I've seen an analysis that places her affection for Joffrey as like she doesn't really care about Joffrey or Tommen. Moreover, it's more that like they are tools for her to be powerful and to exercise her will.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
because,
a deeply
like,
narcissistic love.
Yeah, because as the mother of the king, that gives her all this power that she wouldn't have otherwise. And yeah, like we see her treatment of Tommen in book 4, where she's just so like insensitive to her child's feelings. And
who could be mean to Tommen? Tommen's a sweet little cherub.
Right? He's more lawful good than Ned.
I could pay that.
He wants to outlaw beats.
Well, they're gross.
They're gross. Yeah, he's fully justified.
Okay, so
and Cersei just she burns shit and she like roots all these random people. Like she's a force of chaos.
Yes.
She allows the Faith Militant to rearm themselves. She constantly does things heedless of the consequences.
They're just gonna like make more shit. What has Cersei done to reduce the amount of shit?
I mean, the fires that she's started.
They burn shit. That's true. She never plays by rules. Like that's just how she is. I
Yeah.
saw someone in the chat ask how Jaime is chaotic. By the fourth book, I think Jaime's main progression is from chaotic evil to like lawful neutral almost, or like almost true neutral. The thing is that like he struggles with oaths, but he also constantly breaks them.
Yeah, he breaks his Kingsguard oath to kill Aerys. He like doesn't really fulfill his like Sansa Arya oath to catelyn, although I guess he kind of couldn't. He breaks the law by rooting his sister. Is a pretty big deal that he cucked the king. You know, that's not very lawful. Um, so I think that's why he is chaotic.
All right, I've put Cersei as more chaotic and slightly more evil than Jaime. I don't even know
Yeah.
if she's more evil.
It really depends which Jaime you're talking about.
Yeah,
Like I
well,
think at the
I'm
start
thinking about Game of Thrones, like a Game of Thrones Jaime book 1.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we don't really see, we don't see from Jaime's POV until book 3, and
What a great
so
moment.
like he doesn't really, we don't really know what's going on with Jaime until later on when he starts to change. I guess at the start, yeah, he's probably as bad as Cersei at the start, but what you know, what no, I think Cersei's fundamentally a worse person than Jaime
I would agree with that.
because she lacks the insight that made Jaime's growth possible, you know? Whereas I think Cersei, if given the opportunity,
You could say
would
that
not.
her situation, her circumstances have like made it a lot harder for her to adjust in that way. Like
Yeah.
if Cersei
Yeah.
did have a Brienne, she would still be kind of stuck.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, like, partly the whole point with Cersei is the gender thing and, like,
Yeah,
how being
yeah.
a woman has
She is more
limited
evil
her.
simply because she's a woman. That's right.
Oh, because she has to be sort of manipulative and sociopathic in order to, like, advance. Whereas, like, Jaime, you know, he's a dude with a sword. He gets to make a decision. He gets more agency. He gets more choice, fundamentally, than Cersei does.
And her
So, yeah,
favorite color
yeah.
is yellow.
Is it green for
Wildfire.
Wildfire?
She does love wildfire. I think that Lannister gold is more important to her than wildfire, even though of course she is a Targaryen.
Oh yeah, well, they're all secret Targaryen. I mean, no one on this list is not a Targaryen.
True though. Shall we tackle our first actual Targaryens?
Why not? Jon Snow.
Okay, Jon Snow.
He's our first Targaryen. He's a good boy.
But wait,
Isn't
I
Jon
have
Snow a
this
good
theory
boy?
that says he's not a Targaryen. This do you want to hear it?
Is he a Dane?
No, he's just no. He is Rhaegar and Lyanna's son, but he just doesn't. He doesn't feel like a Targaryen. So
He's Rhaegar Targaryen's son, but Rhaegar wasn't a Targaryen.
true. Rhaegar was a Dane. You heard it here first.
Yeah. Well, you can read all about that in my fanfic.
Oh, we should read a fanfic. You remember that one?
The Glidus Alt Schwift X fanfic?
Yeah, I feel like we owe it to the person who penned that to read it.
Yeah,
Maybe not
look,
now.
I'd love to encourage that person, but I also desperately don't want to encourage that person. You know
I
what I mean?
understand. I'll do it on my own time.
I'm fascinated to hear what your Alt Schwift X voice sounds like when you do the dialogue.
Alt Schwift X.
Yeah.
That's unimpersonable. I do this thing where you know how like when you do impressions or accents, like you can have a target phrase that like puts you in the zone to do that voice. Like you can say something really racially insensitive to put yourself in an Irish accent, for example. Or
Yeah, I was going to think of an example of that, but
they're all
of
racially
them are-
insensitive. When I try to do an Alt Shift X impression, I just say, "In the Game of Thrones books," and then I'm just in the zone.
There was a time when that Alt Shift X idiot started every video for like 3 years with the sentence in the Game of Thrones TV show and the Song of Ice and Fire books. Well, it's like, do you think people don't know that?
Uh,
They clicked on it. They know it's about the dragon show.
hopefully he got the message eventually.
Yeah, well, it clearly takes a while for things to trickle down through the thick brain pan
I
of
feel like I need to
old
clarify. John is in this corner because I need him to be big because we're talking about him, not because I think he's lawful evil.
Yeah, it was an interesting choice, but look, I mean, he's lawful good. Isn't he lawful good?
He's lawful.
I mean, like
he's Ned Light.
Ne- I mean, his whole arc is about like the difficulty of adhering to the oaths and principles of the Night's Watch. Like with his dalliance with the wildlings and wanting to join the Starks, but like so far, I mean, right up until his last chapter in Dance, he ultimately adheres to the laws of the Night's Watch.
Yeah, you could say he's more lawful than Ned in that regard.
Yeah, 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 but you know, the
Yeah, here's
asterisk
the
is
but.
that
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a great ass, for one thing. That's a butt joke. But he has a chaotic streak, what with, you know, working with the wildlings and the way that he sort of revolutionizes the Night's Watch, you know, like he does change things, and I think there's a slight chaotic element to that.
Absolutely. I don't think there's a way that you can integrate wildlings in. Like, you can't introduce that many people who have been hated for 8,000 years, without being considered a little chaotic. But like,
Yeah,
if
there's a
you want to
strong
think about it in the personal sense of adhering to oaths, then he absolutely is. Like, the only stickling point there is Ygritte. How you know, sure, the oath only says I won't father any children, but come on, like we all know what it means. It means don't
Yeah.
fuck the wildlings.
They should have been more clear.
Don't make me
Gladys.
tap the sign.
Yeah, that's a good point. He does break that aspect of his oaths. But I think he's got to be like 80%, 90% lawful.
Yes.
And overwhelmingly good because he's self-sacrificing and he does it to help others in like a pretty considered way. He wants to help the wildlings. He wants to save the realm from the White Walkers, and he's willing to put his life on the line to do it.
And as with all other people who are willing to do all those things for the betterment of humanity, he gets murdered. What's his favorite color?
I think one thing we should note about John is that at the end of his last chapter in Dance, he breaks his Night's Watch oaths in the most dramatic way possible by
True.
saying, by the way, I'm leaving, I'm breaking all my oaths, and I'm attacking Ramsay at Winterfell for my own personal reasons. Like, so, you know, I think that similar to Jaime, he's going to be a dramatically different character later on, and I think that alignment for him is specifically before that moment.
Once he gets murdered and we assume he will come back to life, do you think he'll yeah, thanks. Do you think he's gonna change dramatically? Like he's gonna be, you know, reinvented as a more chaotic or like self-interested person, or is he just gonna, you know, have a haircut?
I think that he's gonna be chaotic neutral. I think that he's gonna do some wild ass shit in order to save the world, and it's gonna get a bit hairy, and he's not gonna be as unambiguously good anymore.
Speaking of not ambiguously good,
Seeing a face on the screen.
oh no, oh no, here we go. I'm gonna get added on Twitter for this.
Danny T, the Queen of Marie. That who we're up to?
Yeah, that is next. Who is next on the chopping block?
So, you know, no one has a strong opinion about the morality of
No,
Daenerys
I think
Targaryen.
we're going to be the first people who have commented on this.
Yeah, it's not really something that people have opinions about.
I think
She frees the slaves.
hang on. I'm just gonna preemptively just put her over the whole thing because that's really you could put you. Anyone could argue for her to go anywhere on this damn thing. Don't you think?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. This
Yeah,
is
I
gonna be a
agree.
mess.
She absolutely has elements of chaos, of law, of good, of evil. I mean, look, I mean, she's on the good side in the books so far,
Yes.
for sure.
Yes. She definitely wants
Like
to do not bad things.
she doesn't burn anyone for fun in the books. Um,
Even though it's
she
so
does
tempting.
crucify those slavers, but I mean, they were slavers.
So you can think
I
of
mean,
that
I
as
still feel
a very strong sense of justice. Justice is a complicated word. Like what it means to different people is very complicated. And to her, it means these people were terrible people, so I'm gonna crucify them.
I think she has a definite chaotic element in like the means that she's used to take over cities and stuff, like getting all those mercenaries drunk, and breaking her agreement with the Astapori to just burn the shit out of all those dudes. Like, she definitely has a chaotic streak, and she's upending the laws of Slavers Bay in like changing the institution of slavery. Like she's
Yeah.
very willing to go against the law. She's a revolutionary.
And there's not really a
Um,
strong sense of what laws are going to replace that. Like, what order
yes,
are you going to institute instead of that, Daenerys? Did you think about that?
yeah, yeah. A dragon plants no seeds. So I think she's chaotic good, but she's sort of like mildly chaotic good because she definitely has other stuff going on.
I think, I think you've done an incredible job here. I don't think that's very controversial at all. I think putting Daenerys as like mid chaotic good is just kind of everyone can be like, ah, yeah, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely have spicier takes. Um, I mean, you could argue that her whole like war of conquest is fundamentally selfish. Like she's getting thousands of people killed for like her perceived birthright to rule Westeros, which is like not really to anyone's benefit but herself. Um, and you could kind of say that of every like lord, but specifically she's a conqueror, you know? The only way she's going to get what she wants is by thousands of people dying.
Yep,
Um,
you go, Queen.
but what's her favorite color, Gladys?
Now this is going to be the most contentious part.
Is the spicy bit.
I'm gonna move her a little further down. Okay. Um. So, Daenerys found Drogo extremely attractive.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe gold. No, silver. She likes a lot of silver stuff, doesn't she? The horse, that
Silver
necklace.
horse, silver Targaryen hair.
Yeah. I think silver might be a good go. People would say purple, but like it's just the color of their eyes. It's not really anything beyond that.
It's not like she's a Dane or anything.
Watch out. you be careful.
What's this red dot on my forehead? Preston Jacobs has hired a sniper.
Did Preston
Um,
Jacobs? No, Preston Jacobs. I think his theory was that she's Rhaegar and Lyanna's child.
Look, I think I watched some very old videos of Preston's a long time ago that may have put me off. I'm sure he's doing. I think I have a misapprehension of what Preston Jacobs' theories are. I think that I've talked shit before, and I want to like retract some of the shit that I talked because I think I was basing it on some very old videos, and I would desperately hope that no one judges me based on my very old videos.
Oh,
'Cause,
that's all I hope people base me on. I think that like I peaked with Drogo as a horse, and it's all been downhill since then.
oh boy. Hey, the lawful evil corner is looking a bit lonely. Do you want to put like Roose Bolton there or something?
Yeah, let's do that. Just
Or
make sure
Alpha
that
Thorn?
we'll talk about Alistair Thorne. Where is Roose?
The chart, I don't think Roos is. I mean, you can just make like a little text box. The chart is just currently offending my sense of balance. I feel like it's going to fall over. It's an unstable
True.
table.
We
So,
could
so
put
let's
someone
put.
who doesn't belong there at all there. That would be fun.
We want to put Rob there just to piss
Yeah,
people off.
let's put Robb in Lawful Evil as a placeholder.
I think Rob is lawful evil because he started a war that killed thousands of people for the sake of his kingship and
Selfish
political
desires.
independence.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not even a bad argument, really. Hey,
Ah,
Gladys, do you think feudalism is bad and therefore feudalists are bad?
see, I love this because a lot of people are like, so the point of A Song of Ice and Fire is like it illustrates so many of like all the terrible things about society, and it's like, well, it's a feudalist society. It's a society that most of us don't live in anymore. So what are you getting at there, George? We know, but I think that's kind of missing the forest for the trees. That sort of
Yeah.
analysis. Hey, I need to piss. Do you want to do a song and dance for the people while I go do something about that?
Sure. Can
Hey.
you grab me a yogurt while
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
up?
yeah, 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 yeah.
All
What
right, fantastic.
flavor?
All right,
What flavor?
boysenberry, homie.
I'm on it.
All right. So I'm gonna perform a dance. And the dance is called. I mean, what do we want to discuss in more detail? I mean, Roose Bolton. We haven't got a little picture for Roose Bolton, but I think Roose Bolton's a good example of lawful evil because he. Yeah, I mean, what's that line? Like a quiet land, a quiet people. Like he's someone who rules by fear, and he is very harsh, and that's a way of maintaining stability and power and the things that he wants. I guess you could argue that he's not lawful in the sense that he plays people and the Boltons practice the right of first night, and both of those are illegal and evil. They are banned in the North, but the Boltons do it anyway. So I guess that's a kind of unlawfulness. But I mean, they follow their own law, their own principles. I think. And yeah, Roose is obviously very evil because he's into flaying. I mean, we don't really. I mean, it's more Ramsay who we see flaying people, but I think the implication is that Roose is into flaying people as well. And he like, I mean, and he rapes Ramsay's mother and has people killed, and so he's a very. I think he is unambiguously evil, and I think that his general attitude and his politics are generally lawful. It's about stability. It's about order. It's about sort of predictability. Um, that's how he does. Now in the live chat points out that he stabs his king. That's true.
That's a pretty good
Roose Bolton.
point.
Yeah, are there
And
laws
hey,
against that, Glidus?
we put Jaime in chaotic evil because he stabbed his king.
Yeah, well, all right. I guess in the interests of consistency, we'd better make Roose chaotic good for slaying the evil
Chaotic
Robb
good.
Stark. He slew Robb Stark. Someone had to do it. He was a warg, Glidus.
True. True. We didn't have any boysenberry. I'm not even sure what a boysenberry is, but I did see this weird new flavor I've never seen before, and I got that for you.
What was it? Apricot? What do we
No,
got?
it's this weird red paste. It says weirwood on the front, but I'm not entirely sure what's in it.
If this awakens any psychic powers, you're going to be responsible.
I'll never tell.
All right.
Imagine
I'll
that.
have
Imagine
some,
if Bloodraven just gave Bran some yogurt.
I think it was just like
Fruit Loops.
laced with like potent Yakult or something. Like it was just there was so many probiotics in that bad boy that Brian just instantly opened his third eye.
So what did you come to the conclusion of just now?
Well, we concluded that Roose Bolton is a hero for slaying the evil Robb Stark.
All right. Roose Bolton. Break it up.
I think people are very outraged at us in the live chat for saying that Jaime is bad. I'd like to clarify, we don't think that Jaime is bad for killing Aerys. We think that Jaime is bad for defenestrating a child and cucking the king and being really mean to everybody all the time.
Yeah, like it's not just that one action. That's a very complicated action, and you're right to think that it was heroic in some sense. But there's more to it than that. There's more to him
It was,
than
yeah,
that.
it was definitely heroic killing Ares, wasn't it? I think it was. I mean, someone would have. Yeah, no, it definitely was. He was saving the city from the
Yeah,
fire.
yeah, yeah. But it
So yeah,
was
that's not why.
but it was also an oath breaking, and like that's the entire point. That's the entire point of his dilemma. Is hey, that was a good thing to do, but it wasn't lawful.
Yeah,
In
that's why
that
it's
strict
it
sense.
was a chaotic good act. It was a chaotic good act. It was against the law, but it was morally good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should we actually
Um,
place Robb Stark now?
all right. I mean, he's he's just this guy,
Just a little dude.
He wants to save his dad. He gets a lot of people killed. I was saying it as a joke at first, but I think Robb Stark might actually be a, subpar dude, honestly.
So, when I think of another dude whose dad got killed and he just wanted to like do something about that, that's what Ned was in Robert's Rebellion.
Ooh, checkmate. Um, yeah, well, I guess the detail there is that, in Robert's Rebellion, they were removing a genuinely terrible, dangerous, mad
And
king.
Joffrey is
Yeah, is a terrible, dangerous, mad king.
yeah.
But Rob doesn't really. Does Rob ever really say that? Like, does Rob ever say, "Oh, Joffrey's really mean to the common people, so I'd better institute"? No, he says we want the North to be independent because we don't like that guy, and we're the North. Rah rah rah. Like, I don't know if Rob is like motivated by like
That's kind of
making
revolutionary,
things.
isn't it? After 300 years of Targaryen rule, saying, "Hey, the North's going to be independent again."
It's pretty ballsy, and I feel like George could have emphasized how ballsy that was. Like it's only in hindsight of like reading Fire and Blood that you
Yeah.
realize, oh, like there's actually like 300 years of historical precedent behind not telling the Targaryens to fuck off.
I like how when the Kingsmoot comes about in the Feast for Crows, it's really driven home that like, hey, this hasn't happened in a billion years. This is a big fucking deal.
Yeah.
He could have done that
Yeah, that's
with Northern Independence as well, yeah.
totally agree. I mean, but I think that that's part of like the whole long-windedness of the later books. Like book one is so concise and it gets so much done so quickly. Like if George wrote a Game of Thrones in 2022 instead of in
It would be
1996,
it'd be like 6 different books.
there would have been like 7 chapters of the Northmen are gathering the banners, and here's everything Wyman had for lunch, and here's a subplot about like the Dustins and the Flints and why they don't like each other because of someone's cousin who did this thing. Like, the books are totally different in terms of the pacing.
Yeah, totally.
Anyway, it's so I mean so Rob is like lawful neutral. Lawful no, he's good. He's good because he like, marries Jane Westerling and so
But
he's
that's
like
not lawful
mild
because
good.
he had betrothed himself to Rosalind Frey. And that's like
That is true.
that's so but I think that this emphasizes the difference between a lawful character and a chaotic character is that doing that was difficult for him. He really struggled with choosing that. Whereas someone truly chaotic, like I don't know, Euron, let's say, he wouldn't have given a fuck about it, right?
Yeah. You can't follow every principle of law at once, but if you're following a principle of law, and he was following a like moral principle of like, I don't want to dishonor these people, I don't want to father bastards. So like, yeah, he was following like moral principles, moral laws of a sort,
Okay.
but he was
I think we
breaking
can
the
figure this
phrase.
out by terms of comparison. Do you think he's less lawful than Ned?
Yeah.
Do you think he's more good than Catelyn?
Oh no.
All right, I'll keep him where he is
He,
then. That seems pretty good.
he doesn't strike me like as quite as like self-sacrificing as Catelyn
Yeah, he
is.
doesn't really have an altruistic streak to him. He's just like doing
Like
doing his thing.
he's trying to do the right thing. I mean, it's sort of similar to Arya. I mean, the problem with Robb is that we don't have a point of view insight from his point of view. Like, we only know about what Robb does
True,
through
all of the
Catelyn.
characters up until now have been POV.
Yeah, yeah, and
Oh,
it's
should
so
we
much
finish
harder to.
POVs actually before we do non-POVs?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But it's way harder to judge someone morally when we don't know what's happening inside their head. Like maybe in Robb's head, he was just going all the time, "I gotta liberate the realm from evil Joffrey, help all those peasants." But like part of what's going on with Robb, I think, is a little bit of it, at least at the start, is that it's an adventure. Like he's 16, he's
Yeah,
wearing a
totally.
cool
Let's go off
crown.
to war,
He's
friends, and we'll have a wonderful
with
time.
he's with his mate Theon. Like it's just a road trip, you know? We're gonna save my dad, and it's only sort of later that things get really
Oh
fucked
no,
up.
everyone's dead. You ever see that
He
movie
executes
Spring Breakers
no.
with James Franco as the Spring Breaker? It's about like four like I think they're college chicks in like Florida or something. They go on spring break. They have like a crazy adventure, and then shit gets fucked up, and people start dying, and they get involved in this drug cartel, and like it's almost true to life in how degenerate James Franco is. It's kind of
Gonna say,
like
is that
that.
just
That's
a
what Robb Stark
story?
is doing. Which Franco do
Yeah.
you think is worse?
I think they're all equally terrible.
James, Dave, and Francisco,
Is there really a Francisco Franco?
the fascist dictator of Spain?
Oh, yeah. I thought he was like the brother they don't talk about. Look at that.
He's that creepy uncle.
Hasn't everyone got a Spanish dictator uncle that they don't talk about?
He just shows up at the family reunions and everyone ignores him.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I agree. It's tricky with Rob. I think that being like lightly, I think you've got him in the right spot there.
Cool.
Because he wants to do the right thing, but he's not like he doesn't really do anything that's like super notably like self-sacrificing, apart from marrying Jane, I guess. But Jane was hot. She had childbirthing hips. It wasn't the hardest thing in the world.
Depending on who you ask.
Depending on it, yeah, the famous wandering hips. So yeah, I'd agree with that placement.
Great. Let's square off these POVs.
Sansa next then.
Yeah, Sansa. Sansa Stark. Again, I'm putting her in this area just because it's an open area for her to be big.
That's all I've ever wanted. Is an open area to be big.
Look for a nice open meadow. Just be big for a bit.
Sansa is lawful neutral, isn't she?
Well, she's quite invested in going along with the way things should be, right?
Yeah. Like, especially as like a foil to Arya in the first book. She's overwhelmingly, I want to do the right thing. I want to follow the social conventions. I want to follow the political conventions. I want to obey the queen and the thing and the thing. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
she goes against Ned to tell Cersei about Ned's plans, which is sort of lawful in that, you know, Cersei is Sansa's
She's going along with what
queen.
authority tells her to. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that was also, you know, on some level like a selfish thing and a rebellious thing, but overwhelmingly she's lawful, I think.
Yeah, and then we start to see cracks in that. Like things start to shift when I guess she's like kind of under Littlefinger's wing.
Yes, his Mockingbird wing. Yeah, because, you know, she lies to the Vale Lords about Lysa's death. And yeah, Littlefinger definitely pushes her towards chaos. So I guess, you know, yeah, she changes as they all do.
I see a lot of very insightful comments in the chat saying that she's a kid. She's a child. So we have to apply grains of salt to all of this, right? Can we really ascribe more, as we discussed earlier? Can we really ascribe moral value to the things
Look,
she does?
sometimes you can. Some kids are real shitty. Some kids are awful.
Okay,
Uh,
yeah, valid.
but I mean, like Hot Pie. Hot Pie is one of the most complicated moral alignments in the series. Because in book one, he is an unrepentant bully,
He's such a
but
cunt.
in such a cunt. But in the later books, he's such a lad. Like he's. I mean, he doesn't change that much, really.
I think we
What are
can
we talking about?
we can roll with ascribing moral value to the actions of children. Like they're still people. And even
Yeah,
if they're not
absolutely.
consciously considering, hey, is this a good or a bad thing, we can still look at what they do and evaluate it.
I think that like what you could say about like morally judging children is that like children can do things that are good or bad, like moral or immoral, but like I don't think they have quite like the choices they make don't have the same moral weight because they don't have the capacity to think it through and understand the consequences to the extent that an adult can. Like, so I think that a child could be like mildly good or mildly evil, but like no child is an absolute paragon because they don't have like the moral understanding to really be that, you know? Maybe that's it.
Yeah, I think I concur with your evaluation that she's just like basically lawful neutral for the most part.
Yeah. The other thing is that she doesn't really do anything in the books yet.
That's true.
Like,
In my Arya video, I point out that like there are characters who are actors and there are characters who are acted upon. Sansa is like almost entirely acted upon. She is not much of an actor at all throughout the series.
yeah. And they're clearly like gearing her up to be a political player later, but
Which is going to be so
unlike in
much
the
fun.
show, it just hasn't happened yet. I'm really looking forward to absolutely like framing Littlefinger and getting him done in. But yeah, has not happened yet. So yeah, yeah, lawful neutral. I mean, and like she's mean to Arya. Like she and Jane are mean to Arya, and they're just kids or whatever. But
A sibling teasing, like we called Jaime evil because he pushed a child out a window. Sansa flicks potatoes at Arya. Like there are levels to this.
yeah. She's I'm absolutely not saying that she's evil. But like she doesn't show much sympathy or concern for other people throughout the series. So like all I'm saying is like if you got to put her on the good or the evil side of the line, I would tend to put her on the evil side of the line. Like I'm not
Well,
saying Sansa is evil, but but she's not particularly
yeah.
good. She doesn't do anything.
What does she do that's good? Like honestly,
She's fairly patient with Sweet Robin, snotty little kid. She's like kind of nice to him, but like
true.
I don't know if she really cares about him or if it's more of a survival and political necessity, and she's just sort of doing it by rote.
Yeah, I think like Catelyn, she's the worst person ever.
Um, she saves Sir Dontos, and it points out in the live chat. That's a great point. She does save Sir Dontos. That is a good act.
Oh yeah, at the start of Clash.
Yeah, I think that outweighs being
Yeah.
slightly mean.
I've only put her where she is so that she's visible.
You could have her picking up behind the text.
Peekaboo. It's like kind of
I
hanging.
I would make her like, yeah.
Okay.
Bo in the live chat points out that she screwed over Tyrion at the wedding. Did she screw over Tyrion at the wedding? Well, I mean, like Sansa, like Tyrion was blamed for the murder of Joffrey partly because Sansa ran off and didn't leave a note, but that's hardly Sansa's fault. What did she actually? I don't think she did anything that actually directly hurt Tyrion, did she?
At the wedding.
I don't remember.
Well, she
Yeah.
didn't sleep with him. You know how damaging that can be to a dude?
Oh, Tyrion's poor, fragile ego.
Tyrion
I
doesn't
think
have
I'd
a
try and
fragile
forget.
ego.
that Famously
What are you
secure
talking
in his
about?
masculinity, Tyrion Lannister. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. In the books, the wedding is like a complete surprise to Sansa. So her reactions to it are just like a bit out of shock, really.
Oh, yeah, FB points out that, yeah, like at Tyrion and Sansa's wedding, Sansa refused to kneel for Tyrion to put on the wedding
Yeah,
cloak.
like so Joffrey took the stool away, and she was like, "I don't fucking care. Deal with it."
That is it is kind of mean, but it's also like she would be in such a state of shock and like emotional overwhelmment. I mean, like I think from her point of view, like Sansa thinks like, oh, no one ever like cared about me or did anything for me, so I'm not gonna kneel for Tyrion. Um, and like at that point, it's not entirely clear to Sansa whether Tyrion is like a good or a bad person anyway.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think that is a kind of a mean thing to do. It's a pretty callous thing to do. Like she's not sensitive to Tyrion's feelings, but like also like she doesn't, as she thinks, like she doesn't have to be fucking sensitive to Tyrion in this
I
insane
mean, like,
situations.
I'm gonna afford the benefit of the doubt to the child bride.
Yes. Yeah, I agree.
Brandon, little Bran.
Bran Stark.
What do you do
Um,
with Bran?
what decisions does Bran Stark make?
Um, I guess like when posed with the opportunity to not go north of the wall and pursue all of that shit, he does.
Yeah, but he
I don't
wanted a
know.
wizard to fix his legs.
Yeah, I mean, so
There
would
is
I.
the stuff in Clash where he's at the Harvest Feast and he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna be a good lord. I'm gonna like find a wife for Barbary Dustin," and he like
Aw,
ships Roderick with no, not Barbary. Fucking who's the
Danelle,
eligible
um,
bachelorette
um, um,
who
um,
later gets her fingers
Hornwood,
done in?
Danelle
Hornwood,
Hornwood.
Danelle Hornwood, yeah. Um, I mean, I think at the very least, Bran shows a positive outlook and positive feelings and like interest in other people's feelings and well-being. Um, I think he's a very light, good.
Yeah, and kind of lawful in the way that like, hey, I as acting Lord of Winterfell, I feel the need to protect my constituents. That said, we all have the feeling, we all have this sense that in the future Bran is going to be kind of fucked up.
Oh yeah, he's halfway there.
Yeah, I mean he ate that yogurt.
But he also like mind controls Hodor.
True, that is fucked up, but I don't think he understands that it's fucked up.
Oh, I think he should.
How
I
old is he?
mean,
He's like 8.
he's making a man into a meat puppet. I think that one other small point is when Bran bumps into that like mountain clansman dude who like gives him some acorns and Bran's like, "Man, I love these guys. I'm gonna really help him out once I'm the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really gonna pay it forward, you know? Like there are other
Bribery in
characters who would
action, corruption in action. This is what's wrong with the world.
ban political donations. If you donate more than 3 acorns to your lord, you should have to declare it to a commission. So yeah, like I mean, I guess this is a pattern. I think a lot of characters are going to veer towards chaotic evil in the Winds of Winter. Like a lot,
Yeah,
like I mean, you could say as a generality that a lot of A Song of Ice and Fire characters start out with a kind of bright-eyed, lawful optimism,
absolutely.
but
And then they go out into
through
the
their
world and they vomit.
yeah, yeah, because like some people do overstate it or exaggerate this too much, but A Song of Ice and Fire is a fairly cynical story that's definitely like explicitly interested in undermining, subverting, and questioning assumptions, legal assumptions, moral principles. kingship politics. So I think that the general trajectory of most characters is away from lawful and towards chaotic. Um, and morally, yeah, I guess there's people go both ways, but I tend to think most people will go towards chaotic good, is my guess as to the general trajectory.
Yeah. And there's, my goodness. Sorry, I live on a racetrack. One character coming up soon who I really expect to see a huge shift from something else to chaotic good, but we'll get to her. Oh, favorite colors: Sansa, Robb, Bran.
Auburn red.
Theon, Greyjoy.
Ooh, is a complicated one.
Kind of like how we talked about with Arya. A lot of Theon's actions are like on the bottom of the hierarchy of needs. Like he is just trying to survive for a lot of the series.
And or bone.
Yeah, he needs to bone as well. That's
He's
actually
got a-
below survival on the hierarchy of needs.
He's not capable of keeping it in his pants for a 2-week boat trip, so, thus the captain's daughter. Um, yeah, well, yeah, I agree. Obviously, like, I mean, Reek is a different character to Theon, like, after he changes under Ramsay's torture. Um, but early on, I mean, he's a political actor who makes decisions like, siding with the Greyjoys and invading the North. Um, is that a chaotic evil act?
I would say it's certainly chaotic because he was sent there to like broker a deal with his father, and then he's like, no, I need to go along with him instead of my best friend and surrogate brother and family.
Yeah.
Is it evil? Well, it's yeah, it's pretty evil.
And then there's all the killings in Winterfell.
Yeah,
When he
that's pretty
invades
fucked up
Winterfell.
when he conquers Winterfell. Yeah, no, he does some shit, man. And
The
none of it's really
Millers.
in the name of any law. He's not trying to adhere to any oaths, and he's not trying to uphold the order of society or anything. That said, I think that like he will and he is starting to in dance find a sense of righteousness. But yeah, no, he's pretty bad.
I think killing the Miller's children is his worst act.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. That he
Especially
murders two completely innocent boys, one of which might be his own son if you're a tinfoil theorist like myself. All just to cover up the fact that he couldn't kill two other innocent boys.
Yeah.
No.
And the tragedy of all this fucked up stuff that he does is that it doesn't even have a fucking fart's chance of working.
Yeah, no, it is a complete failure.
It was all a pretty bad idea from the start and panned out predictably badly. And he did so many bad things along the way of his harebrained attempt to conquer the North.
Is he worse than Tyrion? Probably is, yeah. Like, in terms of how fucked up killing the Miller's boys is, like, when you compare it to Tyrion killing, what is his name, Simon, the singer?
Yes, Ian Silvertongue.
Yeah.
And there's also little things like Tyrion, like, stomping on Marillion's fingers, and Tyrion, like, plotting to reduce the Vale of Aeron to a smoking wasteland. But I think Theon, killing the people he grew up with, killing those children, yeah, I think that's definitely worse than what.
Up. Like, because when I think about Theon, like, I think about A Dance with Dragons. I think about that incredible awakening arc that he has. I kind of, like, gloss over A Clash of Kings in my head. But no, Theon's fucked up.
Yeah. Yeah. And even stuff like, the captain's daughter, like, I think that it is definitely very morally questionable that he uses his status as a lordling to get sex from like random common people who, you know, can't say no because they're on a boat and the implication. If you've
Yeah,
seen
because of
It's
the
Always Sunny,
implication. Yeah.
because of the implication, he was doing a Dennis Reynolds on her, except even worse because he's a lordling. So he's the worst. Yeah.
Um, I think I'm gonna move him below Jaime, honestly, because Jaime pushed a kid out a window. Theon killed people he grew up with and two completely innocent boys. Is he more? I don't think he's more chaotic than Cersei though.
Yeah,
Because
that's
Cersei is
interesting.
like chaos embodied, but kind of
Yeah,
ineptly. All
I,
right,
I think
people are
something.
bitching about it, so I'm going to move Robb up just a bit so I can fit Sansa underneath him, so that they stop talking about how she's technically in the lawful evil quadrant, because that might appease
Which
people.
I maintain is not insane. Like I feel like, a spicy hot take that I wanted to
Go off,
drop
King.
at
Go
some point
off.
is that I think that Sansa in the show is chaotic evil. Because like blabbing about R plus L equals J and not telling John about the Vale army. Like Sansa actually subtly does a bunch of stuff in the last few seasons that fuck over everyone around her and destabilize the Stark Daenerys relationship and destabilize a bunch of things,
Yeah,
which ultimately lead to her,
all to serve like her own self interest.
which all services her ambition and makes her the Queen in the North in the end, just like her mentor Littlefinger. And D&D never had the balls to actually explore this, but they just sort of did it anyway. So I mean, you know those later seasons better than I do. You probably judge this better than me, but
Unfortunately,
I think, unfortunately, I think Sansa is kind of chaotic evil, serving her own interests, undermining her family in the later seasons of the Dragon Show.
well, let me think about season. Yeah, no, I think you're onto something there, and it is kind of chaotic. Yeah.
And the whole fucking Arya Sansa
Oh my
thing. I mean,
god.
Arya was culpable in that dispute at least as much as Sansa was. But Sansa was also like extremely smooth-brained in like agitating her assassin sister instead of like uniting. Like my point is that, Sansa was a force of chaos and destruction and self-interest in the end of the Dragon Show.
Yes. Yeah, and like she has the revolutionary idea of just asking for the North to be independent. She tells Edmure to sit down, which is like evil incarnate.
She
Um,
suggested putting leather on a breastplate, which completely ruins the aesthetic.
I also think people told me that made absolutely no sense. Look, I don't know, and like she's telling people who know how to make armor.
I don't wear leather on my breastplate. That's all I've got to say. Someone in the live chat says, Lament says, Theon is suggestible and weak, not evil. And I think that there is a distinction to be made that Theon doesn't want to kill the Miller's boys. He doesn't want to kill
True.
the Winterfell people. He does it out of a feeling of necessity for his deep emotional needs for love and acceptance by his family. Which, of course, doesn't justify it, but there is, I think, a moral difference between Theon killing people because he feels he has to in order to fulfill his need to be loved versus Cersei torturing the Blue Bard because she has zero respect for human life and is consumed by self-serving delusions, you
Okay.
know? There's similarities, but I think there are some differences
So this
there.
is the issue with using the term evil on a chart like this, right? Is like, well, what exactly do we mean by evil? And like, I don't think we have the time to get into the epistemology of that sort of thing, given all the other epistemologies we've been talking about.
Taking
Evil.
the piss.
uh, you're too clever for me. Yeah. If you think of evil as self-serving, then Cersei's definitely more self-serving. Yeah, no, that's right.
I definitely think that Cersei is more evil than Theon. Not by a country mile, but like
I
she
think
she
maybe.
and the other thing is that like I mean Theon was always a bit of a cunt though, wasn't he? Like even in the prologue chapter of of Game of Thrones when he
He's
kicks
a dick to John.
Garrett's head. He
Yeah,
kicks
that's
Garrett,
fucked up.
and like he has a different personality in the show. Like in the books, he's got this sort of mocking mean boy thing. Which again, it comes from his emotional insecurities. But like he is a dick even before he starts murdering people.
And what's his favorite color?
Um, Now that's a hard question. I think that he maybe it's black like an emo streak like John.
True, true.
Because that's the thing about that. That's the thing. That's why it's hard to be Theon. Theon can't be the loner sad boy of Winterfell because Jon Snow is already there and is a sadder, lonelier boy than Theon is. But Theon can't even be the outcast because Jon already occupies that position.
Yeah. He's outcast from being the outcast. Although they're both Robb's best friends, right? Like they both have a spot there. And no one at Winterfell hates Theon.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean that's why it's hard to have too much sympathy for Theon because he's still in an incredibly privileged position of being like in the household of one of the most powerful families in the continent. He doesn't really have to do anything if he doesn't want to. Like he'll never not have enough money. He'll never be uncomfortable if he doesn't want to be. His entire downfall is an own goal. Um, he could have just chilled, but he decided to make his emotional problems everyone else's problem instead.
Classic. We all do crazy stuff in our teens.
Invading,
Your surrogate
haven't we
family's
all?
castle.
All right, I'm happy with that placement for Theo.
Dave. Should we move on to Dave?
Davo, Davy C, Big Man Onion.
For starters, I think his favorite color, I'm going to cheat a little, it's a rainbow. He loves the Seven that much.
I mean, yeah. He wasn't that mad about the burning of the Seven in A Clash of Kings, though.
Yeah.
He was a bit mid.
But he's like, out of the POV characters, he's probably the most straightforwardly like, yep, I'm okay with following the faith of the Seven. That's fine.
Yeah, look, he's definitely lawful good,
Yeah.
right? Because he's utterly loyal to Stannis, but he's willing to break that to save Edric Storm. He's self-sacrificing. He abides by. I mean, he was a smuggler, so he's not too lawful.
I think he's definitely more good than he is lawful.
Yes, I agree with that.
He might be one of the goodest characters we've encountered here. Like, what has he done that's in any way... I mean, like, he's an advisor in a war, and there's just, like, general harm associated with that, right?
He could have told Stannis, hey, what if, instead of starting a war, you just, like, drank pina coladas on a beach in Lys? I might have saved a lot of lives.
Yeah. I mean, good luck convincing Stannis of that.
Right. It was Davos who convinced Stannis to go north to save the realm from the wildlands.
Yeah, that's a big deal. That's very altruistic.
That's very old because, like, go
on. It's also like, hey, we're not gonna do anything down here. Maybe if you win the north, you'll have a better chance of winning the rest of the war. So there's that. But yeah, it is like, oh my god, the apocalypse is literally happening. Let's just go do something about that real quick.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like the one guy who responds to that threat the way that you should. And yeah, he's very interested in helping his sons making sure that his sons have a future. Like he's interested in political advancement, but like
I don't think he sacrifices anything like in order to advance his family further, though. Like I don't think he puts. There's no demonstrable point where he puts his family ahead of the need of, you know, other forces.
yeah, I don't think he dicks anyone over to get his children ahead politically.
Good old Dave.
And he brought those onions during the siege to
Sure,
feed those
he
people.
fucking saved that. He didn't have to do that, and in
Yeah.
fact, he put himself in a lot of danger to do that.
That's the thing. I mean, like, fuck the ET prequel. I want to see a prequel show about Davos the Onion Smuggler, and like, what were the circumstances of him bringing those onions to the siege? Like, did someone suggest, like, someone in Stannis' camp suggest that he should do that, or was he just like, I heard there's some hungry people. I better airdrop supplies to save some lives.
I had
Like,
some onions lying around. He's got a
had some
cave full of onions, and he's like, I didn't know what to do with them anyway.
I couldn't move these. I couldn't find enough onion people buying in the onion market. They're just gonna rot. I might as well. Like what? What if he wasn't like trying to feed anyone? He was just trying to dump his excess onions.
I
And he's
honestly
like,
think that Davos is just straight up good. He's just true good because, you know, he was a smuggler, right? He broke law. That was his life, breaking the law. And then, like, sure, he's loyal to Stannis, but he advises Stannis against. He goes against Stannis' opinion all the time. He's like, no, 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 don't do that. But then he goes along with Stannis when he doesn't follow his advice, right?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I mean, like, there is, it is, I think, a sort of a moral principle that, like, he follows the principle of I must help Stannis, if not obey Stannis. You know, like his loyalty to Stannis is something that is unwavering. And I think even when he disobeys Stannis, like by freeing Edric, he still ultimately wants to be loyal to and to help Stannis's cause. But yeah, no, I agree with your argument that he's good, but he's not ultra lawful. He was a smuggler. He does break rules. He does disobey Stannis. So yeah, maybe he's neutral good.
Yeah. Pretty good dude. I would have a beer with
He's
him.
not. He's not in a hurry to get back to his wife.
I find that really interesting. Like the guy's got 7 kids. Didn't 4 of them die in the Blackwater? And he's just like, okay, moving on. But I think that's kind of just George. We don't have the time for him to think about that. We have to. There's too much plot to happen.
There's going to be 6 chapters from Maya POV in The Winds of Winter, Part 1.
I can't wait.
Are you ready for The Winds of Winter Part 1 coming out?
I think they'd come out together.
To be confirmed. No. It's going to be a multi-part thing. I guarantee it.
What if he just publishes the sample chapters?
I would buy the shit out of that. Having the Forsaken, like properly printed. But yeah, no, I agree. Davos is good, neutral-ish. Yeah, I agree with that.
Nice.
Big Barry, time for Big Barry.
Barry. Shall we just put him straight where he goes?
I mean, he's lawful. I'll give him that.
What do you think that's not good? Like, sure, he follows the orders of Aerys Targaryen. Okay, I getcha. But what does he personally do that's evil? Or like, I guess he kind of has to win points to be good as well. Because he didn't fight back against Aerys like Jaime did.
Yes. I think and like he went out of his way to save Aerys from Duskendale.
True, that was pretty boss of him though.
It was extremely boss, but anyone with a spare brain cell would have gone. And Tywin was like saying this. Tywin was saying at Duskendale,
"Hey, just leave
Rhaegar, leave him. Rhaegar is better." But Aeryston was like, "No, I'm gonna risk life and limb to save the madman." Like that was a political decision whether or not he thinks so. I'm sure Barry was justifying it in his head as like, I'm a king's guard, I've got to save the king. But like, he should have been smart enough to know that, you know what? I've seen Ares burn people. I've heard Ares rape Rhaella. I know that things would be better if Ares was dead. Rhaegar is right here. Tywin is saying Rhaegar is right here. And here's the other thing: like, you don't get a reputation like Barristan the Bold without having an eye for PR. Like, he must enjoy the adulation to have
Yeah.
received that much.
Yeah, you
You
don't,
don't
think
become
on the field in the War of the Nine Penny Kings, he was looking for Meleys. He was looking for Meleys.
you don't get that much glory without seeking glory to some extent. I mean, just even all the tournaments and stuff. Like, Barristan must have a bit of an ego. Like, we don't really see that in the books, I guess, to be fair. But you know,
How could he not have an ego being like the greatest knight ever since he was like 14?
yeah. And there's also questions around like what went down at the tourney of Harrenhal when he's like, Stark dishonored her and he was like dancing with Ashara and he loves Ashara, apparently.
That chapter's so weird.
And of course, there's the question of what is Barristan going to go next, and there's all sorts of theories about Barristan like betraying Daenerys to join young Griff, or, I mean, Barristan's gone off the book by plotting with the Shave Pate, against Hisdar and all of that stuff.
True. Although he's not like sworn to, uphold his Dar, is he?
I suppose not.
Like, he's
Not
there
sure
for
anyone.
Daenerys.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think the point of those chapters is that Barristan is trying real hard to be lawful good, but is having difficulty figuring out how to do that.
Well, what does that make him?
I think that he's lawful good, but he's not like ultra. He's not in the corner. He's near the corner, but he's not in the corner.
I'm gonna
of
put him
lawful good.
next to Ned.
Yeah, it is interesting comparing them.
Do you think Barristan, if Barristan was in the Ned situation, would he have done what Ned did? Would he have said, would he have lied about Joffrey?
That's a great question.
Isn't it great that we know these characters so well that we can postulate this kind of bullshit?
I think George might be good at writing. He has a future, that guy.
Hopefully.
Well, yeah. Maybe good at writing is the wrong way to say it. Yeah. Last 11 years notwithstanding. It's not like I'm salty about that or anything.
It's a normal amount of time. Very normal.
I feel like Ned is more morally good than Barristan because Ned has clearly thought about it a lot and it's pained him a lot, but he's stuck with the decision. Whereas Barristan, I get the sense, is a kind of dumb, if we're being honest.
Barristan is kind of dumb. I'll pay that. He doesn't think about things too much.
Yeah.
And I think someone in the chat said like it feels like he's just been indoctrinated since youth to just be honorable, whatever that means. And that's just how he approaches life. He's like, I'm going to try to be honorable, and that's really it.
He's kind of just like a big, dumb robot that's good at fighting.
He's like Victarion, but like the angel on your shoulder instead of the devil.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great comparison, because like, if Barristan was born on the Iron Islands, do you think he would just be Victarion? I think he might be.
I think, yeah.
Fuck that guy.
I'd love to see them interact. And you know what? It could happen. It's probably gonna happen.
It could happen. They're both
oh my
in
god!
Marine.
Holy shit! I hadn't thought about that. That's gonna be awesome.
Yeah. Well, also, just like a Barristan Tyrion interaction is going to be awesome.
Yeah.
You just know that George has had on his MS-DOS computer some absolute fire dialogue between Barristan and Tyrion, just sitting there for the last 11 years.
On his WordStar 4.0 processor.
Yeah. Typing one finger at a time.
I've been sitting on unreleased material for a while now, and it really pains me. So I'm just kind of now imagining, George must have written stuff a long, long time ago that we haven't seen yet. Like, fucking ages ago. Really important, cool stuff that he hasn't been able to share with anyone. That must be torture.
And the thing about holding on to unreleased material for years is that it becomes less cool in your mind over time, and you want to fuck with it and change it eventually.
Yeah. I totally feel that.
Any kind of creative work has like a expiry date in terms of
like
your
diminishing returns when it comes to working on it. It's like, hey, no, just leave it alone. It's good. Don't worry.
Definitely overcooked this stuff, and I think George has overcooked the pizza until it's charcoal, and then he's used the charcoal as fertilizer to grow new ingredients to make a new pizza. That's how many times he's like rewritten this book.
I reckon he overcooked the last two books as well.
Absolutely.
Oh well, they're good. It's good pizza somehow. Somehow he turned charcoal into yum yum pizza.
It's a different kind of pizza. Like people don't appreciate enough.
Strong hints of umami.
Books 4 or 5. It's like a different restaurant.
I cannot wait to eat this book, man.
Yeah, that's the deal, isn't it? You're gonna eat the Winds of Winter.
I keep saying it. Like it started out as a joke, and now I'm scared that when the book comes out, I'm gonna have to eat it.
Just saying, if you make the right kind of broth and like soak the pages for long enough, I think it would actually be alright. As long as it's over a period of time. It depends how many pages the Winds of Winter is. I think you could eat Winds though.
Do you think people would watch a video that said that I ate the Winds of Winter?
I think it would be a viral smash hit.
Are we talking like Mark Rober numbers?
I'm talking like T-series numbers.
Who? No, I'm kidding.
Have me worried there. Do you not follow important YouTube developments?
I'm going to be honest with you. The T-series thing, wasn't that like 3 or 4 years ago?
Yeah, look, I'm old.
It's all
if you survive
Mr. Beasts now.
Yeah, that's right. All right. Oh, we forgot to put high contrast faces screaming with red circles on this thumbnail.
Ah, shit. Next time.
Next time.
I actually really commend. I was talking with Red Team Review like a couple of weeks ago, and I saw a thumbnail of his where there was a red arrow just on the thumbnail. It wasn't pointing at anything. In fact, I think it was pointing off the thumbnail, and I thought that's fucking brilliant. That's incredible.
Someone's gonna click the video next door then. Yeah, the whole YouTube thumbnail game has gotten out of hand, and I'm not the first person to say it.
Yeah, I'm just glad that like I have a style I try to stay consistent to. It seems to work. I don't want to worry about it too much, because I look at some thumbnails and like, oh my god, what an an atrocity that 100 million people have clicked on.
The titles are pretty just as bad sometimes as well. Yeah. But good thing we're perfect.
True. I've never been anything less.
Should we discuss Samwell Tarly?
Lord Piggy.
Not to jump back, but like Euphoric in the live chat just said, is Barristan really that high up in the good alignment?
Yeah. I mean, what does he really do that's good? He does a lot of brave things. He upholds law in a lot of ways. But what does he... You know what? I think leaving King's Landing when he was dismissed from the King's Guard... No, that was like self-preservation. It was cool, but...
Yeah, that's the thing. Like Barristan, you get so blinded by how cool he
He's
is
so
that you
cool.
that he's also good, but those two things really just aren't connected
Yeah,
necessarily.
yeah,
I mean,
true.
killing Melees, like the way that it's phrased in the world of Ice and Fire, like he slew Melees in single combat and like single-handedly ended the war in a stroke, is like how they phrase it. Like he ended a war by killing Melees. Um, and you know, like rescuing Aerys single-handedly. Uh, I mean, that ended the Duskendale thing without anyone having to die. Like, if he didn't save Aerys single-handedly, a bunch of men would have died attacking Duskendale. So like Barristan's heroism has saved lives and ended conflicts. So I think that is good.
I think that, like, in his own understanding, though, law is just what it's what he gets. He doesn't
It's
do
law.
things because they are good. He does things because, they're honorable.
I think Barristan is like Homelander in The Boys. He's just a very violent man with a very good PR department.
And Victarion also has a great PR department, but it just, like, pushes the other direction. Like, instead of making him out to be a heroic, honorable do-gooder, he's a savage brute. So yeah,
But in the morale Iron Islands, that is the definition of being an upstanding citizen.
yeah.
Is murdering.
Well met,
There,
citizen.
it's really the same shit, different flavor.
Yeah, I'm thinking of just putting him all the way to the left.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I would put him a little more good than that, but yeah, I think that
that'll
is
do.
yeah. He's not the most good guy.
He's not a bad guy.
He's definitely not a well, yeah. He's not a bad guy.
Sambone, Samwise
Sam,
Tarleen.
the man, the wizard, Sir Piggy.
He did always want to be a wizard. Ah, that really shits me when Gilly's in season 6 when they leave the Citadel. No, season 7, and she's like, "Oh, but you always wanted to be a maester, Sam." What the fuck's that all about? No, he didn't. He wanted to be a wizard.
He was quite specific.
Would you play D&D with Sam Tarly? I think he'd be great.
I think he would go full in on the role play, like he'd do the voices and everything, and maybe like a costume even. Um, he'd be an amazing dungeon master, I
Yeah.
think.
Anyway,
Is very
is he a good person?
he helps Gilly,
I think he's a pretty good person.
and he looks after Aemon, and he has a great deal of concern for the people around him.
Yep.
Got a big heart.
Yeah.
He looks after John.
He's very loyal in that sense, like to Gilly and to John.
Yeah. I think he has good reason to be loyal to John because John is the reason he wasn't like bullied into non-existence. Um, like it's almost an element of like, you know, self-serving, like siding with the people who are protecting you on one level. But he is loyal to his friends. He's morally good. He breaks rules by whipping out his fat pink mast and breaking his Night's Watch
Oh, you had to
oath.
say it.
I had to say, someone had to say it.
Did you see my fanfic of what it was like for George to write that?
Oh no, I didn't know you were a fanfic writer, Gladys.
Oh, it's just a Twitter thread I wrote of, what that moment must have been like. Like, he had a lights on moment. He was drifting asleep in his Santa Fe mansion. And he turns over to Paris and he says, "Paris, I finally got it." And he rushes to his computer. He puts his dressing gown on and he boots up his old DOS box, fumbles for the desk lamp light, turns WordStar 4.0 on, and then quickly scrolls to find the placeholder line for the scene that he thought that's just not good enough, and then he slowly, deliberately, methodically types one letter at a time, fat pink mast, and he thinks, oh, finally, the book will be good now. I fixed the book.
You know what keeps me up at night? If Fat Pink Mast was the best he could come up with, what do you think was the placeholder?
Oh no.
His turgid aubergine.
I don't know if he would have written aubergine.
You'd think he would have with all the food descriptions.
Yeah.
All right. We think Sam is good.
He's good. Where do you think he goes on the law chaos axis? I think, given that he struggles with the things he does, like he really has to make some. He thinks a lot about the things he does. He considers how they interact with the promises he's made, the oaths he said he would keep. Like chaotic people just don't do that.
Yeah, but he bends rules like Gilly.
Oh, he's definitely not all the way to the left. Totally.
And he's pretty chaotic and pretty YOLO when he's like, you know what? I'm gonna abandon the gods of my upbringing and my family in order to worship these trees with Jon with my Night's Watch oaths. He's like, nah, I don't want to pray to the seven. I'll take my oaths in front of a heart tree. That's a fairly chaotic thing.
That is so cool
do.
of him as well.
I'll join the tree worshippers.
Hey, do you think
I'll
it's weird that in their graduating class at Castle Black, only Jon follows the old gods?
Makes no fucking sense.
What the fuck is going on there?
Yeah, where are all the Northmen? I mean, I guess the only people joining the Night's Watch are fucking scraped from the dungeons of Flea Bottom, right?
Yeah.
How many Northmen are joining the Night's Watch?
I don't know.
At this point,
early on in the book, you get a sense that the Night's Watch, at least Jon thinks of the Night's Watch as like an honorable place for men without a clear place to go in the north to go.
Yeah, but that raises the question, like, who is Jon talking to who would have told him otherwise? I mean, he's quite young.
True. And everyone at Winterfell is like, yeah, it makes sense for you to go there. We don't really know what to do with you.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, most of the people who Jon talked to may have had in the back of their mind, Night's Watch is where bastards might end up, so maybe I won't shit talk the Night's Watch around Jon, seeing as he might go there. But yeah, I mean, I think it is still sort of almost a plot hole because, even Arya talks about, she talks to common folk or whatever. Like, she's interested in talking to lots of different people. Like, information would get through. Like, Theon would probably love to taunt. Well, yeah, I don't know. It is weird. It seems almost like a plot hole that Jon and Sam are the only people who took their oaths in front of a heart tree.
What's his favorite color?
The leathery brown of a good book.
Not pink?
You monster. That's Gilly's favorite.
All right.
Someone in the live chat also pointed out that Sam manipulated the Lord Commander election.
That is
also
true. He did have a role in that. I'm gonna move him slightly more to the right. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people saying like, is he that good? He's just kind of a decent dude. I think in this world, being a kind of a decent dude all the time, that qualifies as being pretty fucking good.
Yeah, I think his concern for Gilly is
he puts his life on the line to do that sort of shit.
Yeah, he fights fucking White Walkers and doesn't afraid of anything.
He
Like he
doesn't afraid of anything. Do
he,
people
he
still get that?
overcomes.
Are we old?
We are senile. None of this is. We are so irrelevant. Um,
I make Homestar
uh,
Runner references in my videos, and I don't think anyone knows.
yeah, it's like that meme of like, okay, Grandpa, like take your meds.
Did I tell you about the time Strongbad drew a dragon? It's like, okay, Grandpa.
They used to make red versus blue in Halo.
Okay, time for bed.
They didn't do flips. They all had the pistol because it was the smallest reticule.
Alright, dropping some red versus blue lore. You'll notice that I've put Brienne in lawful evil. That's where she'll stay for now. Let's move on to Asha.
Yeah, uncontroversial. What's Ash?
Nah, so Brienne, like, what else can we say?
I think Brienne is the most good.
Absolutely.
There, I said it.
Yeah. Oh, dude, you're gonna ruffle some feathers with that one.
All those Brienne haters out there.
There are people
Yeah.
who hate her chapters. They think they're boring. I think they're wrong, but they think that.
Yeah, you're allowed to find her annoying.
But she's just such a good person.
She's a hero. She goes all the way out of her way to help others. Literally crosses the continent to save some girl she's never met.
And it's not just
'Cause
out of
it's
the
the-
goodness of her heart. It's because she said she would. Like, she
Yeah.
holds herself to the things she says, like no one else. She's outrageously committed to the things she says she'll do.
I guess you could make the argument that Brienne is motivated more by law, more by like honor and oaths and knighthood than she is by morality and like concern for others. Because it's not like she's like, oh, I really care about Sansa's well-being. I hope that she's well. It's more like, I must do this because I said I would do
Yes.
this, you know?
I'm a brave knight on a mission to save a maiden in peril.
Yeah, she's buying into the story. And even like Brienne's support of Renly, like
Renly's not the
not
rightful king.
not the rightful king. And if you think about it for 5 seconds or talk to Renly for 5 seconds, you can start to think, maybe he's not like a good king. But I mean, Brienne doesn't like Brienne also is not a very smart person. Like I don't think that it's really occurred to Brienne that Renly would be bad for the realm. Like
Yeah.
she is bought in. She's a summer knight. Like she really believes the story, and her arc is about being disillusioned to some extent by Jaime, largely.
Yeah. God, I love this story so much.
God, me too, man. Sometimes I forget, and then we
I
just
could just sit
talk
down and
about
talk about Brienne for a little bit. It's like, oh my god, this is great.
I mean, that said, I do agree with a lot of the criticisms about Feast, like Brienne's Feast chapters being painfully slow, because they are.
They are very slow, and George wanted to do that, and he did, and that's the book. Most of Feast is like that.
Lament in the super chat said that Brienne is Sansa's ideal of knighthood.
Yeah, it's Florian and Jonquil.
incarnate.
Yeah.
Because that's like Brienne's whole thing is that like everyone rejects her for being a woman and ugly, but she is truly more committed to her oaths and the ideals of knighthood than any actual knight is.
Yeah, I like to think
And
of it
so
as
she-
like Gregor is a knight, and he's like the worst person on the planet, and Brienne
Yeah.
is not a knight, and she's like a paragon of virtue.
Well, one of the best goddamn details in this series is that the monstrous Gregor Clegane was knighted by the famous Rhaegar Targaryen. Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, this supposed paragon of awesomeness, is the guy who made the mountain a knight.
Yeah,
And it's
he,
like,
he
what does that
looked at
say?
Gregor Clegane and was like, yeah, nah, that's a knight. Yeah, this guy?
Yeah.
he's gonna do good knight things.
What is the fucking vetting process here? Like, do you not like when they're just like, oh, this guy's big and this kid is big and he can swing a sword, so he should be a knight. Like, shouldn't the institution of knighthood have like more criteria than that? You know, like if they just asked Gregor, like, do you like murdering people?
What are
And
your
like,
opinions on rape?
yeah, they would have learned pretty quickly that Gregor is not the kind of guy who you want wielding the force of law in Westeros.
So what do you reckon?
Uh, I think she's definitely far, far in
Like top left
lawful
corner.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although this is what I was talking
Like,
about
like,
earlier. I think in coming stories, I think we'll see her. Like, obviously, her arc is going to be about her sense of lawfulness being challenged, right? Um,
yeah.
and like we've already seen that. In the end of Feast, I'm just gonna like she's straight in the top left. So I think we'll see her, sacrifice her. I think the direction George is gonna go is that she'll try to stay doing good things, but she'll have to like come to terms with the Jaime dilemma of the things you say that you'll do and the codes you hold yourself to uphold. You can't do it all the time.
I think that potentially killing Stoneheart could be a way of doing that because it's kind of a rejection of the extreme oaths and loyalty that she maybe not should be taking to the extreme in the way that she is. Like, you know what I mean? Like I think that confronting Stoneheart is confronting the oaths to Catelyn. Um, and I think like I don't know. All I'm trying to say, like the Jaime and Brienne confronting Stoneheart is, I think, like one of the most exciting parts of Wins, assuming that you know that happens. I mean, like it has happened.
Yeah.
But I'd like to see that confrontation resolved.
Oh, absolutely. A lot of people, I don't know, people latch onto different things about in terms of what they're going to be most excited for when if a book comes out. Yeah, Brienne's up there for me.
Yeah, yeah. Shall we discuss? Oh, what's her favorite color? Is it
Brienne's
green
favorite
for
color.
Renly,
Yeah. Oh, that'd be cute, wouldn't it? Yeah.
or is it blue for Brienne? The blue, probably green.
Yeah, I think green.
Shall we discuss Asha?
Asha Greyjoy. This one's gonna be interesting.
She's a bit of a reformer. She's a bit of a element agent of chaos.
Yeah, but not in the way her good old uncle is.
Yeah. She raids and
Yeah,
attacks.
that's not very good of her, is it?
She is a pirate. She's, you know, she's a murderer.
Oh, she's so cool.
She's so cool though. I mean, in comparison to like every other Ironborn with a ship, she is probably like, you know, she's like the stuck-up moral one in comparison. Like she's sort of like a relatively good person in a relatively evil institution, relatively evil culture, relatively evil world. But
Yeah, so it's
you
like,
know,
oh, are we going to evaluate her from the perspective of the society she inhabits, or are we just like looking at her trying to be more objective than that?
yeah, exactly. Because like she's in a situation where the only way for her to have power and agency is by being
A badass
Viking.
pirate, yeah.
um she's definitely trying to change things. But I mean like is she trying to change the Ironborn the betterment of anyone other than herself or just for the survival of the institution that makes her powerful? Because I think like her argument at the Kingsmoot is like let's not be stupid. let's not try to conquer the North. Let's not try to conquer the world. Let's just try and rub our brain cells together until we can come up with a better plan. Um, um, she's not like let's free all of the slaves. And the Iron Islands are a slave society, incidentally, which like they don't talk about much, but there's all these thralls. Um, and their priesthood drowns people on the regular. Like it's just not a very good place, the Iron Islands.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't think she's very good, but like, it's a low bar for the Ironborn, let's say.
Yeah. I mean, what's her relationship with Theon? Like she she doesn't try to save him like she does in the show. She
You mean
doesn't
she
show
doesn't attack shirtless Ramsay Bolton by sailing around
it,
the entire world?
incredible to think that George Martin didn't write that, but no, that was a D&D invention. People in the chat are saying chaotic neutral, and I think that's
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with
yeah.
that.
I mean, I wouldn't even say that she's like super chaotic. Like,
Yeah, I was gonna put it like
I mean,
halfway along.
yeah, I mean, she's advocating some changes of policy, but she's doing it within the democratic Kingsmoot system, you know? Like, she's not radically chaotic. I think that her, like, personality, like, the way that she talks and her jokes and her making fun of people, it's sort of like Tyrion's jester vibe. Like,
Yeah,
she's...
very
I think...
snarky.
Yeah, I think there's a slightly chaotic vibe to her.
I'm gonna just because I don't want her on the line. I'm gonna put her on the evil side. I mean, she murders, she rapes, she does a bit of pillaging.
Yeah, she dabbles in imagery. Um, I mean, it's tricky because like we never see Asha raiding, but we know that she raids.
Yeah,
I mean, you know, I mean, she very charismatically waves her axe and her knife around. Who do we think she was using that axe and that knife on?
she just had
you
it.
know?
I'm just carrying this axe. No need
It's a
to.
self-defense, self-defense, sealed carry throwing
I
axe.
swear, officer.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think she's lightly evil and lightly chaotic. Yeah, I think you got it in the right spot.
She does hold the Glovers hostage.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
she
she's doing...
She doesn't like do horrible things to them. She's just like, hey, we're at war. I'm gonna hold you hostage a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really tricky. It really is an example of like how do you separate the person from the culture and the situation and the power structure that they're in.
Good thing this is only
You know?
about a fantasy series and you can't apply what you just said to real life. Anyway, Aeron Greyjoy.
Don't make the show political, guys. Don't stop putting politics in my
I
medieval
can't believe
feudal.
House of the Dragon is getting all political.
I cannot believe that HBO is being political with the new show.
But they put a black guy in the show. Can you believe it?
What outrageous politics? What does the word politics mean in the context of complaining about people's skin color in TV shows? And
Read your own answer. We'll leave that as an exercise to the viewer.
Aeron Greyjoy.
What a little weirdo. You know how people teach staying alive to do CPR, right? You pump someone's chest to the beat of staying alive. Do they have a song in the Iron Islands that's like, because that's what he does. He performs CPR on the people he drowns. Do they have a song?
Ho, 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 we're here to steal your goats.
Soon may the weatherman come.
I mean, the fun thing about Aeron is that he used to be a fuckboy. He used to be like a party boy who famously could piss further than any of his brothers. I bet he would know some great songs. Do you think that the Ironborn do flighting? Have you heard of
Flighting?
flighting?
What's
Like the Viking rapping? It's flighting spelt with a Y. And it's like apparently, I don't know if this is
like
really
Viking
true,
rap
but apparently,
battles?
yes, it was like a Norse Viking tradition where you would do like these rhyming insults at each other that basically amounted to a rap battle.
That's
It
fucking
was
incredible.
apparently like an ancient Nordic tradition, and I hope that canonically the Ironborn do that and that Aeron was really
Do you
into
think
it.
they did your mama jokes as well?
I bet they did,
That's incredible.
isn't it?
We have so much to learn from
So,
history. That the rap battle is indeed an ancient cultural artifact.
absolutely. Um, so yeah, Aeron was a party boy, and then he drowned and got sad. Is that what happened?
Yeah, that's his story. That's his memoir.
And it is like probably like brain damage, right? Like like Phineas Gage, who got the railroad spike through his brain, and it totally changed his personality.
Uh-huh. I just think it's funny that the first like outwardly extremely religious person we found on here you likened to someone with brain damage.
In Aaron's case, I will defend that. Catelyn is quite a religious
Yeah,
person,
that's
and
true.
she's not.
That's true. And so then Davos is kind of religious as well.
But the oxygen deprivation under the Blackwater didn't do Davos any good either, is all I'm saying.
True.
What is Aeron's alignment,
So
Gliders?
Aeron, I think he's kind of a lawful person. He, especially now, right? He tries to live by some religious code. Um, he has like strong principles that he thinks about in terms of that. Like
Yeah.
the way he thinks that life should be done. I mean, classic Iron Islands drowned god way. He kind of struggles with that, and he does manipulate these ideas for his own whim. When he calls the King's Moot, like who he tells in a specific order. It's so complicated. I can't remember all of it, but it's like I think in the beginning of Feast, the Drowned Man chapter, who is it that comes to him with the news that Balon's dead and we need to do something about it? It feels to me like they want to make him in charge. They want like, hey, you're a righteous religious leader and you need to do something about this. And he's like,
Yeah.
no, fuck that.
Yeah. I think the interesting thing about Aeron is that like he is so deeply religious and principled, but it very clearly is like a very thin veneer. It's a very thin paper shield over just a swirling vortex of just fear and insecurity and trauma. And he tries throughout his story, he tries to be consistent, he tries to apply his
Yeah.
principles, but he finds there's nothing there. Like
Yeah.
he doesn't find truth or guidance or divinity in his faith. He just finds fucking nothing, and like he
A common interpretation for when he hears the voice of the drowned god is that it's just him. It's just his own thoughts. Like
Yeah.
most of the time, people in the fandom like attribute the word of God to some actual greater power. Like it actually is R'hllor. It actually is the old gods. It actually is Bloodraven. Nah, this is just Aeron talking to himself. Like he is at the core of him. There's no like guiding principle. It's just empty.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think fucking Ariel the mermaid is gonna burst out of the ocean in Winds of Winter and say, I'm the drowned god and I care a lot about people and I'm here to help you, Aeron. Like there are like magical forces in A Song of Ice and Fire, but like I think the point of the drowned god is that if there's anything there, it's a monster. It's Cthulhu, and Euron will rise it from the deeps, and Euron will make Aeron look upon the face of his god, and Aeron will realize, oh fuck, I've been worshipping Cthulhu this whole time.
And then he'll have
I
to
regret
watch
everything.
Cthulhu fuck the dragon, right?
That's exactly right. Because when the Kraken weds the dragon, let all the world beware. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um.
We've got
So yeah, I think
we've got LML in chat saying that he's lawful crazy.
yeah. Because like I mean, does he even think about like good and evil?
Well, I
Ever?
mean, he is still like an ironborn Viking. He's still a pillager and a raider and a murderer. So probably not.
Like
No.
he, because he doesn't really think about like this thing will cause harm to people. He thinks in terms of this is blasphemy and like this is ungodly and
Like
this
when
is
it
like
comes to
against the principle.
Euron's stake to the salt throne, he's like, no, 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 this can't be. It's not like this will be bad or
Yeah.
like this is how it will affect people poorly. He's like, no, this is simply unconscionable on like for existential reasons. And he's like, no, Victarion needs to be king because then I don't have to worry about anything.
Exactly. And like the supposed reasoning is religious, but the real reasoning is emotional because Euron raped and tormented Aeron and their brothers as children. And that's, I think, the reality beneath the religion, like the thin veneer of religion on Aeron. So it's like so like he is committed to the principles of the religion of the drowned god, but like not in a way that is as deep or meaningful as he thinks it is, I think. And like yeah, morally, like he doesn't have that much of a like good evil moral compass beyond I hate Euron because I'm traumatized by him. Like he doesn't care about like he doesn't really think or care about like the well-being of people. He's just like strength and iron culture and yeah.
I have good news for you, and that's that we have a permanent fixture in the lawful evil quadrant finally.
Yeah.
Like that's just where he belongs. He's not too lawful,
I
and he's not overly evil. I think he's definitely like considerably. He's worse than Theon, I think, but he's not the most evil person we encounter.
I think he's evil in like a thoughtless sort of a way. Like he's evil
In the
because
Victarion
he just
way, yeah.
I mean Victarion kills a lot of people with his hands. Aeron I mean Aeron was previously an Ironborn raider, I guess. We don't really know much about his past, really. I don't think Aeron is as evil as Theon because Theon murders children for his personal goals. Aeron never kills any kids, as far as we know.
As far as we know, well, that's the thing. Is just we don't know. See, I was acting under the assumption that he would have done that sort of thing, but maybe not.
Yeah, I don't think we can like assume that. I mean, like Asha, we know is a pirate captain who raids, and uses her axe, and you know, but Aeron, we never hear about Aeron's raiding exploits as far as we remember, as far as I remember.
Right. I'll
So you know, like,
categorize him more as
I
like a
think
facilitator of other evil, then, rather than like a, a
yeah,
mass murderer
he's
unto
an
himself.
enthusiastic participator in a immoral political and cultural system. And he very rarely expresses any kind of positive moral concern for anyone, really.
Yep.
So yeah, I would agree, like light, evil, lawful. I think that's right.
And his favorite color is probably like, that like pinkish gray that's the color of squids.
He loves seafood. Yeah, yeah. Or a nice like sort of aqua ocean greeny blue for sure.
Oh yeah, the color of the sea. Totally.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's
All right.
time for the man of the hour. Everyone's favorite character in the entire series. You know him, you love him, you hate him. Victarion Greyjoy.
He's a hero, and he's not just a hero. He's so eloquent. You know, he's a wordsmith. The silver tongue of Victarion Greyjoy is a delight.
Yeah,
Victarion Greyjoy is a delightful man.
I love reading about this guy. I just wish that George published more shit only about Victarion Greyjoy. He's so fun.
He's,
Um,
he is a shit post of a character.
is, people go on about Gerald Dane being a shitpost edgelord Lamau character, but Victarion is like, he's so over the top. It's ridiculous. The fucking firearm. Are you serious?
It is so anime.
Oh god.
Whenever Victarion is in a situation he does not understand, he shouts, "I'm strong," and kills someone. And there are not many situations that he understands.
Oh boy. Do you think he's evil, Mr. Alt Schwift X? Do you think this
I'm gonna
man
go
is
out-
evil?
Look at that face. How could that face
How could
be
you
evil?
say this face is evil?
He kills a lot of people,
He kills a lot of people.
and he enjoys it a
He
lot.
causes so much suffering and he loves it.
And he rapes the dusky woman, among many others. He murdered his wife with his fists because Euron raped her.
Well, I mean, how dare
It-
she?
Every, everything bad about the Ironborn, Victarion not only embodies but revels in.
Well, if you think of the Ironborn culture then as being pretty much just chaotic evil, then, well, that's your answer.
Dave in the live chat says middle child syndrome.
Yeah.
This behavior is very common in middle children.
Becoming mass
Very-
murderers.
They very often sacrifice 7 maidens to the sea before rubbing their dragon horn with blood to steal the yeah.
It's actually because he's
as
a Pisces.
It was in the meridian of Aquarius, so what are you gonna do? He was on
Yeah.
the cusp of Taurus.
And Jupiter is in Gatorade at the moment, so...
Fuck. Is he? I mean, he's lawful, but he comes up with his tricksy plan against Euron.
I love that
discipline
so
Euron.
much. It feels like Wile E. Coyote coming up with some harebrained scheme.
I'm gonna paint a picture of a tunnel on this cliff, and Euron's gonna run right into it. Yeah, it's like Euron handed Wile E. Coyote like a dynamite stick of TNT in the form of the dragon binder, and Victarion's just like, I'll point the TNT at Euron so that I'll be fine and he'll die.
I'm gonna put him like basically the bottom of the evil, but like halfway along lawful. Because does that scan?
Yeah, I think that like we were talking before about how like you can't fully morally judge children. Victarion has the emotional intelligence of
Right, this is like saying that Arya or Joffrey is evil because they murder people.
Victarion is like Joffrey with biceps.
Don't know how I feel about
I-
that.
I would honestly make an argument that like Victarion absolutely is evil, but he's not the most evil, specifically because he doesn't really have much capacity to think,
To judge, yeah.
and he is in a society that tells him every day, "You are the greatest dude ever" because of all these people you're
And let's be
killing.
real,
Like,
he really is.
he is celebrated as a hero for what he does. So
And,
like
we kept comparing Barristan to Victarion, and it's exactly the same thing. Barristan is constantly told, "You are the coolest dude ever because of the people you murder."
it's like a plant. It's like the shoot from a plant following light. It's just positive reinforcement, you know? It's just like moving to. It's like a path of least resistance. It's like those chemical gradients, you know? Shit rolls downhill, and Victarion rolls down towards murder. He's evil, but like he's not as evil as someone like, say, Euron or Roose, who are really smart people and who consciously choose to use their smart brains for the most horrific crimes imaginable.
Speaking of,
That's
I
worse
think we'll
than-
just jump on straight ahead and put Euron in just the bottom rightmost corner possible.
Yes. He is as evil and chaotic as you can possibly get.
Like, it feels like he shouldn't even be on screen at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, like, George Martin talks about how, like, oh, I like writing morally grey characters. I don't like writing characters like the Red Skull who wakes up in the morning and thinks, what evil can I do today? No, Euron Greyjoy, he wakes up in the morning and thinks, what evil can I do today? Like, his explicit goal is to be as evil and blasphemous and monstrous.
He just loves being evil.
He wants to kill God. Just to make a point.
I'm kind of based, like, good on him. Killing God, that's epic, man.
He's an edgelord.
Yeah.
He's what Darkstar wishes he was.
That is completely true. And now I really want them to meet. I really want Darkstar to be like a Euron fanboy. Holy shit.
Can I get your autograph?
Oh my god, I love your work.
You know what Darkstar would do the day after he meets Euron Greyjoy?
What's that?
He'd buy an eye patch.
Oh my god.
You know what he'd do? He'd buy 2 eye patches because he wants to be even cooler. Darkstar would wear 2 eye patches to be even more like Euron.
Oh man. Put a 3rd one on just to really sell the message.
To open his 3rd eye just so he can put an eye
just
patch
so he
on
can
his
close
3rd
it.
eye.
Yeah.
Because only when you're wearing 2 eye patches is it dark enough for the Darkstar. When you're wearing 2 eye patches, it's the dark of night at all times. What else would the emo Darkstar want?
What's their favorite color? The Greyjoys'.
Euron's is black and red and black.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that, yeah.
Aeron is
not much complexity there.
Aeron is gold for the Greyjoy sigil and for the piss that he named his ship after.
True, and he could piss further than anyone else. That's pretty cool.
And Victarion's favorite color is red. I don't know.
He doesn't think about color. He hasn't got up to that yet.
I think Victarion might literally be colorblind. And whenever people are talking about colors, he's just like,
I'm strong, and then he murders someone.
So... Hey, call back. Alright. Shall we move out of Greyjoy territory and discuss some martells?
Let's. Martells, what an interesting family. Where am I going to put... Oh, we've got a bunch of space up here I can use now, I guess. Hadn't realized that.
You could just make it the topmost layer and then put it wherever you want.
Do you think I have the other monitor open to After Effects? Do you really think that? Do you really think that I'm able to move layers around at this point?
Oh no, how are you doing this? I can't operate a computer without at least like 4 monitors.
Dude,
or
there's
I feel
only
like...
room for 2 on this desk. I'm actually... streaming is not fun with only 2
You gotta
monitors.
move out of that lighthouse, my dude.
I know, I'm working on it.
So Arianne Martell, she's a cool dude. She makes calls. She makes moves. Like, you gotta admire that. Like, she does shit.
She does do
She is not
shit.
one. She is not one to sit around and be a pawn of others. Even when she's Doran Martell's daughter, she's like, I've got my own shit.
Absolutely describe her as an agent of chaos. Like, she is there to destabilize anything she encounters. She completely throws Aerys Oakheart off his kilter. Basically every man she encounters just like loses their brain and starts like just mumbling about titties, and they can't think about anything, and then she just like does some crazy scheme while they're busy thinking about her body.
it's barely her fault because every time she walks into a room, the average IQ drops by about 40 points. So she's always the smartest person in the room, and yeah. Look, the funniest thing about Arianne is that she's like, I'm gonna crown Marcella and start a war to get revenge and to empower myself politically. And then Duran is like, hey, wait, that's dumb. Don't do that. And then Ariane's like, oh
Oh
wow,
yeah,
that really
right,
was dumb.
true.
Oh, true, that was dumb. I should not just do YOLO plans unilaterally that could get people in danger. I'm so sorry, Dad. I won't do it again. And then fucking 3 chapters
She
later,
does
she's
it
like, "Oh,
again.
I'm gonna go and fucking like marry young Griff and become Queen of Westeros." And
Oh
like,
man.
she
She's
cannot
so
sit
much
there.
fun.
She is so much fun, and she's also like quicker in terms of the pace of her story. Like this is in book 4 of Feast for Crows.
Yeah, the
Like while
notoriously slow
like
one.
in the time it takes Brienne to trudge from one no-name village to another no-name village, Arianne has started like 3 different coups in that time, you know? Girl moves fast.
So she's chaotic as fuck. Do you think she's good or evil?
I think that she's generally self-interested. Like she doesn't go out of her way to hurt anyone, but she
Yeah,
does.
yeah,
She causes destruction and doesn't mind.
yeah. Like, there's no altruism really to her actions. She's very self-interested. Her motivations are like, hey, I'm worried that Quentyn is gonna try to usurp my inheritance, and I want a bigger inheritance. I want Dawn to be in charge. So she's a little evil, in that way.
Yeah, I mean, part of her motivation at this point is like, oh, I'm gonna be the Queen of Dawn, but that's not enough,
Yeah.
you know? Like, and I should clarify that like it is speculation to say that she wants to marry young Griff
Oh, but
at
come
this
on,
point.
come on.
But yeah, it seems it
It's
seems like a
speculation that
very
Jon is
yeah.
the son of Rhaegar. Like, come on. It's speculation that gravity happens.
Yeah, well, there is some very strong stuff in her Winds of Winter preview chapters saying that, he wants to be Queen of Westeros. So yeah, like I think she's like, I guess she's light evil and far chaos.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I've done.
Yeah. And like involving Myrcella, like Arianne's plan got Myrcella's face cut up. Like Myrcella could have been hurt. Like, like this little girl in her care, she's like putting her in some pretty serious political danger, if not personal danger. Like, yeah, she's and she fucks over Aris Oakheart. She's almost kind of like sociopathic in the way that she manipulates people on like a deep emotional level purely for her own gain. I mean, that's what all the bloody lords do. It's all, the Game of Thrones is all about using people for your political advantage. So yeah, I think she's like lightly evil, but
Yeah.
pretty close to neutral. Yeah.
I've put a below the word chaotic simply because I don't want her
Yeah.
to be under the word chaotic. I don't think she's more evil than Asha. It's just like, I don't know how to organize this. I can move everyone down a little bit, but then it looks like Cersei is like almost as evil as Euron Greyjoy, which I'm not sure about that.
Yeah. Look, it's
We've got
it's not an
limitations
exact
to the
science.
system, people. Just bear with us.
I think she's in roughly the right place.
Yeah.
What about Quent the Frog?
Froge boy. I love Quentyn
Froge.
Martell.
Yeah.
Such a doofy little dude.
He is a doofy little dude. He reminds me of Guillermo in What We Do in the Shadows. He's
Yeah?
sort of like hardworking and hapless.
Hapless is one hell of a word to describe Quentyn Martell.
Yeah. I think that he's I mean, he's lawful in that he wants to obey his father and serve his country and do the right thing by his house. But he's chaotic in that he freed a fucking dragon in the nighttime. He
But
had
he thought that would
dra-
help him do the thing his dad wanted him to do. Because let's be honest, Doran sent him to Marine with like a shopping list that said eggs, maybe milk, and he's like, go make me a cake, cunt. And you know what I mean? He was so under-resourced, it's not funny. Like, Doran sent him to Marine to die. And so he
Yeah.
did.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, step one, here's a ticket for a boat. Step two, dot, dot, dot. Step three,
King of Marine.
marry the Dragon Queen, please, and take the continent. Like, I'm sorry, what, Doran? Like, you're gonna need a...
No, don't
show-
worry,
show
don't
the-
worry. There's a marriage pact from 15 years ago that two people who aren't alive anymore signed.
Let me find this crumpled receipt from my handbag. Yeah, that'll convince Daenerys
So
to marry
Doran
you.
sent Quentyn with an NFT to convince Daenerys to invest in Dawn Inc.
Daenerys, I've got you some coupons that are
Some
valid.
expired.
Got some expired coupons, but it's still good at the Denny's. It's 20% off, Daenerys.
But it's
This
not-
is your dowry.
It's the bad Denny's.
It's Red Rooster. It doesn't exist anymore.
Red Rooster. When was the last
Right,
time
some
anyone
Red-
ate at Red Rooster?
The chips are soggy, but they're pretty good. They're pretty good, Daenerys.
I'll be real. I had a rooster roll in like October, and it was pretty good.
What a goddamn patriot. All right, so Quentyn is lawful. He's mildly lawful good.
Yeah.
Is that what he is?
Yeah. He's pretty good. Like he doesn't. I mean, he does endanger a lot of people, but he didn't mean it like that.
With the dragon escapade.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, he was not being smart when he did that bit. He
was being
but
brave.
he certainly
He was doing a
he was being
barristan.
brave. He thought he was putting himself in danger and not others. He was right about the first part. Yeah. Look, I mean, he participated in the attack on the Astapori, and he like killed fleeing slave soldiers. That's bad.
That's pretty bad, yeah.
Probably should have not done that.
Given the opportunity, yeah, you would have not done that if you were a truly good person. But then again, we have
I was-
Brienne as good as possible, and she like relishes in the killing of certain people. She's like, "Oh fuck
Yeah.
yes, I'm murdering this dickhead."
Certain brave companions who are
yeah, brave companions, sure. Literally the worst people.
Quentyn killed fleeing slaves.
Yeah. But hey, we're all slaves under the system.
I think that he's like on the good side of the line.
Yeah, so
Actually, no, fuck it. I think he's like on the. I mean, I think he's like on the line, like, because like he doesn't do anything to help anyone other than like to help his house in the abstract, you know. So like, is he really good at all? Like he's likable, like he's like a nice
yeah,
kid,
true.
and you know he is like participating in a war, like he's trying to what does anyone think will happen if he brings Daenerys's dragons and army to Westeros? Those are weapons to be
Peace is
used to
going
kill
happen.
people.
Peace is going to happen. There'll be peace finally.
I'm not sure if he's dumb enough to be excused.
We've got a
like
lot
that.
of what the fuck is Red Rooster in the chat.
It was the name of a dragon mentioned in Fire and Blood.
It was
I
Cannibal's name before it ran away.
well, I mean, look, Cannibal didn't always eat other dragons. So what do you think they called cannibal before it cannibalized dragons? Its
Red
name was Red
Rooster.
Rooster. No, Red Rooster is the name of a football team that George is a fan of,
Yeah.
or was a fan of in the 80s, and so that's George has named so many things after like dumb shit, like fucking Lord Grover, Lord Elmo, and Lord um
I will defend that shit till the day I die. Like that's fucking hilarious. Kermit.
it
Kermit's the other one. Kermit Tully.
I think it's fine when it's like a footnote in the world of Ice and Fire, but when
Yeah.
it's an actual character in Fire and Blood, I cannot take Lord Kermit seriously.
I I think we'll have to go to war.
Oh,
Oh.
that voice is gonna haunt me. I feel like Quentyn is real fucking borderline good versus
Basically
evil.
neutral.
Yeah.
Let's just like tuck him in. I'm gonna have to move Bran to make room for him. So Bran's gonna
You
be
can tuck
gooder
it.
than he actually is. That'll do.
Yeah. All right. So next, the most morally dynamic character in the series.
This is just because
Like just like
I had the inclination to ask for every single POV. That's the only reason we're talking about the most interesting character in the entire series.
Areo Hotah, the camera that
Oreo Hooter.
Aries Hooters. Um, so he was the bald guy in Dawn in the TV show, the guard of Duran Martell, who got cut.
316 no scoped by Tyene Sand.
That was one of the most pathetic deaths in the Game of
You
Thrones
see
show.
the face. What the fuck just happened? Oh my god. Yeah, like the face he makes. He's like, oh, and then he just dies instantly.
Because Tyene nicked him with a fucking letter opener,
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cringe.
jabbed him with a spork. And Arya Hotah, the Norvosi badass, goes to the floor.
I love how
So yeah, look,
in the end of season 5, Doran's like, you'd better. I hope you remember how to use that thing. And he's like, don't worry, I'm going to use this thing. And then then they just kill him. He's just
well,
dead.
Gladys, they subverted our expectations.
Oh, they sure did. They got me.
So Arya Hotah doesn't really do anything apart from obey Duran and kill Arys, and that's it.
He's
isn't
just lawful.
Yeah.
And I know that this is really off-brand for us, but we don't need to talk about him for that long.
There honestly is so little to say about Arya Hotah.
I like this artwork of Eris Oakheart. That's cool.
Yeah.
Thanks, Benjamin Davis.
I think Aris Oakheart is Arya's only competition for a. I mean, he is more interesting than Arya Hotah,
Yeah.
but there's not a whole lot going on with Aris. Like he's just like he's like a himbo basically. I think. Do people still say himbo? He's just like
Yeah, I think people still say himbo.
He's just a Kingsguard guy who just has a bit of difficulty keeping his dick in his pants. And he's not very smart, and he tries to be a hero, and then he dies.
He's like Barristan, but just not as good at anything.
Yeah.
So he's certainly not as lawful because he can't keep his dick in his pants.
Yeah.
But
I wouldn't call him chaotic.
Oh, no,
necessarily.
certainly
Like he's
not.
too much of a follower.
And like even in that one chapter, you get him thinking about, is this what a Kingsguard should do? So he certainly struggles with that kind of stuff.
Is he our first true neutral?
Um,
Because I wouldn't call him evil,
no, I don't think
and
he
I
does
wouldn't
anything
call
evil.
him. I mean, he's like kind of good in like wanting to Like he's brave when he like rides and dies, but that didn't really achieve
I
anything.
think
He like
he's lawful and like, he's a little bit good. You know, he's a good guardian for Myrcella, I guess.
does
But
he
he was told to
care
do
about
that.
Marcella or is he just doing his job?
Oh, it's only one chapter. Does he really remark on his feelings about Myrcella? I don't think he does. He's just like, she's a child. She's all right.
Um, yeah.
So he can't be.
I think
Yeah, he's just fucking. He's nothing.
he's just toast. He's not even toast. He's just warm bread.
Oh man, I hate warm bread.
He's bread with a heartbeat.
Just shy of toast. It's like disappointing.
I don't know. It's kind of comfy.
You like comfy warm bread?
Are you talking about to eat?
Yeah,
Oh, I was talking about something else.
like to cuddle.
Uh, I think that Aris is true neutral.
Sure, yeah.
People in the chat are pointing out that he was nice to Sansa once. Because yeah, like he was like one of the Kingsguard who didn't assault Sansa, which is
Wow,
apparently a high
what
bar
a
to...
legend.
I know, right? What an absolute paragon. Yeah, he did have a life before Feast, didn't he?
Yeah, I suppose he did. He did appear in those books.
I guess you could make an argument that he sort of leans evil for having been one of Joffrey's Kingsguard.
He was appointed.
Like,
Was he appointed under Joffrey or Robert? I think it was Joffrey, right?
was he? Did he join the Kingsguard after the Blackwater? Is that what happened? I think it.
Well,
might...
let's just quickly find out instead of talking out of our asses.
Well, is it some kind of system that could tell us facts?
He was part of Robert's Kingsguard, so it was before the Blackwater. It
Okay.
was before the start of the series.
I think Aris might have been the one who took Sansa to her wedding. And she was like, "You're looking handsome today, Aris."
And like, probably, yeah, he's a gallant knight of Kingsguard.
Yeah. Look, I'm not giving Aris a lot of points for not assaulting Sansa. I'm not even
Yeah.
sure that he didn't. I think he just didn't do it as enthusiastically as the other Kingsguard. I think that I think that being in Joffrey's Kingsguard and not doing anything about that puts you a little on the evil side of the ledger, if anything. But he's pretty close to true neutral, I reckon.
Yeah, he's like just poking out of the corner.
Yeah. All right, let's do John Connington.
That's right.
He's somewhat...
He left for because he went with Myrcella to Dawn. It was before the Blackwater because it was the riot when she left.
Oh yeah, true, true.
John Con, he's an interesting one.
Yeah, John Con is one of the most interesting layered characters who isn't in the show. He was he wait, was he bloody Hand? Was he Hand of the King?
Yeah, he was.
Under Ares?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was Hand of the King under Ares, and he was super in love with Rhaegar. And he felt like he failed Rhaegar and Rhaegar's children after Rhaegar and Rhaegar's children were killed, and so he went east and joined sellsword companies, and Westeros thinks that he's dead, but he's actually alive, and he's joining young Griff with Illyrio and Varys to put Rhaegar's son on the throne. And he's also got a pretty bad skin condition, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got a bad case of eczema.
Yes, it's probably a food allergy.
He
should try
get
cutting
that
sugar.
looked at. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't you love that
so
when
John
someone
Con-
has a serious condition, like chronic condition, and then you're like, "Oh, have you tried this one simple thing?" It's like, "Oh no,
Yeah.
I hadn't thought of that. Thanks."
Yeah. Some guy's got one leg, and someone's like, "Have you tried going vegan?" Yeah, drink more water.
I mean, true.
Yeah,
Everyone should drink more water. Drink water, everyone. 3, 2, 1, drink. Thanks, everyone.
I'm actually gonna drink some water if you want to talk about
Yo,
John Con
go
for a
for
second.
it. John Con, um, poof. There's certainly a lawful streak in like he's so loyal to Rhaegar that he's like he dedicates his life to reinstating his legacy like 20 years after his death um by pledging his allegiance and his entire life to someone who probably isn't actually his son. um I don't know if that's a very good thing to do because just the implication of that means a huge war which many people will die in. But he seems like a nice fella, you know?
He does have like a big consistency to him in his like decades of dedication to his unrequited crush.
Yeah. Unrequited as far as we know.
Yeah, maybe they boned.
Could be. We don't know much about Rhaegar, let's be real.
I
Do you
am
think
certain
I
if
no,
you
if Rhaegar was boning anyone, like any dude, it was Arthur Dayne, surely.
I mean normalize platonic male
Boning.
friendships, Titus.
Normalize platonic male boning.
They always said no homo afterwards. I'm sure within Kingsguard it's an accepted practice. Um, so yeah, I think there is a lawfulness
Shit.
for John Con. He's also kind of a harsh dude.
Yeah. Like he's never really that nice to anyone. He's like kind of fine to Tyrion.
Yeah. He's got a rich inner life, does John Con, but he doesn't do a whole lot yet in the story, does he?
No. What has he
There's
really
all-
done? He's landed in the Stormlands and that's about it. He plans on
he's
taking
started
Storm's
a
End.
war. He's started a war for like personal romantic reasons.
Yeah.
I mean, also like reclaiming his seat, Griffin's Roost. Um,
From someone who's a
I
part
feel
of
like
his own family. Like Red Ronnet is a Connington.
yeah, I think that starting a war for personal reasons is evil. I think he's on the evil side of the ledger, not like
Yeah,
dramatically,
no,
but
he's not Victarion, surely, but
yeah, he's not cruel and he doesn't like enjoy killing people, but like he's not like a
he's not a good
good
dude.
guy.
Yeah, no. Let's say he's a soft, like, lawful evil. Definitely more lawful than evil.
And also, like, maybe we've all just become a little bit more sensitive to communicable diseases later, but he's pretty
Yeah.
fucking gung-ho about his grayscale that he could spread to any of the people around him, but he just like wears a glove and says it's fine, bro. Like he
Like, that's
could be
like wearing
putting
your mask without the nose. It's like,
that's like wearing your mask dangling from your ear.
yeah, don't worry about it, bro.
John...
I've got a mask.
Oh, I've already had it. I'm immune. John Con is potentially bringing a grayscale plague to Westeros that could kill hundreds of thousands, potentially.
That's not that cool. But, he might not be completely aware of how that could play out. Like, he might not think about this, being ground zero of a new pandemic. He's just thinking,
He's
like,
not an
oh, I have a
epidemiologist.
disease. Fuck it, I'm gonna go on with my life anyway.
I'm just saying, if I see him anywhere near a pangolin, I'm crying uncle.
You better not fuck that pangolin, John.
He's gonna change his heraldry to a griffin on a pangolin.
That sounds pretty cool.
So the other sort of well, yeah. Pierce in the live chat says, "How is an exile leading a rebellion lawful?" I mean, you can argue that the Baratheon regime is illegitimate, and Aegon is a Targaryen ostensibly, and you can argue that Aegon's claim is better and more legitimate than the false-born Tom and Baratheon. So I agree. It's not like super lawful, but I don't think it's super chaotic necessarily. You could say that it's restoring law and order by
Right.
putting Aegon on the throne.
I was thinking of like purely as from a loyal point of view, like sticking to his guns, like what he committed to 20 years ago.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
can
there's
tuck
like
him
an
in a bit,
emotional
but he's not quite that far.
and there's also, I think, like a legal justification argument there potentially. Um, so yeah, I'm happy to put John Con on like, yeah, about where you got him, the sort of mildly evil because he's starting a war and is like not very nice, and sort of moderately lawful because he's doing it for certain principles. Yeah, I can get behind that. And I mean, there is the elephant in the room that young Griff is possibly not a Targaryen, but is actually a
What?
Blackfire or something. I know. Look, this was hot news in
But
2014,
have you read the
guys.
book? It says he's a Targaryen.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
Ah, my mistake. I must have missed that.
Would you believe it? My bladder's gone and filled up again. Stay hydrated,
You,
kiddos. I've got to go. Um, do that
you
thing
might have
that people do to address that.
you might be having too much yogurt.
That's not possible.
I will introduce the Red Lady Melisandre in your absence,
Thank you
then.
very much for covering me while I attend to my. I'm a really big dude. Like, I'm 6'4" and my bladder is like that of a small child. I don't
See
know
if
what's
you
going
can
on.
see if you can beat Aeron's record for distance.
I'll piss into the toilet from here. I won't leave the office.
I've been doing that the whole
Oh
time.
shit, the lid's not up. I've got to go. I'll put the lid up and then I'll come back and piss. All right.
Put the lid up. Come and sit down. uh, um. Good. Okay.
Melisandre
Good.
time.
I'll talk about
Thank you.
I'll talk about Melisandre. So Melisandre, Melly C, as she's known in the club. She was a slave actually. Her name was Melanie. Um, and she was from a shy. Was she from a shy or was she just sold as a slave in a shy? Don't know. Her past is mysterious. She seems to be very old. In the book, it talks about how she doesn't eat and she doesn't need to sleep. Um, she's possibly a zombie, like she's possibly a fire white. She might have actually died a long time ago. She might be concealing her appearance with a glamour. She might be resurrected in the same way that like Beric Dondarrion was resurrected. So she's a magical lady, and she believes that she's trying to save the world from the darkness, from the Great Other, from the White Walkers. And she's pretty self-sacrificing in that respect, I would say. Like she believes she's trying to save the world. She's willing to burn people alive to do it. Like she sacrifices people to the Red God. Um, that's bad. Burning people alive is bad, but saving the world is good. So, it's that whole question of is it worth sacrificing one child to save the kingdom, as Davos and Stannis discuss. And so, that's one for the philosophers. In terms of like lawful versus chaotic, like I would say that she has a definite chaotic bent because Melisandre lies to people and uses illusions and glamours and like she interprets her visions every which way in ways that are subject to her personal biases. Like even just like supporting Stannis is a pretty crazy thing to do for a priestess of Vashai. Like the fact that she crossed the world to support this random Westerosi dude. I mean, I presume she had like a vision of him. Or I mean, we know that she's had visions of him. I guess she had visions of Stannis before meeting him and was like, I have to go and find this guy in Westeros because he's the savior of the world. I'm very interested to know more about what those early visions were like. Um, she's lawful in the sense that, she is absolutely fanatical to the Red God and to this fight against the darkness. But I think that her sort of she has an unorthodox theology. Like she is not working with all the other red priests at the red temples in Volantis and stuff. Like she's a rogue agent. She's a rogue priestess doing her own thing. So I think in that
Isn't
respect
Thoros as
she's
well?
okay. Yeah, well Thoros was sent to go and convert Ares the Mad King, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Because they were like, Ares likes fire, so convert him to the fire god.
And then Robert found a new drinking buddy.
Yep.
And then he went off and became an outlaw, so he's also a rogue red priest. And I'm thinking, like, we don't know how exactly, like, why Melisandre came to Dragonstone in the first place. Could it have been that she was also sent to convert? I don't know. We know that, like, Selyse was involved, right? Didn't Selyse bring her to Stannis?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, it was Selyse who did it, which in itself is a whole sort of interesting thing that isn't explored. Like Selyse, why did she turn to a red priestess? Is it like those like Facebook mums who get really into astrology? Like was she just kind of bored in a loveless marriage looking for meaning and found Melisandre the Red
Jesus
Priest on a fucking
Christ.
on like a Craigslist ad and was like, yeah, I'll bring her in. Like someone compares her to Rasputin. She's just a
Yeah, yeah.
weird person to turn up and be in the position that she is, and you know, I think that's got a chaotic element to it.
Yep.
She's definitely willing to put a, you know, dedicate herself to the cause of saving the world, so that's pretty good.
Yeah. Zealotry is such a weird thing in this framework.
Yeah, does it really make you good?
She is trying to save the world. Like, that's what she thinks she's doing. She does murder a few people in the process. But you know what? So does Jon Snow in his quest to save the world.
Yeah.
Those people aren't as innocent as the people Melisandre kills, though.
There's something about burning innocent people alive on a stake that's more fucked up
You
than
just get
killing.
bad vibes from that,
Oh,
yeah.
I just get bad vibes. That's worse than like killing a wildling warrior who is attacking your castle and who will kill you if you don't kill him. You know what I mean?
She is hot, though.
She is hot. That's a separate axis. We should have had a.
We need to introduce a third dimension. Open Blender, let's go.
We need to make a tesseract, a four-dimensional hypercube to judge hotness and cuteness alongside lawfulness and goodness.
We were talking about Bill Wirtz earlier. Like, let's have him on to invent a fifth axis to judge characters on.
If anyone could wrangle After Effects into creating a new spatial dimension, it's Bill Wirtz. Someone in the live chat compares Melisandre to Aeron, which I think is a good comparison because I think Melisandre is also mostly deluded and is operating based on some very deep trauma and is using her religion as a kind of a emotional crutch.
Cope.
Cope. Which I think means that she, like, you know, maybe I'm prejudiced, but I feel like you get less moral good boy points if you're doing it because you think God told you to do it, as opposed to you think it's the right thing to do.
Preston Jacobs pointing out that you've taken the very controversial position that burning people alive may not be good.
I know. I mean, look, you come here for the hard-hitting analysis, right?
We're putting JPEGs on a fucking chart.
I know this is probably going to get me YouTube cancelled, but I think immolating your enemies should be frowned upon.
I think somewhere around here. No, she's definitely more evil than that. Here might do.
She's dedicating her life to saving the world.
Yeah, she's such a case of extremes, isn't she? Like, she's so extremely good in that she's entirely devoted to saving the world, and also she burns people alive.
Of course, it's ironic that someone who claims that there's no moral grey, only good and bad, is so morally grey herself.
True.
It's like she tells everyone that she has absolute divine knowledge. Everything is clear to her. She acts ultra confident. But what's so interesting about her POV chapter is that we see that she is actually uncertain about everything. Everything
Yeah,
is
yeah.
her own sort of shadowy personal interpretation and bias, and she's really just sort of making it up as she goes along. Um,
Yeah, me too, bro.
she is a very great character. You relate to the person who to the fire priestess who burns people.
Well, I'm pretty hot too, so.
Oh,
Speaking of, her favorite color is red. What about John Connington?
John Connington's favorite color.
I
It's
reckon it could be purple for Rhaegar's eyes.
that's exactly right. I totally agree
And I
with you.
think we didn't do the Martells either.
Their favorite colors.
Yeah.
Arianne's favorite color is whatever color she looks most flattering in, and Quentin's favorite color is
Beige.
yeah, it's beige. Love it.
And Eris Oakheart, probably white.
Yeah. Bright white to be stained with his mistakes.
Classic. Alright, it's time for the fun hour. We're
Blood
finally
Raven.
done with POVs.
Yeah, we're up to like the list of characters that are the characters that you specifically wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
So Roderick Harlaw is not here by accident.
I don't know, I just thought it might be fun to talk about him.
All right, Blood Raven. Let's do it. Who is this Blood Raven?
This Bloodraven fella, well, he's a man named Brynden Rivers. He's a half Targaryen bastard, son of Aegon IV, and his Blackwood mistress. And he's a spooky motherfucker. He's a tree. He's got one eye. He's got 1,000 eyes. You hear different things about him. He's got a set of raven's teeth in his mouth, I guess, somewhere.
He likes making paste.
He likes fucking with people's heads. Yeah, he's a yogurt enthusiast. Yeah, don't know what to tell. He's a pretty simple dude beyond that. No,
Yeah,
so
other than
Bloodraven
that,
is like he's a puppet master who's been trying to manipulate history for the past 100 years to put certain people in charge of certain things so that certain other things don't or do happen.
Yeah, I think what's so fascinating about Bloodraven is that he simultaneously is like, especially like during his period as like a politician before he was a tree, he was trying to keep the realm stable, trying to protect the Targaryen regime, and presumably trying to save the world from the White Walkers through prophecy and dragon dreams and the bloodline of the prince that was promised, blah blah blah. But like at the same time that he's this totally like high and mighty macro big goal save the world selfless dude, he also really fucking hated his half brother because his half brother wanted to bang his half sister and he wanted to bang his half sister.
Hey, that's my
This whole, like,
half sister to bang.
yeah, yeah. It's not okay to bang your half sister unless she's my half sister. Yeah. So it's this weird, like, incestuous love triangle that is so deeply personal. And there's like that heartbreaking line in A Dance with Dragons 100 years later when Brendan's like, there was a woman I desired, a brother that I loved, and a brother that I hated. He doesn't mention that the woman that he loved was also his sister, but never mind that.
Details.
So there's this deep humanity to him that is so like humanizing, but it also kind of makes him a dick if the reason why he was this brutal autocrat politician killing all these people in all these wars and all these machinations, was he doing it to stabilize the realm and save the world, or was he doing it because he had a grudge with his brother over his sister?
Two things can be true.
Two things can be true. The
I
problem
think
is that
it's
we also
important to notice that while he was off doing all of this like world-saving heroic stuff, maybe he was also a big brother. He was like operating a surveillance state in King's Landing.
Yeah.
Like, he was
Yeah,
well and truly a complete tyrant.
like at the start, is it the start of the Sworn Sword when Dunk and Egg like see the head of the Hunchbacked Septon, who like Bloodraven's agents have like beheaded because he was like speaking against Bloodraven. Like they
Yeah.
really shove it in your face that Bloodraven is listening and he's killing people. Like he's really ruthless. Um, and then one of the other funny bits, yeah, it's not the Swan Sword, it's the Mystery Knight, when Bloodraven turns up at a party pretending to be fucking Moonstone Brooch Man, Maynard Plum,
Mm-hmm.
and he's like making dick jokes with the boys and just like sinking
Calling
tinnies and just
Lord
like having a
Butterbutt.
good time. Calling him Lord Butterbutt. So like Bloodraven contains multitudes, you know? Like
Me when I make
he's
dick jokes.
like how many dudes can be magic trees and make dick jokes at the pub and be big brother and be a lover and a fighter and like he's everything. He's got it all.
So where the fuck do you put a man like this?
It I mean it's sort of like Melisandre. Like if they are right and their machinations save the world, then like I guess it was all justified. But like I've got a pretty strong feeling that the story is not going to turn out exactly the way that Melisandre and Bloodraven
What?
want. Like I I don't think the moral of this story is George going to be saying, "Hey, you know those evil, spooky, magic dickheads? They were right all along." And any moral doubts you had
George
about
run away
these
from the Catholic Church, Martin.
exactly. There's no way that this story is going to end with, well, I guess it's a good thing that Melisandre burned all those people and Bloodraven turned Jojen into a paste. Like, they are definitely not good. They definitely are not like the heroes of the story.
I think Bloodraven, like, there's so many things about him that are like super chaotic, like, with complete disregard for the law, and he like we don't know about we never read from inside his head, right? But
Yeah.
it doesn't seem like there's a particular code of conduct that he forces himself to follow. There's definitely goals that he aspires to very consistently, but there's no like, nothing stops him from tricking Haegon Blackfire into coming to King's Landing so that he can kill him.
Bloodraven is absolutely on the chaotic end of the spectrum. You
Yeah.
don't go from Hand of the King to a tree without having a certain enjoyment for chaos.
I would put him very close to Euron, actually, in terms of like what he's willing to do to see his own interests accomplished, the chaos he's willing to inflict upon the world. He doesn't want to kill God, as far as we know.
Well, he sort of made himself a god. I think the
True.
other sort of complication with Bloodraven, like I know there's people out there who say that Bloodraven, Brynden Rivers, the dude in the tree, is a different guy to the three-eyed crow vision or three-eyed raven vision, three-eyed crow vision that Bran sees in his head. And I don't agree that they are like totally different people, but like I do think that Bloodraven, he's plugged into an evil hive mind, the Weirwoods and the Children of the Forest, and it's having an influence on him. So I think we do have to question to
Does
some
things to a
extent,
man.
like he is literally plugged in. He is no longer an independent moral agent. To some extent, he is part of the Children of the Forest and the Old Gods and the Weirwoods, which are themselves probably evil.
They
You
seem
know,
pretty
the
evil,
fucking
yeah.
blood zombie trees that take human sacrifice and psychic mind soul capture. Ooh, I don't like it. So like, is Bloodraven even an independent moral agent anymore? I don't know.
Does that really matter? Like, even just judging what he was before he became Tree Man is still pretty chaotic evil.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just not a very nice guy. I mean, look, like the problem is that we can only speculate about what his true goals are. I think that based on the evidence and the hints, it is very reasonable to conclude that he is aware of prophecies and dragon dreams about the prince that was promised. Because, we know that that was a thing that like Aemon and Rhaegar was interested in. Probably Aenys was it or Ares was interested in, and like protecting a certain bloodline is a thing that like Ares and Rhaella married for. So like I think it's very plausible that Bloodraven has been protecting a certain Targaryen bloodline, believing that that bloodline will produce the prince that was promised that will save the world, and that will be like Jon Snow or Daenerys, probably. Like I think that is a plausible way that Bloodraven's machinations may actually contribute to saving the world from the White Walkers. But like there's definitely some personal skin in the game with like the Bittersteel rivalry.
Yeah.
And like he was so brutal in doing it. Couldn't he have done it differently? Like did the Targaryens even have to be in charge of the realm? Like if his goal is to protect the Targaryen bloodline, surely keeping the Targaryens on the throne is the most dangerous place to keep them. Like,
Yeah.
couldn't he just like take a Targaryen princeling and raise it in Essos, similar to young Griff, and just like have the prophecy baby somewhere safe as opposed to on the throne? I don't know. Like, I just I don't know how Bloodraven could possibly justify the extent of his machinations, is all I'm trying to say.
Well, I look forward to the chapter where he sits Bran down and says, "Look, Bran, here is my motivation. This is why I did everything." And it's just a chapter where he lays everything out really clearly. That's gonna happen. That's what George writes.
That's the problem, right? Like if they do something like in the Game of Thrones show when Bran like downloads the Weirwood consciousness, downloads Bloodraven's consciousness, Bran theoretically would know all that stuff. And like the show was like, oh shit, Bran knows everything. What do we do? Oh, we'll just take away his personality and make him not a character anymore. That'll be good. What will George
They
do
gave him
in
a
the book?
haircut.
He said wheelchair facts. So like maybe Bran, I don't know, maybe Bran just won't.
Text stop to unsubscribe from wheelchair facts.
Brandon's daily wheelchair facts
Oh
costs
man.
30 cents per SMS.
And his favorite color is black.
His favorite color is black. Yeah, look, Bloodraven is almost impossible to rank because he does evil things and he does good things, and we don't fully know his reasons for doing any of them.
I think it's just safe to put him basically chaotic evil. He's willing to do fucked up things to get a very selfish, it seems, kind of goal.
I wouldn't put him on far evil. I would put him pretty close to the line. Because I think that it is. I think that his justification is saving the world, and I think that it's not totally right.
Well, what
but I
if
think
Euron
that...
wants to save the world, huh? And he just hasn't told
But
us
he
yet.
doesn't. I think Bloodraven is a lot better than Euron, but he is in the chaotic evil quadrant. I agree.
Maybe there. That will do.
Lewin time.
Yeah, moving from one extremely important, pivotal character to another, Maester Lewin, I think is kind of interesting in this framework because Maesters have such a peculiar, important role in the things they can influence without seeming like they're influencing them.
Yeah.
I'm specifically thinking about how Jon got to the Watch, and how Lewin was like, "Hey, maybe Jon should go to the Watch." And it's like, well, why is he pushing that so much? And other kinds of things. The Maesters, if you want to adorn your tinfoil headdress.
You don't think it's because George needed a character in that scene to advocate the possibility of Jon going to the Watch?
Well, why couldn't
And
Catelyn
Lewin
have done it then? Huh? Catelyn was there. Checkmate.
Yeah, that would have made sense too. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm always a little suspicious of the Grand Maester conspiracy thing because, like, we've been in a Maester's head in Crescent in the prologue of A Clash of Kings, and it makes it really clear that Crescent was doing what he did for personal reasons, not for some sort of overarching secret Maester plan. And like Pycelle is someone who we discover did all this shit with like Ares back in the day and John Aaron. And he did it for personal reasons with like his relationship with Tywin. Like we have had multiple opportunities for the Maester conspiracy to be unveiled, and it hasn't happened. The only time when the Maester conspiracy has been unveiled is when Marwyn tinfoil hat the mage just says some outlandish shit and then fucked off to another continent. So it's like
He shows up, says insane things, refuses to elaborate, and leaves. What a Giga
he just
Chad
fucking
move.
eats, shoots, and leaves. Which honestly, like from George's perspective, is massive trolling. Like dropping that in A Feast for Crows, knowing that you're not going to even begin to address any of it until The Winds of Winter, an entire book later.
What a dick.
What do you think, what do you think was Lewin's reason for wanting to send John to the Night's Watch?
He didn't like him. He ate too much food. He smelled weird.
Lewin just wanted extra like custard tart
What do
at
you
the
make
next
of the
feast.
the thing where Catelyn remembers Lewin helping her through all of her births, including Robb, who separately was said to have been born at River Run.
George made a mistake.
Yeah, that's what I make of that as well. Because there's
Especially
like this
given
whole conspiracy about, oh my god, Lewin was the River Run Maester? What? Or why was Lewin at River Run? No, I just think, no, probably not.
Definitely a mistake. There's all sorts of bullshit in the first book that doesn't add up. I don't think that. Look, I think that Lewin is an awesome character in terms of what he represents, in terms of like the secular being defeated by the magical. Like Lewin's death at the Heart Tree of Winterfell is awesome. Like he becomes a mystical blood sacrifice on the altar of the very mysticism he denied. Like it's so fucking metal. And the whole sort of like
True.
theme of A Clash of Kings of like the magic rising up to displace the secular is awesome. And also just like the classic magical mentor, like Obi-Wan and like Gandalf, Lewin must die in order for the hero Bran to grow up. So, I think there's so much meaning there without having to suspect him of being part of a secret Night's Watch conspiracy.
That is super fucking cool. And yeah. No, I don't think that there's like some massive get John to the watch conspiracy that Lewin's complicit in.
What if Lewin is a secret Targaryen and he had a dragon dream that Jon Snow was gonna fight the White Walkers, and so he told Jon to go to the Night's Watch?
You got me there. I can't disprove that.
All right,
Therefore, it's true.
Lewin is a lawful guy, isn't he? Like he's pretty conventional. He
Yeah.
follows the customs of the place where he is. He doesn't do anything like outrageously good, does
I
he?
think the sticking point for him being lawful is, I know that it's like the maester's job to, be the maester for whoever happens to be the lord of the castle, but sticking to that rule when Theon does what he does to Winterfell is like, that takes gumption. That takes, really committing to that rule.
Yeah. And he did it because he cared about Theon, didn't he?
Yeah. He wanted to make sure Theon didn't completely fuck himself. I mean, good luck, but
Yeah. So, what? He's a mild lawful good. I think.
yeah. I always thought that what's the guy's name? Oh fuck! Why did I bring it up and then not know his name? Can't believe I would do this. It's Glover.
Whose name?
It's his name's Glover. His surname's Glover. The actor who played him. Donald Sumter. I was thinking of the guy who played Pycelle. Yeah, he's really good, and yeah, soft, lawful good.
I'm always impressed in your videos that you always like know the name of all the actors. It's like, I'm like, do people know this actor's name? Are you just like a absolute IMDb fanatic or what?
Nah, I have to look some of the obscure ones up. Like
Do you watch the credits every time?
they're my favorite part of the show.
It's the best writing in the later seasons was in the credits.
Fuck. There's an argument to be made for A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, season 8, episode 2, that the best writing is in the credits with the Florence and the Machine version of Jenny's song.
Yeah. Honestly, if that whole season was just that song, I would have been much happier.
Yeah, completely fine. Like, good. Yeah, it was Donald Glover.
Ooh.
Thanks, guys.
All right, let's just do like a couple more, and then we'll continue this stream at a later date.
Yeah, fair enough. There are more characters beyond what's on screen here. Do you want to get to the end of this line, or
There's like 1,000 more characters that we could add, and like half of them are called Aegon. So there's really no end to it.
I don't know if we really need to rate dog. Or
Dog.
Yeah, dog. You know, the dog. Or
I mean, we know he enjoys scritches, and I think that being a therapy dog for Sandor Clegane
he's
on the
good.
Isle,
Definitely.
he's lawful good. Almost chaotic good, because, you know, Maribald is such a... What's the word? Itinerant? He's a rebellious, free-thinking priest.
Yeah. If only they got someone to play him in the show. Miri Mazdur.
Well, they couldn't afford it, Gladys. They didn't have the budget in
True.
season 7.
Game of Thrones is still a pretty amateurish production.
Miri Mazdur. Did she poison Drogo?
No.
No?
No. No. I'm not going to entertain it. She didn't. All of the stuff Daenerys recalls to us in, I think it's Daenerys 8 or 9, A Game of Thrones, like what Miri had said to do, and like it's just pretty legitimate medical advice, like, hey, I can't remember exactly what it is, but trust me, bro. No, she didn't poison Drogo. Drogo drank heroin, shoved mud on his wound, and let it fester, and didn't follow the medical advice of the most qualified physician for thousands of miles. That's why his wound got worse. Not because she poisoned him.
He should have tried going vegan.
Have you cut sugar?
It's all those vaccines the Dothraki
processed food the Dothraki are eating.
I once heard, and I don't know if it's true, but I once heard that the Mongols, while they were out riding and being Mongolian, they used to like cut the skin of their horse on like its neck and then like drink some of the blood for sustenance and then allow the wound to heal again. And that was just like a way that you could get a snack on the go.
A convenient lunchtime snack. Like
yeah, just
one of
to
those cheese
wet
strips.
Yeah. Yeah, it goes well with your yogurt.
We would pay.
So Miri Mazdur. Okay, so she didn't poison Drogo. Did Miri Mazdur kill Daenerys's baby?
Again, I think probably not.
She wasn't like taking the baby's soul to pay for Drogo.
Okay. You're doing it, Gladys. Well, look, I'm in two minds about that. You either think that she did all that arithmetic soul exchange shit I talked about all those years ago. Or, like, Targaryens are known for having weird stillbirths. Like, that's just a thing that has been written about in many historical sources. And that's just what Daenerys did. And Rhaego was just stillborn, because sometimes babies are stillborn. And, like, the sticking point for me is that I'm pretty sure it was Miri's actions that birthed the dragons. That's what really does it for me, because the eggs don't start hatching until she starts singing. Even though they were on the fire for, like, as long as anything else was. That's why I think she's so interesting to talk about.
Do you think that Drogon... Do you think that Mirri Maz Duur warged into Drogon?
It's 100% certain that when Daenerys flies off from the fighting pits of Meereen on Drogon's back, that it's Mirri thinking, yes, finally, we're together again.
I think, so what happens when Marwyn meets Drogon, given that Marwyn and Mirri used to bang
fuck.
in a show? Like, I'm just saying, if there's one character who's most likely to fuck a dragon, it's Marwyn the Mage.
True, and it's basically canon that Mirri and Marwyn were fucking anyway, so...
Yeah.
Damn.
It's not bestiality if
I would not
Mirri...
put it past George.
Yeah, I really wouldn't. I thought what happened in the tent in a Game of Thrones is that the horse's soul went into Drogo. Drogo's soul went into Rhaego the baby, and Rhaego's soul went into the horse. So technically, Rhaego is still a horse.
But the horse died.
Yeah, well, that's just what they want you to think. Because after the horse died, it warged into Rhaegal.
The dragon that wasn't alive yet?
It was in the egg as it hatched.
Aegon the Fifth. Egg was in the tent.
Egg didn't die at Summerhole. He's 180 years old. All right. Is Mirri Maz Duur good or evil? She is vindictive about the whole raiding of the Lazarene thing, right? But we've got no proof that she actually was trying to screw over Drogo or Daenerys.
Yeah, Daenerys assumes that that's what happened, but there's not really much to...
I mean, the reason why Rhaego the baby was all messed up was because Daenerys ran into the tent while Mirri was doing the magic, right?
So
Isn't
that's
that the
thing
reason?
is that Mirri says, get out of the tent and don't come back until we're done here. And then she does it, and then she blames Mirri when things go wrong. It's like, she told you not to go in, dude.
Yeah, she gave clear instructions to Drogo. She gave clear instructions to Daenerys. Both of them broke the rules.
And then everyone blames her.
I think that what about like the lawful chaotic axis? Because I think that like going to Ashai and learning from Marwyn seems like a pretty chaotic thing to do.
Yeah, probably. It's so interesting. Like, why the fuck in this nowhere Lazarene village is the most qualified physician on the continent, probably? How the fuck did that happen?
It's probably not a normal thing for a Lazarene woman to do.
I know that it's really kind of cliched to go back to a Game of Thrones and over-examine every single little detail because, we're accustomed to that now from the later books. But that seems like such an insane coincidence.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. When George wrote A Game of Thrones, he had not made the map. He did not know how far Ashai was. I mean, I guess they are pretty far east in the Dothraki Sea, but that is such a long way. Yeah. Honestly, like again, like fuck the Yee show. I want a prequel show about young Mirri Maz Duur and Marwyn and Melisandre and Euron just like hanging out in Ashai.
I just think it's like
traveling SRs.
if you wanted to hatch dragons, like Miriam Azdur is like the one person that you would want to talk to about that, right?
Yeah,
like
Daenerys.
she's
Yeah.
it's so that's just what gets me about this.
Yeah. Daenerys really just bumped into like the most useful person for miles around
Yeah.
and proceeded to
So-
totally misuse her talents.
I'm convinced that Miri was a plant. Like just because it's that ridiculous.
She was part of the Grand Dornish conspiracy, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, just look at her. I don't know what I meant by that. Yeah, chaotic is probably a good bet. I don't think she's evil. I really don't. Although, whatever her motives are, if she did want to hatch dragons are nuclear weapons, right? So that can't be good.
I don't look, if her plan for hatching dragons was to get tied to a pyre and sing a song, I'm not convinced she
How
wanted to hatch
metal
dragons.
is that? How metal is that? It's like, I'm
I
gonna
don't think
give
it's-
my life to bring ultimate destruction to this earth.
Just as a fuck you. Like that's the
Yeah.
thing, like the Lazarenas like these pacifists, right? Oh no, they're not pacifists, they're just weak. And that's
Yeah.
why the Dothraki call them lambs, is that right? What was her life like? What was she originally Lazarene?
I think so. But she studied with the mood singers of the Jogos Nye, Dothraki, whatever the fuck they're called, like midwives or whatever, and she studied at Asha with Marwyn, the craziest maester alive. She calls
She must
herself
have
a
been
maester.
incredibly smart and brave. And yet
Preston
we see
suggests
so,
that maybe
so-
every Lazarene village has a Miri. Like every Lazarene village has someone who studied with Marwyn. Marwyn made the tour around Lazar and he fucked every single village witch.
Marwyn just is the ancestor of the entire Lazarene people.
Very poggers.
What if someone like recognizes like, oh, these Lazarene people look
That's
a
the
lot
other
like
thing, is
this.
that this Lazarene village that Drogo attacks and that Miri was a part of was on Dothraki land. Like, it wasn't part of Lazarene lands as far as I recall. Like, it wasn't a traditionally Lazarene place. So, I don't know, it just sounds really fucking weird.
Is George that precise with his geography? His SLC geography?
No, like, it's not like a coincidence of the map. It's stated in the chapter that the Dothraki were like, hang on, this isn't Lazar territory.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure at least.
So the entire village was a plant.
Yeah.
The entire Lazarene village, they were all actually literal sheep who were just glamoured to look like villages as a trap for the
That's a good
Dothraki.
fucking glamour. The Dothraki raped a lot
Alright.
of those women. You think they'd have been able to tell. So she's definitely chaotic. I reckon she's evil. Like, no matter which way you think she was trying to go with that whole thing, it's probably evil.
Yeah. Yeah, look, she strikes me as fascinating. She does not strike me as good.
Oh, no.
I mean, look, she's a healer, right? But like, it strikes me as, I think it's suggested in the text that like healer, it's a euphemism for sorceress. Like, you don't go to a shy to learn how to put band-aids on people. And what she performed in that tent was a whole lot more than a fucking strepsil and a night of bed rest. Like, she is a dark witch. So, yeah, she's not lawful good. She's chaotic evil. I think she's mildly chaotic evil just because like we don't really know what the fuck she wanted
Yeah.
or who she really was really. But chaotic evil.
Sure. Do you want to do a few more, or do you think we're just about done here?
One more. Last one.
One more.
Final one.
Wyman Manderley.
The
Lord,
Wim Wham.
too cool to give a fuck.
Yeah. Look, when you got 9 chins, he's got 9 chins and 0 fucks to give. That's our Wyman. He's part of George Martin's tradition of fat men who are secretly really cool and smart.
And everyone who made
I'm
fun of them
sure.
in high school needs to be put in their place.
Exactly, right. Um, I think Wyman is the most fun character in the North in A Dance with Dragons.
Oh, totally.
He's certainly having the most fun. And he's been a political schemer since book 2 or book 1. The Harvest Feast, trying to get those Hornwood lands, and
Yeah.
he's a mover and a shaker. He runs White
Well, I
Harbor,
don't know if mover
biggest.
is. I don't think he's
Well,
done
he's
too
certainly a
much moving.
shaker. You don't need to move much to shake when you got 9 chins.
He's more of a jiggler than a shaker.
Yeah. Look, he knows what he likes. He likes power and a greasy chin.
This
He
guy's
likes,
fucking evil, man. Like, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Why is he evil, Gladys?
Because he fucking begged 3 innocent dudes into pies.
Yeah, but haven't we all done that? They were Freys. Freys aren't people. Freys don't have moral value.
They had bad vibes.
I love how the way that this book makes me feel is that I'm like, wow, even villains have humanity. My empathy and compassion is expanded to include all of God's creatures, except for the Freys. They're fucking weasels. They can all burn. You know what I mean? Like, George imbues.
Yeah, like in the season 7 premiere where our Arya massacres a room full of people who probably didn't really do anything at the Red Wedding, and everyone's like, "Fuck yeah, ooh, moral grayness."
Yeah, the like dissonance that I felt at the end of season 7, episode 1, when Arya walks out of the slaughtered room, and it's like, this is what Arya's story was leading up to. That was such a fucking downer, man. Yeah. Well, look, he's got a cool scheme with Rickon. The North remembers, and my son is coming home. He's motivated partly by love for his family or vengeance for his family, as well as by political ambition. I would have to agree that cooking people into
This
a
guy's
pie is
fucking
generally
evil.
frowned upon. I mean, look, what were they? Jared, Rhaegar, and Simon?
Yeah.
The Freys that he killed. They were dicks, and they participated in the Red Wedding. They didn't need to feed them to their relatives.
Jared participated in the Red Wedding. Did Rhaegar and Simon?
Yeah, we don't really know. That's one of the interesting themes in the later books, is the whole sort of like vengeance going too far thing, like Stoneheart killing all those Freys, and I have a feeling that we are not done yet with the excessive vengeance thing. Like, I think George is sort of getting us to clap and getting us enjoying the vengeance, and then in the Winds of Winter, it's going to go too far, and we're going to be like, oh, we should not be clapping for this.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. So is he evil?
Yeah, he is, but he's got his plot to put Rickon back in charge of the North, which is kind of neat of him. But why is he doing that?
Yeah, he wants Rickon to be his pawn puppet.
He wants a little puppet in charge of Winterfell. This guy has always been a political schemer. Not to say I don't like him. I love reading about this guy. Don't get me wrong. It's just that he's completely fucked up.
We don't know much about, like,
Also,
how he treats his common people.
The Frey pies thing is really fucking dumb. Like, would you rather have 3 pretty important hostages or 3 kind of off-tasting pies?
I mean, don't knock it till you try it. They might have tasted great.
I've had some strange pies in my day, and let me tell you, I'd rather have the hostages. I actually got food poisoning from a pie once. It sucked.
I mean, I would say that it's about secrecy. Like, I would say that, like, keeping them alive is like too potentially dangerous. But he was not very secretive when he was singing the rat cook and what getting everyone to eat these
La da da da
three
da,
pies.
I just killed your family members. Da 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 da, we're gonna eat them next.
The reason why I in a weird way, I think that Wyman is less evil because he is acting almost suicidally in book five when he's like provoking the phrase in Winterfell and there's all this tension and people are murdering each other and he just does not give a fuck. I
How
like
does that
the
make
the
him
degree of
not evil though? Like that's just him being a badass. Like he's
well
still
the degree of YOLO on display proves that he's not acting out of like cold rational self-interest. It's not about making himself wealthy and powerful when he doesn't really seem to intend to survive this winter, you know? He
okay.
really
I'll
does.
level with you. I'll put him on the same level as Tyrion, who also put someone into food.
That's a
Deal?
fair argument. Yeah,
Deal.
yeah, like he's in the chaotic evil quadrant. I agree. But like I think he is motivated at least partly by a sincere desire for vengeance slash justice
Yeah,
for his family
I
and
agree.
for the
I think
Starks.
he definitely wants to revengeate the phrase for what happened to his family, and also the Mandalese do feel like an intrinsic loyalty to the Starks, and I think that is at play.
But he does delight in cannibalism.
Yeah, yeah.
And also, it doesn't seem terribly ethical what he was trying to do with the Hornwood lands and his
No, that
political.
seemed like him trying to usurp some lands. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
what if
Okay. He's a
what if it
bad man.
turns out that he's in a fat suit and he's actually just like a really fit dude?
Like the chins were only real up to the third chin, but the next six were
And he's
fake.
only a
They're all-
moderately overweight person.
Can you imagine that, like a moderately obese person in disguise as a morbidly obese person? Look, anything's possible. He could be in a glamour.
True, he could be a really sexy lady.
He could be like two sexy ladies who are
Do you
Siamese,
think George
pretending
would
to be
write
from
the big gross fat dude who eats people and laughs about it? That he would make that dude a sexy lady? I think that's within him.
I think every year that goes by, the chances of George writing that increase.
And the chances of me eating it.
Well, I think your digestive tract is safe for now. George seems a bit too distracted by the cooters and COVID to be finishing wins anytime
Why are
soon.
we streaming about A Song of Ice and Fire when the Night of the Cooters is happening?
Right? Way more important.
uh,
We actually should do like
I
a
would love
Night of the
to.
Cooters stream just
A
to
wild
figure out
cards
what
tier
we're just
list.
excited about. I every now and then I just have this moment of weakness where I'm like, what if I actually sat down one day and read wild cards? What if I did that?
You madman.
What would that do to my mind? Like I assume they exist, right? Like these books actually
They
exist and
have
can
to.
be bought
Someone has
and
to
read,
have
right?
seen these things.
Like I keep suspecting that it's all an elaborate prank, but there are some books out there called wild cards, right?
I just realized that we have, as the first most evil character, Euron Greyjoy, the second most, Victarion Greyjoy, then the third most, Cersei Lannister.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's entirely. I mean, maybe. I think
I think
Blood
that's
Ravens.
totally
I think
legit.
Blood Raven's eviler than Cersei.
I think that Bloodraven's trying to save the world. I think that I would put Bloodraven considerably less evil than that, personally.
Yeah, well, I'm hosting the stream.
Ugh, who gave you the driver's wheel?
Literally.
Yeah, no, let's
you.
look at the chart. Do we like our chart? Like, yeah, I do like that sort of evil end of the spectrum. Um,
We're missing out on some chaotic good. I'd like to see someone up in the top right. Let's just put
Yeah, who
Gregor
would
there
be
for
in-
now and then readdress it later.
Who's chaotic good? I think that Alaras. I mean, we don't really see Alaras do anything good necessarily, but I think there's a lot of chaotic energy with Alaras that I enjoy.
I think.
I
Do you think Beric's more? No, Beric's chaotic.
yeah. Beric is chaotic good.
So that's good. We'll get to him.
I
Rhaegar
think
is
that the high-
obviously the goodest person here.
Oh, unambiguously. I think that the High Sparrow is chaotic good.
Yeah, I'd be down for that.
And someone else who I'm looking forward to talking about is Oberyn Martell.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Do you want to do that one on your channel?
Yeah.
The next time we
Yeah,
do
yeah,
this?
we'll swapsies.
Hell yeah.
Sounds good, Glimbo.
Sounds great.
Yeah, that was fun.
Thanks
that
for
was
spending
another.
your evening with me.
Absolutely, this was fun. Thanks for inviting
It
me.
always is, isn't it?
I keep thinking, what if I run out of things to talk about with
It's
Song of
not
Ice
gonna
and Fire?
happen. It's impossible.
Well, I think at a certain point the dementia sets in, and I start forgetting things that I've already said. That's already happened on the Game of Thrones Abridged podcast. I do.
Yeah.
Like occasionally, I'll start telling a story, and then the live chat will tell me, "Oh, you told this story previously in episode number 87, and then before that in episode 54."
Dude, how
and I'm like,
crazy is it when people know your own stuff better than you do? It's like, it's kind of scary, honestly.
There comes a point when strangers on the internet know your own brain better than you do, and I don't know if that's don't know how to feel about that, man.
Yeah. They mean
I mean that's
mostly.
But of course, that's exactly what we're doing to George, right? Like we literally are pointing out things that George has never noticed about his own series, you know? So it's sort of turtles all the way down.
And all the way up.
And all the way up. It's turtles round and round.
Turtles
all right.
all the way in every direction.
Are you going to play out the good people on your
I'm actually
keyboard?
going to stick around and read out these super chats that we didn't get to. And then I'll stick around, fit in my piano practice for the day if people are interested in sticking around.
Nice. All right. Well, I will leave you all in the capable hands of Glidus. And I would love to continue this later.
Yeah, hells yeah.
All
What a
right.
time.
Great.
Catch you later.
Thank you, Glimbus.
No worries.
Till next time.
Thanks, Mr. Swifty. No, you hang up. I think he hung up. I think he hung up. Let's have a look, Elu. Yeah, he definitely left me. He hung up on me. Okay. Hello everyone. It's me, the Glimbus. It's not piano time quite yet. First, we're gonna have to read out some super chats, some stupid chats. No, I wouldn't say that. You guys are nice. How was the stream? You guys enjoy yourself? I had fun. I always do. I love talking with him. Alright, let's just get into it. I don't really have an effective way of highlighting messages. So what we're going to do is this, I guess. After Effects finally decided to close. That's great. Love it. Love that for me. Where did we start? Wow, that's a lot of super chats. Thanks, everyone. Have an erotic night. Thank you. I will. What I'm going to do is just set up a new source. I guess this will be super chats. This is high-tech stuff going on here now. Yep, that'll do. Crop it. So you don't see all of my sensitive informations. Not my sensitive informations. I need those to not be seen by random strangers on the internet. Nah, you guys aren't random. You're specific strangers on the internet. Everyone see my latest video, by the way? I put out a video, didn't you know? Incredible. I thought it wasn't possible. Yeah, that'll do. And then... Perfect. Okay, I'll just make that a bit bigger. And put it up there. And hopefully... no, I don't like that very much. It'll do. Maybe I should zoom in a bit. Like so. No, that's a bad idea. Okay, just gonna read out these super chats and then we'll move on. And by move on, I mean just play some piano. I don't know. You guys can leave. I don't care. We've got this first one here. This is the first one of the stream. Hey Blimbus, hey Aslit V. Thanks for the vids and exposing me to the funny Fat Man books. Oh, you weren't aware of them beforehand? They're quite famous. Looking forward to Bastard Ball and Dune Part 2. That's right. Wait, who's Dune Part 2? None of us are working on that movie, actually. Wonderful videos inspire me to write my own books. That's fucking based. Good for you, man. Put a few ones in. Yeah, we could have done that. I was thinking about that stuff in my head. Thank you for the however much that is in whatever currency that is. Captain Simcoe, who doesn't give me enough money apparently. Just as I was about to study for my exam tomorrow, the Aussie boys whip out the stream. Great. It is great, isn't it? Robbie with $2. Fuck yeah. Get a sausage roll with that. I wonder what the inner conflict in Ramsay's heart is. Well, he knows he's not actually Roos's son. Sigurd Viscum with, I believe this is 70 Norse kroner. The Glasgow Hydra... Oh, no. Schwifty read that one out. No need to dwell on it. James Leaper, whatever. With 2 Great British pence. I believe this is pence. No, I know it's pence. I'm just jaking you. At work, so you'll have to watch this later. Well, if you're watching this later, hope you enjoyed it. Almasti Djaltov with... Oh, is this Swedish kroner? I need to get around my currencies if I'm going to do this more. First time I caught either of you on stream. Love both your works. I don't see masterminding prime mover Patchface. We'll deal with Patchface later. Although I'm pretty sure... You know, he doesn't have too many actions to ascribe moral value to. He seems very chaotic, and he seems very spooky, though. So, draw your own conclusion. Got Ether Childress again with a cumulative $10 US. Thank you very much. Cersei deals with so much. Tyrion's... Right, yeah. Tyrion actually once jizzed into a stew that Cersei ate, so that really does excuse her from murdering all those people. Yeah. And that's basically the same message. Why'd you send it twice? You could just send me more money next time. Discount Gumshoe with a with a pink lady. My dad's a Targaryen, that's why he hasn't come back from Valyria. I guess coming back from Valyria with smokes does add up, so that works. Double L with €5. You should probably place the most extreme characters first. Yeah, we probably could have done that, but it all worked out. I was thinking of it kind of logarithmically. Not that Jaime is like half as evil as Euron, but like halfway along the path of becoming as evil as Euron. Does that make sense? You know, he's not like 0.5 of the way there. He's like an exponential root. He's like the square root amount of evil as Euron. Ao 055 with 5 Kiwi bucks. Hell yeah, buy 5 Kiwis with that. Thanks for the vibes. That's all I do. You want some vibes? He's a B flat -7. You should. Is anyone actually by the laws of the old gods? What do you mean by that? Is anyone actually by the laws of the old gods? I'm not. The laws of the old gods, that's kind of a nebulous phrase anyway. Like, what are the laws of the old gods? It's a, like, animist religion. JVL with $5 US. Spring Breakers is a retelling of the Bacchae by Euripides. Is it? I hadn't thought about it like that. In fact, I haven't watched that movie since, like, 20. When did it come out? I watched it like when it came out, and then never again. I actually hadn't thought about it until this evening. Cave with money. You're doing it wrong. You should just put every character square in the middle to demonstrate the human heart in conflict with itself. True and valid. We've got Flower Girl with €5. Sansa is between lawful good and lawful neutral, leaning more towards good. Well, that's basically where she ended up being anyway. Pretty far along the lawful and kind of good. So yeah, I mostly agree with that. She's a complicated character when you try to think about her in terms of a moral framework. Simcoe again, just not enough money. Barristan is not more morally good than Sansa. He would not have saved Dontos. That situation you're probably right about, but I think there are other situations where Barristan does good things that Sansa wouldn't have done, right? But then again, that's up to like the circumstances of the character, their capabilities. Sansa couldn't have killed Meleys, probably, although I'd love to see it. We've got Patrick Mitchell. He'll show up again later with another pink lady. You started off the book with that Lord's sons, so there is reason for lesser Lord's people to get glory. Is this talking about Jon going to the Watch? No, I think it was after that, because we were done talking about Barristan. True, Barristan did save Dontos when the Hollards were spared from the fallout of the Defiance of Duskendale. Lament Butterfly, I think, yeah, Swifty pointed that one out, which is, yep, very good, thank you. Patrick Mitchell twice with an additional blue note. Brienne is George's version of the, not just pure knight, but a form of Superman, a good-hearted person in a dark world, and deflecting the hate. Yeah, that's true. That's pretty true. That's yeah, true, valid. That's just the way it is. I can never remember the whole thing when I try to do that. I get in my head about trying to replicate how stupid he sounds. Yes. But I think it's going to go in a different direction. I think it's not possible to deflect all of that hate, all of that chaos, and she has to deal with it somehow. It's not just something you can bash off. Also, in one of the books, the Black Leader is described as a good family man who goes to war, kills and rapes the Lord's order. It describes Victarion. Yes. Simcoe again. Euron is Nietzsche. Killing God. I don't know if Nietzsche personally wanted to replace God. I mean, I get the philosophy behind, becoming your own God in that self-determinist kind of way, but I don't think Nietzsche wanted to be personally worshipped in that. But I get what you're saying. I require coffee with $1. That's not going to help you get your coffee. Spiced underscore with $5. When are we going to discuss Littlefinger's Sigma Grindset? Hopefully on the next stream. We've got Hubert Hepner. Can you guys see that one? I can't scroll up any further. With 5 Polish zloty, I think it is. Is it Polish zloty? Yeah, I have been watching Tempt 6, but I was aware of the Trainwrecks TV clip before I started watching Tempt 6. But yeah, I love Tempt 6's videos. Very entertaining. The great thing about that kind of video is it's so quick to just consume. I don't have to think about it very much. I'm just gonna uncrop this real quick. Don't mind me. We've got the big V90 with $10 where we place in hot pie. We'll get to that. We'll get to that eventually. Don't worry about it. Sorry, I don't want to jump the gun without Swifty there. We've got Squiggles the Mushroom with a blue note. Glim Jim, Swifty, where on the scale do each of you fall? Love you both. That's a good question. In the thumbnail, I asked Swifty where he wanted to go, and he said chaotic good. I think of myself as everyone likes to think of themselves as good, right? Most people, at least. So it's kind of cringe to say, yeah, I'm a good person, but yeah, I think we're probably both around that kind of thing. I don't know, I thought it'd be funny to put myself as chaotic neutral on the thumbnail. And Josh Dib with US $2. Miri plus Marwyn equals Jon Snow. No, thanks for the money. Boop, boop. Alrighty. That was fun. I love going through super chats. And I didn't lose everybody. A lot of people did leave though, which is super fair. The main part of the stream did end. I had a marker. What the fuck does that do? Markers appear in the video editor after your stream ends. That's super cool. I do want to. I will play some music, but I don't want to extort you all for money. But there is an ad button on the stream dashboard. I'm kind of just curious to see what it does. I'm not entirely sure what. I assume it's gonna play an ad for everyone. Is it gonna do it for I have no idea. I'm gonna click it and find out. If you leave, you leave. So I've pressed the ad button. Let me know if you can still hear me. I'm so confused. Or is that like for later? Like on the playback? I don't know. Premium viewers might still see. You're still here? That makes sense. Thanks for showing. I know that like we didn't announce this stream at all. We just kind of started and everyone rolled with it. And it's actually been, I think this is the most successful stream on my channel so far, which is awesome. Right, so nothing happened to anyone. That's great. Love that. Love that for me. I'll find out when I look at it later. All right. I got YouTube Premium too. It's just like way more convenient. Let me know if the keyboard's too loud. Did everyone go listen to the Materius songs? From the piss take? I told you to. If you didn't, you weren't listening to me. Gotta move some chairs around. There's too many chairs in here. Sounds like some non-premium folk got ads. Bit loud, you say the keyboard is? Too loud compared to voice. Fair enough, I'll turn the gain down. I wonder if I can switch the No, I can't switch the latency. I'd have to end the stream to do that, so I won't. What do you think? I've been using electric piano for everything recently. Oh, I can't hear that. Is that good for you guys, or should I turn that back up a bit? That's still too soft for me. I'll have to turn the my headphones up. What are these chords I was thinking of? Any requests? That's so sensitive. Why is that so sensitive? Jenny's song. We did Jenny's song last time. Although I admit last time was 5 months ago. What was I working on? I figured out, you know, like the intro music from Ocarina of Time? Why is this so sensitive? I'm gonna switch back to my cute little electric. What's a synth? It's not a synth. I was playing an electric piano. Let me tell you what it is. Yeah, it's just one of the electric piano samples on this thing. I don't know what to tell you. You want to hear Seven Nation Army on a bloopy electric piano? Lol. Mr. Blue, do you mean like from BoJack? I actually don't remember it that well. What's that say? Play Basket Case? I haven't heard that song in like a decade. Is that do you have the time to listen to me? Is it that one? Tell me. Steven Universe song? I haven't watched Steven Universe. Am I ever gonna see your face again? I might like to play that live, but like only once, because I hear the Angels fucking hate that song. I'm glad people know it though. It's in D, isn't it? That's all I can glean. That's all I fucking remember. I just invented online busking. That's been around for a while, dude. Play songs I don't know. The Finger Breaker by Jelly Roll Morton. What the fuck are you talking about? Canon D's, lots of pop songs. Very true. I explained this once to a student. They wanted to learn Memories by Maroon 5, which is just oops. A dumb. Hang on, I fucking forgot how Packleballs goes. So on and so forth. Why do I do that? Oh, hang on. Oh my god, I suck. So on and so forth. I play Imagine. How's this sound? That's about it. That's what I get for looking at chat. What was I thinking of doing on this sound? I had a good idea. Where did it go? I'm not doing that. The Wii Shop theme? Dun 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 dun. That's about it. Sing Secret Tunnel again. Secret tunnel through the mountain. That's actually my memory of the song. So I know the first couple seconds of many songs. Do I know any Gershwin? Not on piano. I actually played the clarinet solo for Rhapsody in Blue at a huge concert when I was 17. It was really fun. The Wii Shop theme is your alarm, Amelia? Fucking jazz. What a bunch of weirdos. That was fun. That is true. I do only listen to the first couple seconds of a song and then skip it because I just get bored. I'm like, oh, cool, a song. And then I move on. Jack White has that thing where he can listen to like the first half a second of any Beatles song and tell you which one it is. I can do that with Muse songs. Maybe The Killers? What else? I like that one. Did you miss the whole thing? Kinda. I listened to the new singles from Muse. Yeah, I have. Have I listened to the latest one? I don't think I might have missed one. I really liked The Will of the People. What was the one before that? Compliance. Compliance is fucking fun. Compliance. We just need your compliance. Very Muse. He just writes the same thing over and over and it's great. Whatever I'm playing helped you nap? That's sick. Don't know Maxwell Silverhammer. I can't remember it. I know that I know it, but I can't remember which one it is. The keyboard solo from Roundabout. Get fucked, Buster. I'm not doing that. However. So on and so forth. Hell yeah. I actually have skills besides talking funny-ish on videos. Funny-ish on... Dude, no need to roast me. I'm right here. Yeah, I have a bachelor's degree in music composition. How does that make you all feel? I hope to put it to use someday soon. Like when the House of the Dragon theme drops, I'd really like to do a dive on it, like explain what's going on, because I assume it's going to be good. Javadi's a very good composer, so I expect there'll be a lot to talk about there, and hopefully that'll put the degree that I spent 4 years of my life studying for to use for once. I haven't written serious art piece of music since not long after I left uni. But that's okay, I still remember everything. I've mostly been focusing on normal person songwriting. What's happening? You're in the Thunderdome, that's what's happening. Bach in music but no Chopin? What are you talking about? Who the fuck is Chopin? Could you imagine? I don't like the next bit, so I'm not going to do it. I'll jump ahead to the next page. That's how we do it here, baby. Have to move the mic, gets in the way. I love that. It's my favorite page of music to play. The next bit is not bad. My favorite band is Materia because it's my band and I like doing it. Favorite band that isn't one that I'm in. That's tough, man. That's really tough. I love Led Zeppelin. I love a lot of rock music, mainly. Pretty gay like that. Yeah, character alignment's over. We'll get back to it some other day, though, on Swifty's channel. You're moving down to Brisbane in literally 4 hours? See if... uni there definitely has music courses. Whoa, the wind is getting crazy now, fellas. Take the hurdy-gurdy class? Absolutely, you should. Honestly, he came up a little bit for some reason because I was talking with him to Swifty about him earlier. But Bill Wirtz is like really meaningful to me as a musician. He's so cool, idiosyncratic. Like no one's doing what he's doing. Mark Rebelais also sticks out to me as like an online creator who's doing something like super impressively that not too many other people are doing. I love listening to Corey Henry play the keyboard. He's a wizard. He's honestly mental. And like Snarky Puppy is just fantastic. So there's my jazz. I love listening to T-Square, a Japanese jazz fusion band from the 80s. If you're looking for some weird recommendations. If you like video game music, like retro shit, you will love T-Square. And like Weather Report too. Just jazz fusion in general. That's where that whole like trope comes from. That's where that genre comes from. Holy shit. Can you guys hear this wind, or is it like not coming through the mic? I'd be like blown away if you guys couldn't hear it. I don't know the intro to Gravity Falls, sorry. It's on my list. I don't know what I'm doing, but it sounds cool. I know any Mingus? Of course I know Mingus. Mingus Bingus. That was fun. Improvising music. I don't know when it happened. So like I never considered myself a pianist, right? I was a clarinet player all through high school. I went to a music high school, and like you do a stream. Like it was actually very intensive. How much music we had to do during a day, and still all the regular academic stuff a normal high school student would have to do. And I studied clarinet. I barely did piano at all. I did piano lessons when I was like 11, and I did not enjoy them. It was like very traditional way of teaching piano. Like I had the classical old lady piano teacher who would smack your fingers if they weren't straight enough or something like that. So then I really got turned off piano. I didn't like playing it. And then when I started writing music, I like started taking composing more seriously. I was like, the piano makes really, the most sense for me as like a visual way of conceptualizing music. So I thought, hey, I might as well learn how to use this tool, because that's what the piano is to me. It's a tool. I don't actually think of it as like the instrument that I play. It's just the vessel by which music leaves my head and enters the world. That sounded so fucking gay. But yeah, that's about it. And I don't know when it happened, but I got like kind of good. Oh, thanks, Double L. Starlight Fantasy is a very special song to me. Running with the Herd, which is on my second channel, is also extremely special to me. That will be coming out in a separate version, at some point. There is a German rapper named Martyria. I figured that shouldn't be a problem because they're spelt differently and we're in very different genres. And also, whatever, people can have similar names. Piano sounds too cold for you. Interesting. You need to be able to bend strings and stuff. I see. What you need is a grand piano that you can like reach inside of and pull the strings of. What you need is a John Cage prepared piano. Put tape and tennis balls on that shit, man. Oh, you know what I have been working on? 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually been working on it very much. I just like forest walk. Play the New Zealand national anthem. I learnt it once when I went on tour with a choir to the land of the long white cloud. You just listen to Starlight Fantasy and it's amazing. Thank you so much for saying that. That's beautiful. Thank you. That's so touching. Hell yeah. Recording myself doing the haka. Where is this New Zealand stuff coming from? First bass guitar in 1951 used piano strings. That sounds right, because like the strings were already fucking belters already. It's crazy to me that like modern grand pianos were made like 200 years ago. That's crazy. The amount of engineering required to do that's fucking mental. Good on them. That's an interesting point you bring up about horn players and phrasing being influenced by breath, because like my introduction to music was on a single line instrument that you needed to breathe to play. That's always been how I've thought about it. Like when I'm soloing, like it's different when you're doing the whole thing on your own. Like playing a piano, you have to constantly provide sound, unless like you don't want to for whatever purpose. But like a melody, I don't know. It seems to me like most of the time, a desirable melody will be something that could have been sung. So breath is an important point of that. Yeah, typically the lower the note, the bigger an instrument has to be. You ever seen an octo contrabass clarinet? Those things are fucking huge. And like there's a reason that pipe organs are so immense. That's Starlight Fantasy. Go listen to it. Sub contrabass flute? Fuck yes. That's awesome. I can't wait to release all this music. It's been too long. Wait, there are really 800 people here? What the fuck? Thanks for sticking around, everyone. I love doing this. Need to move the mic closer to my mouth. You need to move your speakers closer to your ears. Well, I think yeah, but the microphone doesn't actually stretch that far. I can't explain to you the way this office is set up, but I kind of don't want to hear you sing. My voice isn't in very good singing mode at the moment because I've been talking so much, abusing my voice recently. I need to take it easy for a couple days. That Funny Feeling by Bo Burnham. I've never actually learnt any of Bo's songs. Time flies, doesn't it, Amelia? Any questions? I love talking to people about stuff they're interested in. pace to study to. I actually recently got a new device, a MIDI controller and software that's going to make it easier to make music. You know, the original intention with the Littlefinger rap scheme was to adapt the entire series into a rap, not just the first video. And I'd like to do that someday, because that was so much fun. Which BoJack character should get their own spin-off? So, Vincent Adultment. Philip Glass montage. You should just all... Philip Glass isn't that into, like, silence. It's just, I actually really appreciate the way he develops minimalism. The motifs he uses and how he approaches them. He's probably been playing music longer than I've been alive. Fuck me, that's weird. Fruity Loops? No. I've actually, because I'm an Adobe slave, I've been using Adobe Audition to produce music for a long time now, and it's simply not built to do that. But, you know, using Adobe products to do stuff you're not supposed to do in them is kind of like, that's what Adobe products are for. It's for the thing that they're not actually for. But yeah, I've recently decided to get an actual DAW. Clapping music live? Come over, let's do it. I love clapping music. It's kind of cringe though that Steve Reich just like stole basic stuff from cultural traditions and passed it off as innovative for Western music. Little lame. Am I the shield man in the Greenland song? I'll never tell. Which one do you think is me, huh? In the Greenland art. I'm slowly coming to terms with, you know, my actual identity being associated with this whole Glimbers thing. You fell asleep hours ago and woke up to Gladys behind it. Lucky you. Do you think you'll finish GOT review before Gurm releases wins? Well, GOT review is like, when does it end? It depends. It really does depend. Like, I'm gonna try some new things out, see what people like. I don't know. I like, people leave comments like, "Oh my god, I can't believe GOT review is over and it's never gonna." It's like, no, shut up. I'm gonna do it. It's just there's other stuff going on. It's okay. You can wait. I never said I changed my mind. I just said that I just made a joke about how I was apparently wrong. I think so. The actress is fucking smoking, right? But Osha, look, she's an unwashed. she's Osha probably hasn't bathed. Oh jeez, when do you reckon? Then again, I did smash on Egret, so I don't know. Call me a hypocrite. A lot of people were like, why the fuck would you pass on Septa Unella when like Hannah Waddingham is a fucking babe? And like, cause it's not Hannah Waddingham, is it? It's Septa Unella, and they're different people. Septa Unella is completely unappealing, right? There's nothing sexy about Septa Unella. Anyway. No, I don't think anyone's ever used wordplay of algorithm. That's really interesting and original and clever, and you should definitely use that. No one's ever done that before. I've had so many comments on that video saying that Scepter and Ella is like a definite smash. I have no idea what these people are thinking, but there's lots of them. Am I in the USA? It's rare to hear an Aussie accent on YouTube. Broaden your horizons, man. No, I'm not in the USA. That'll do. I missed a lot because I was just in the zone for a bit there. What did I miss? Claire de Lune? I don't actually know Claire de Lune that well. I like and so on and so forth. I could learn it. Can I play Wonderwall? Why would I use my powers for evil? Favorite kind of sausage? What the fuck is going on here? Chorizo. I really like chorizo. Oh, sorry. You didn't like the way I ended it? Which one did you want? Because, like, I started in A and then we went to a billion different keys. I don't know. I feel like an F sharp to finish that off would have been kind of a bit much. Oh, yeah. That was me playing the whole time. Just improvising. I don't know any Sanson. I learnt some, Sanson is, Carnival of the Animals, right? He wrote that. Jesus Christ, the wind is just tearing my building apart. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Light of the Seven? I'll give it a shot. I can't quite remember the order of the chords. The most politically dangerous piano chord? That's a great question. I think something like that with a minor and major third. I wanted to learn The Sunken Cathedral by Debussy. I'd love listening to that. Sound like a fellow Perth boy? Get your ears checked. Dear Esther. I don't know the Dear Esther soundtrack. Have I mentioned this on a YouTube stream? I talk about it all the time on Twitch streams. Follow me on Twitch, by the way. I'm going to play Elden Ring soon. I figure that'll be cool. Like, Elden Ring from a Germ nerd's perspective. I don't know. It's probably been done. Whatever. I just want to play. I just want to play Elden Ring. Yeah, you used to have to change it to Debussy. Now you can just say Debussy and it still scans. Yeah, what I was going to say is, like, I talk about this all the time on Twitch and I don't mention it I haven't done it on YouTube yet, is that am jonesing to write a video game soundtrack. Like, I feel an itch inside my body. I need to. It's within me. Like, can you hear it? Can you hear the shit I'm improvising? I don't know. I need to get it out of me. If any of you are making cute little indie games, why don't I share my Twitch streams? Because I figure most people aren't interested in me playing Hollow Knight or Stray or Death's Door. But Elden Ring, I think, is going to be a bit more enticing to people who just signed up for the general Glidus vibes, you know? Because it at least is tangentially related to Game of Thrones. Does the next piss take also take 5 months? Probably not. You've been surrounded by Queensland accents. That's terrible. All I need to do was just speak normally but slow. Yeah, Twitch is Glidus Live. Thanks. If Amelia's still here, can you post a link? Hollow Knight is the best game ever, and I'm glad you agree. I was gonna do all achievements on it, but I haven't done it yet. I missed that. Shit. I've always loved that song since I first played that game when I was like 3 years old. It's been stuck in my head ever since. Can I play Sealed Vessel? I don't remember which one that is because like I haven't actually listened to the soundtrack on Spotify. I don't know them by name. The one that always sticks out to me is Dirtmouth. You get the picture just from that. City of Tears is beautiful. It's some shit like that. Oh no, I came up with something. It sounded like City of Tears, but it wasn't. It was something like that. I recorded it, I think. Hopefully, it was really good. Sounds like it's from Ocarina. Oh, it's probably the da 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 dum da da da. That's reminding you of that, which is mandatory riff. Do I learn by ear? Mostly these days, yes. Actually, most of the time. I need to look at the music to like learn something super intricate, but most of the time, no one really cares. I'm just streaming. I'm not performing at a fucking concert hall. It doesn't need to be perfect. No clue what this music is. It's just music, man. Who cares what it is? I've been improvising mostly. Just invented that chord. You can take it. No. I did invent a chord in the Discord some time ago. It was pretty cool. I just randomly wrote notes down, and I think it was something I've never heard before. Didn't I just answer that question? Yeah, I learned mostly by ear, but you know, I've always been able to read music. Like, I don't remember not being able to read the treble clef. I do remember not being able to read bass clef. That tricksy fucker. that's cute. Starting to think this is the best part of glider streams. You fucking bet. How far down a Pringles can I get my hand? Most of the way down. I don't have the bow burner problem yet. And look, here's the thing though, you can just tilt it. Allow gravity to deliver the Pringles to you. Is that a fucking Fry and Laurie reference? That's incredible. Congratulations. He's incredible, Hugh Laurie. I feel like not enough people appreciate how outrageously clever he is. Your voice goes out after 3 hours. No, you're usually fine. I figure. Well, I figure you probably feel bad. I've been having long breaks though because Schwifty talked for ages. I've been playing piano a bunch, which is good. Yeah. I know. I feel like I'm under a lot of pressure when there's this many people watching live, but at the end of the day, they can tune out. I don't care. I'm here doing my thing. It's weird that this is gonna be like preserved in the VOD for God knows how long, and there'll be like the 3 hours that everyone signed up for. How long were we together? Oh my god, how long have I been going for? What the fuck? Okay, I completely lost track of the time there. Thanks for coming in, Preston. I know you weren't here the whole time, but cool you drop in. Sorry I couldn't come by yesterday. I was really busy. Was it yesterday? Yeah, it was. I always like dropping in on Preston streams. They're fun. My streams never get that spicy. Although I feel like we kind of cheekily allude to a bunch of spicy stuff. Entertain us. Isn't that what I've been doing? I thought we've all been entertained already. Now that's a chord. The best Paradox game? I'm partial to CK3. It probably like isn't objectively. Especially like not yet. I think it could be. But it's not yet. Can I start over again? Sure. Roll it back, everyone. It is my channel. They are my rules. I tried playing Hungarian too. Oh, you mean The answer is no. I've never played that before. I have heard you raving about Pat Finity, and I watched a couple videos of his. When I encounter a new YouTube channel, I always sort by most popular and just check out what's going on there. Even though I know, like, obviously that the most representative content of a YouTube channel is like almost never going to be the most popular video. My most popular video is, yeah, no, we don't do that really. And his most popular videos were the Rick Beato ones. And I was like, that's funny. And I didn't really... I think I was busy at the time and I didn't go much further than that. Misty Mountains. Oh, I thought you meant Misty Mountain Hop from Led Zeppelin 4. Miracle of Sound got on. I don't know any. Makes you sad you never learn music stuff? It's never too late. Music's never been more accessible. Go for it. I'm getting hungry. It's probably time to stop soon. It is... What's the time? 1:20 a.m. Oh, should we shoot for a solid 6 hours? I think it'd be neat. Don't you? Nah, 26 minutes. I don't know how to fill another 26 minutes. I don't have enough stuff up my sleeve. I mean, I definitely do. I'm Panic at the Disco. I don't know much Panic at the Disco. Toby Fox. I know some Toby Fox. Love it. I don't have a music, like, I don't have a dedicated music channel. You can subscribe to my band, I guess, on YouTube. There are links in the most recent videos. And my second channel, I sometimes post music to, Glidus Claims. There's a link in the description. How long has it been since I slept? Good question. I woke up at 9. It's currently 1, so 16 hours. Tell me about it. Time streams, time zones for streaming is really annoying for me. Like, I talk about this with Swifty. It's like, American streamers, and I guess Preston has this too, although I think it's a little easier for him. American streamers never have to worry about that. Like, they never have to think about what the time is elsewhere when they stream. It's like they just wake up and they stream whenever the fuck they want. It doesn't matter. What I've recently come to terms with, though, is that the people who watch my videos are typically not the kind of people who keep good sleeping patterns. I've noticed, so it doesn't really matter when I stream. How much would it cost me to play a wedding in the US? Fuck me. I have no idea where to start, man. How long have I been playing piano? Well, I first started doing lessons when I was like 11, which would have been, oh my god, I won't say how many years ago, but I started like playing it seriously probably 10 years ago. And not even seriously, just like actually using piano is how I usually say it. Ultimate Showdown. I don't think I've ever tried to figure out. It's in G. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, Godzilla was hopping around Tokyo City like a big bag. It's just doing that. Godzilla got pissed and began to attack, but he didn't expect to be blocked by Shaq. No. Godzilla got pissed and began to attack, but he didn't expect to be blocked by blocked by Shaq. Proceeded to open up a can of Shaq food and I got it out of the blue. What a fucking banger. Can I play Wonderwall? Of course I can, but I choose not to. Europeans hate your streaming schedule. They let you know. Fuck them. They're European. I like when you stream, so don't worry about it. It suits me, so why should you care about anyone else? Dragon Show music. I played Reigns of Castamere earlier. In fact, I'm quite impressed with my improvised rendition of the Reigns of Castamere we did earlier. That was cool. I would support the emus. What other Dragon Show? We'll do Jenny's song again. How the fuck does Jenny's song go? I'm actually blanking. Let's do it here. What was that super chat? Thanks for the streams. Looking forward to my House of the Dragons reviews. Me too. I don't rewatch Dragon shows anymore, but you do enjoy the reviews. Thank you. Thank you for this stupid chat. I don't know any Cannibal Corpse songs, unfortunately. My god, there's so many requests. You just realized I was playing Dire Docs earlier. Lol. That's got a great soundtrack. It's kind of limited. Like, there aren't enough tunes on it, I reckon. Especially towards the end of the game when it's like 4 levels in a row that have the same song. Probably second version. So that song has that beautiful 4 major 4 minor 1 cadence. F major, F minor with a 6th, 1. Hell yeah, baby. Can I play the piano? No. Preston has watchers who've never seen, got, or read A Song of Ice and Fire. What the fuck? That's crazy. I mean, to be fair, I started watching Preston Jacobs before I read A Song of Ice and Fire. That might be a little weird, but it's actually like, oh god, this is gonna sound like kind of cringe that I'm like saying it to you, but yeah, Preston Jacobs videos basically convinced me to read those things. Need a bass baritone singer. My range kinda, god, my range is so in flux. One of my bandmates keeps going on about how we need to put together a barbershop quartet. And it's like, okay, I'll do whatever part and you fill in the rest. Do I have perfect pitch? That is one hell of a question. The answer is, okay, short answer is no, but long answer is yes, kinda. I don't have like perfect pitch in the like innate born sense, but I did train my relative pitch well enough to the point where it's basically indistinguishable from perfect pitch. Now, perfect pitch comes in a bunch of different ways. There's perfect pitch where it's like you can just say, okay, that's hang on, that was an A flat, right? Yeah, it was. And then there's perfect pitch like Rick Beato's son, who you just play 12 notes and he's like, it's these notes. Yeah, those are both perfect pitch. They're different though, right? When next piss take? When it's done, actually. Yeah, I can actually tell you how I got there. So, I did not have an innate sense of pitch. I had to teach it to myself. But playing in orchestras for so many years throughout high school, you know, orchestras always tuned to an A. An A440 from the oboe. And when you hear that a billion million times over and over every day of your life, it kind of gets stuck in your head, or at least it did for me. It might not for everyone. People's brains are different. You're meant to lose it when you're 50 or 60. That's weird. I've never heard that before. So yeah, I was like, okay, there's an A in my head at all times. It's unavoidable. It's not there anymore. My tinnitus, my chronic tinnitus is actually a C most of the time. That's a weird thing to say, but it's true. And once you have decent interval recognition, you can use the A that's constantly in your head because you spend every day in your life playing in an orchestra. You can use your interval recognition to determine how far a note is from that A, right? So if I hear this note, I can hear that that's a minor third down from the A, so I can just hear that's an F sharp. So interval recognition is a super important part of like establishing, you know, a decent sense of pitch. Or at least it was for me. Then like other oral skills, you know, major, minor, intervallic shit. Anyway, yeah, blind musicians who would say they prefer pitch back to eyesight. Oh, fuck, that's crazy. A is southbound pachyderm. I don't even know that, man. And the other thing was, so in year 10, we studied Beethoven's Third Symphony, which is quite famously in E flat. And so on and so forth. And I heard the opening to that symphony so often that the E flat major chord that opens it just got drilled into my brain. So E flat also got stuck in my head. So that was really useful because they're, you know, tritone apart. So any note that's not close to A is going to be close to E flat, right? Sorry if no one, if for the people out there who had no idea what the fuck I just said. Yeah, you gotta know what to say. Yeah, you gotta be musically literate. Before I stopped teaching, and this was actually what made it really hard to stop teaching. I had 2, possibly 3 students who had perfect pitch, and I just wanted to stick around and help them develop. But other teachers probably going to be capable of that as well. But man, kids with perfect pitch are so exciting. What the hell's a tritone? No one knows actually. You'll have to figure it out. Tri means 3, and tone means note. 3 note. That's a tritone. What really gets me is I'm pretty sure in the original Sound of Music, that song Do a Deer is in B flat major. So take that, fixed do traditionalists, fundamentalists, movable do supremacy. At least I'm pretty sure it's in B flat. Yeah, that sounds right. I think it goes back to no, it's and so on and so forth. Yeah, 658 already. Wow. How's Australia in the winter? I mean, if you're from any other part of the world, you're probably thinking that it's like perfectly serviceable temperatures. But if you've lived here and you've just come out of an Australian summer, you get here and it's like, when it starts to hit 10 degrees Celsius, it's like, fuck me, it's freezing. But of course, that's not that cold. It does get below 0 here sometimes. Okay, David's what's the word I'm looking for? Vilifying me. Yeah, it does get actually cold here. Tritone is actually 2 notes separate. I know what a tritone is. Sorry if it wasn't clear. I was joking. Or if you're just trying to make it clear to people who might not know and have been misled by me. But yeah, tritone is an interval of 3 tones. Right, so here's a 4th. Dom dom to augment the 4th dom da. That's a tritone. Dom da. And the 3 tones are dom da da dum da dum. That's 3 tones. Tritone. Perfect 5th. Diminished 5th. Right? Augment means to expand, diminish means to squish. Did you have fun in Melbourne, David? It's an okay place. Mad cool, you say? Good thing you came here when the city was open. Oh man, if we go for another 9 minutes, it'll be 6 hours. We'll stop then. Oh, 8 minutes. Hell yeah. So play music. Do I know that one song that goes like, oh, 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 oh? Yeah, I know that one. What? was gonna sing, but the microphone's too far away from the piano. You live in Brisbane and you think Melbourne's the best city in the world? I don't know. Melbourne's pretty cool. Show us the full alignment chart. I can do that. Yeah. It's been a few hours. Actually, how long has it been? When did he leave? Like an hour and a half ago? Shit. I just don't shut up, do I? Nah, we have fun here. Would I play All Star by Smash Mouth? I don't know, man. I don't know if I have that in me. I don't know if my spirit can take it. There's your final alignment chart. Well, it's not done yet, obviously. We're gonna get back to it on Schwifty stream some other time. Hopefully soon. We both like streaming, it turns out. I'd like to remember those theory streams I was doing where I just sat down and shot the shit about some theories for a couple hours. I'd like to make that more regular. And I think I will be able to now, hopefully. You may have noticed, long-time viewers may have noticed that this video has had no audio disasters. I got a new sound card that actually fucking works. It's incredible. Oh my god, that's wind, baby. Holy shit. Oh my god. I ever announced his streams? Just have to be lucky. This one was kind of impromptu. Schwifty messaged me earlier today and he was like, "Hey, you want to stream?" And I was like, fuck it, sure. So yeah. I would like to make them more regular, frequent. I know Preston's got his weekly slot. Something like that would be good. I don't know how David does it. Play Canon D and Show Feet. Pick one, man. Your first base was a 5-string Warwick. That's awesome. His cooperations are awesome. Yeah, love it. Like to have other people on too, maybe. I don't know. The thing with Swifty, I know we get on. I know that we'll just be able to bounce off each other perfectly fine. Whereas other people, I don't know, I'm extremely socially awkward, and meeting other people is So I don't know. More abridged thrones? I don't know, that's not me. Yeah, we'll still do theory streams. I wonder if I can play Bliss. Play the cello part of Canon in D. There you go. Oh my god, I'm out of practice. Wow. Terrible. I used to be able to sing and play that at the same time. Bliss, it's one of my favorites too. What a beautiful song. I've only listened to that song once in the past 5 years. struck me that every Muse song, every Muse album, for like the first 4 or 5, started with keys. And then Newborn. And then Apocalypse Please. Take a Bow. Oh, I guess Resistance starts with piano as well. How does Second Law start? Supremacy. Fuck yeah. Have Muse ever actually done Radiohead covers? I do know a lot of music by Monk and Hancock. I don't think I can play any of it though. I have never played a Genshin Impact. I don't even really know what it is. That was a super chat that I missed. If I send you a link to the Fingerbreaker best ragtime piano piece ever, will I learn it first? I mean, rag is hard, and I've not done too much work on rag. I'll give it a look. Tweeted at me. My Twitter DMs are open, so. Yeah, it's been 6 hours. What the fuck? We did it, baby. Favorite anime opening? What? That's all you need to know. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. My voice is kind of starting to give in. I think it's time to stop soon. The Family Guy intro. I've actually never thought about learning it. I'm not even gonna... Yeah, fuck that. No. The only rags I've tried to learn are Maple Leaf, Entertainer, Root Beer Rag by Billy Joel, and actually that's it. Of course I like Radiohead, and like it, yes, their Radiohead's influence on them is fucking obvious. I think it's weird that they don't admit it. Do I do streams before I drop a new video? No, I haven't done that. That sounds good. Maybe I'll do that for the next one, but I don't know. I feel like if I were to stream before I released a video, like when I've been gone for however many months, that would be bad. You know, people would be like, what the fuck, this isn't what we want. But if I stream after I've released a video, that's a lot more palatable to people. It's like, oh, cool, there's more glingo going on. There's more globomoslow happening. Killer's moment. I don't think I have watched any of Interesting Nerd Club's videos. I don't think I've heard of them. Yeah. Yeah, Killer's fucking neat. I really love Sam's Town and Day and Age. They're such fantastic albums. Far from the evergreen alone, the sun. Where is it? I don't wanna be kept, I don't wanna be caged, I don't wanna be damned. Oh hell. Whatever the words are, who cares? You grew up on Sam's Town? Fuck yes. Fuck yes. One of my favorite songs ever is For Reasons Unknown. I just got asked if I listened to Rush. I think it's like... And the men who hold high places must be the ones who start to mold a new reality closer to the heart, closer to the heart. Blacksmith and the artist reflected in their crafts. They forge their creativity closer to the heart, closer to the heart. Philosophers are glamour, each must know his part. To soul and new mentality, closer to the heart, yeah, closer to the heart, yeah. Whoa! And that's where I'm gonna stop. I fucking love that song in particular. Closer to the Heart is like... I think I said before, play that song at my funeral, man. If you liked that... Dude, what are you doing? Go listen to my band. We only have 3 songs out yet, though. What else do you play, Dave? What a note to end on. Oh, I go higher than that. I'm just like kind of anxious to sing like that in here because I think the neighbors can sometimes hear me if I go loud enough. So gotta be careful not to bother too many people. Yeah, I love that. I sang in choirs all through high school, shit like that. That was like my introduction to singing, yeah? And that's actually why I have such good pitch recognition. Is singing. You gotta sing. Singing is like such an important part of, at least to me. Singing is like integral to being a good musician, to me. I'm sure plenty of much better musicians than me don't sing, but that's besides the point. So I was a chorister. Like, I liked fucking around singing the soprano part after my voice had broken just to see if I could. I couldn't really, let's be honest, but I liked trying anyway. And so developing falsetto was a really interesting task for me. And then when I was, how old was I? I think I was 20 when we started actually doing this band. It was like a glam metal, kind of halfway between Bon Jovi and Motley Crue sort of thing. We never did anything. We wrote a bunch of songs. We recorded some stuff and never played anywhere, never released anything. And I was like, hey, let's actually figure out how to sing like that. And so I started doing it, and then now I do it. And now I'm in this whatever the fuck materia is. Singing crazy shit. What do I use to edit videos? Adobe Premiere Pro with a gun to my head. Alright, I didn't actually know that I could play and sing Closer to the Heart, so that's good. What a smooth line. Geddy Lee's fucking fantastic. I actually used Rush songs in 2 of my videos. In the Ned Got review, there's Farewell to Kings when Robert dies. Done. So forth. How's the verse go? When they turn the pages of history and these days have passed long ago, will they read of us with sadness, of seas that we let grow? We turn our page from the castles in Landistans, lies cast down from the battlefields of resistance. Cities full of hatred, fear and lies. Withered hearts and... What the fucking line? Withered hearts and gruesome... I don't fucking know. Rush lyrics are crazy. I'm gonna stop. I'm done. How are there 792 people here? That's fucked up, man. Thank you all for hanging around. It's been 6 hours. I have no idea how we managed to sustain this kind of thing. I hope that this VOD gets no views in the future. If you're watching this in the future, don't. Who the fuck is Nirvana? Yes, you missed it. We've been going for 6 hours. It will not be today that we continue it. All right, I'm off. I'm actually blown away that I had a consistently healthy stream. No issues for a stream for the whole fucking time. That's incredible. Blown away. All right, thanks for tuning in, everyone. Thanks for dropping in, David, Preston, other people. You know, all the other humans. This stream apparently has 15,000 views already. Okay, sure, whatever. That's crazy. Thanks so much, y'all. Alright, love you. Mwah. Go back, listen to it later if you want to.